Everyone wants a piece of this. Watch me drive up to the Hollywood Hills, always dressed up in my high heels. Everybody wants to have my life, 'cause this is my life. Yeah, this is my life. I know you want my life. I know you want it. I know you want it. But this is my life. Wanna move like I move, wanna step in my shoes. Gonna need to bring your A game if you step in my lane. 'Cause this is my life. Yeah, this is my life. I know you want my life. I know you want it. I know you want it. But this is my life. The original, sensational. Everyone wants a piece of this. So beautiful, incredible. Everybody wants to have my life, 'cause this is my life. This is my life. Yeah, this is my life. Yeah, this is my life. This is my life. I know you want my life. I know you want it. I know you want it. But this is my life. My life. Yeah, this is my life.
Cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never delude. Just know that you'll be winning 'cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you. Ooh la la. Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rough. Foot on the gas so you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, your side every season. And if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit in, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seize the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seize the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster.
I hold shift here with another iteration of Pro Tips, this time featuring one of the best AR players in the world, Tectonic. You like that gas? Premium diesel?
Pretty premium, got me cheesing, you know what I'm saying?
Love that. I love a good smile out of you. So what we're going to do here, we're just going to kind of run through a couple of things that, you know, people that are trying to get into ranked or trying to get into competitiveness may be able to mimic and try to copy. So kind of first and foremost, are you on the 5-finger wave that everyone seems to be on right now?
I am on the 5-finger wave. I got adjusted to it last year.
Okay. And did you have to make any modifications at all to your buttons, to your HUD to set yourself up for it?
Yeah, for the most part, because I used to just be like tap to hold with like 4 fingers, but then I went to like tap to ADS. Or no, I was tap to ADS first and then went to tap to hold, which is a little bit different because you go from 4 fingers and you're just clicking everything to like 5 fingers, you're holding this button, then clicking. You got to release it at the same time. It took like, and the worst part, man, is that the same time I decided to go 5-finger, I decided to switch my sensitivity from speed to fix. So it took me like 2 months just to get it used to everything and get it like situated perfectly.
Okay, well, it's a perfect follow-up because there is a question about acceleration. So are you playing it with on or off right now?
I'm playing with fixed, so no speed acceleration.
Okay, then what's your sensitivity numbers that you have for that?
I think I have my fixed at like 180 and then like my regular sense at like 80 to 75 for like the firing and turning sense.
What FOV do you have that on? Because I know that's super important as well when it comes to relativity.
65 for the regular and then 50 for the first person.
What is your normal warm-up routine before you get into a rank session or before you get into scrims or obviously most importantly when you start to get ready for a competitive match?
I think some people are gonna hate me for this, and I know some people are going to understand that, like people who have teamed with me, I don't really warm up. I don't really practice anything. It kind of just like you get on and you play. This is kind of like something I've followed through since Critical Ops days. It's like if you have the muscle memory and the knowledge and everything, like don't overcomplicate it. I mean, obviously, like sometimes you'll play with your friends or your teammates here and there, but like if I'm gonna go play scrims and all that, it's like I'll jump in and jump out. It's like I'm not gonna do all the extra stuff.
Let's just jump into this final question then. If you were to give your favorite loadout if you're jumping to ranked right now, what are you rocking in ranked?
The most broken gun in the game currently, the USS-9.
Period.
I'm a flex player.
Story. Yeah.
So it's like I use my AR and my SMGs at the same time. It's like, but why would I not use an SMG that's 2-tapping people across the map? It's just, why wouldn't I do that? It's the most broken thing in the game right now.
Well, that's Pro Tips with Tectonic. Copy it. Maybe not the lack of warm-up routine, but you know, maybe the rest of it. Thanks, Tech. Appreciate it.
Yes.
I hold shift with Bobby Plays, and this is Sound of a Gun. Bobby, we've got 5 default weapon sounds for you. You're gonna do your best, try to place them. I will say the lowest number right now is from Tectonic. You only got 1 right. Some of them are tricky, some of them are a little bit easier. You ready for it? You ready?
I'm ready. I'm just warning you. I did a stream series like 2 weeks ago where I used literally every gun in the game. So if I don't go 5 for 5 here, I'm gonna be really disappointed.
Damn. Okay, that's setting the bar. Let's just kick it right off. Here is sound number 1.
That would be the M4.
Woo! Coming in hot. Bobby's already starting off 1 for 1. Wow, this is going to be fun. All right, right on in. Sound number 2.
I'm 90% positive that is the Buy 15.
Is that your final answer?
That's my final answer.
You'd be right. Oh my goodness. The content creator's about to smoke all of the pro players we've had in this.
Yeah. The other day I was playing with Tech and I was like, was that the sound of an HBR? He's like, how do you know what an HBR sounds like? I was like, how do you not know what an HBR sounds like?
Oh, mercy me. All right, let's see if this one throws you for a little bit of a loop. Here's sound number 3.
That's a tough one.
Ooh.
So it's between the katana and the spear, but it sounds like a double swing, which the katana does not do. I don't ever actually swing with my melees. I just use them to run faster. I'm gonna go spear.
You would be incorrect. It's the axe.
No!
Oh, it's the axe.
That's
Oh,
tragic.
no.
Okay. All right.
He was right there. Right there.
I
You got
can-
there. You just didn't finish.
I can take the L on that one. That's
Okay.
one that I don't think I've used in years.
That's fair. Okay, here comes sound number 4.
So I would have bet money on that being the M4.
No, not the M4. I will say, I think this one is a giveaway at the end of the magazine, personally.
And say the ASM 10?
We went to Cold War with the Krig 6.
That is not the Krig 6. They didn't download the model. That is the M4 default sound on the Krig 6. That is not the Krig 6.
Whoa! Shots fired. I just worked here. Let's play sound number 5.
I'm just letting you know that is not the Krig 6.
All right, well, here's sound number 5.
RUS 79U or RUS.
Bang! He nailed it. No one's gotten that one right. Actually, no. One other person's gotten that one right. Fira got that right. So you're in good company there. That's not bad. You missed the axe, which was, I think, the surprising one. But I also get it. If you've been running just nothing but regular weapons, you forget about the melees sometimes.
Yep. I'll take the L on that one.
Not bad, though. A very
it.
solid 3 out of 5. Mr. Bobby Plays and Sound of a Gun. Thanks for watching.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Let the weak
Prime time, baby!
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where today is day 1 of the Challenge Finals for Call of Duty Mobile here in North America. This is the moment all of our teams have been fighting all Challenge season long to get to, and now the top 4 teams in the region will battle it out to see who, at the end of this weekend, will be named the best of the best. It's going to be a very exciting all weekend of action, so I hope you guys at home are all prepared to get into it. My name is Glitter Explosion, and I will be your host, and of course, we have to bring in our lovely, amazing casters. We've got Ton and Infinity, Bright-Eyed and Bushy-Tailed detail, ready to go here today to get into North America. Ton, how you feeling?
Just fine, absolutely fine. I'm fine at this stage. Promise I'm fine. With the coffee's down me, it's slowly settling into my veins, but I'm very excited to jump into should be some really competitive NA action. I'm really excited to see how today plays out.
Yeah, we got some really good matches earlier on in the day between EU. Now we're looking at North America and looking to see what the teams who break the table here, Brody.
Europe was surprising in a number of ways, right? Exclusive managed to make it all the way to the next day of competition in the grand finals. So I'm hoping we get to see some surprises today. And I think looking at kind of the teams that are competing, their histories over the course of not just this season, but seasons past, I think we're going to get them.
Yeah, it's good. I think it's going to be a really good day. Now, of course, if any of you at home are just joining us here for the first time, you missed the whole challenge season, or you want to see what else we've got coming out throughout literally the rest of the year, just follow us on social media, whether that's X, Insta, or Facebook. That way you can keep yourselves up to date with everything we've got going on here at the SPS. Or you can join our Discord at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series, where you can join our community, talk all things Call of Duty Mobile, and of course, continue getting all of those updates. Now, let's start talking about today. Okay, obviously we finished our challenge season. We've now moved into the challenge final. So we are at the next stage of the competition. We already did everything for the last 4 weeks technically in the challenge season, but even longer than that before that with our open finals. And now it's down to the top 4 teams in the region to battle it out in a double elimination bracket to make it through to our best of 7 grand finals. Ton. It's a little bit different in those grand finals, and it's important to get there first.
Oh, 100%. You want to have every single advantage that you possibly can, especially in a competitive region like this. You know, we've kind of been figuring out who is the top dog in NA. Well, having that advantage in that winners bracket final will definitely go a step to helping you determine that you are that top dog.
Absolutely. And of course, a new stage of the competition also means a new and improved prize pool. Okay, our teams got paid out for the placements 1st through 4th in the challenge season, but now there's even more money on the line here, Brody, on top of the title.
Goodness, so much money. I wish I could be competing in this competition. I don't think I'd get anywhere near this prize pot, to be honest with you. But with that said, there is quite a lot of dollar on the line, 7,000 of which is going to first place. So if you take away the top spot, mate, there is a load of money on the line. But even getting to this stage of the competition, you get a little something.
Yeah, absolutely. This is what it's all about. Okay, we'll take a look at the bracket if you guys don't remember which our top teams in the region were, our top 4 teams it is, so you can see exactly where they ended up after 4 weeks of competition. And of course, that will be the 2 top teams from each group of the challenge season facing off against the opposite second place team. You know what I mean, right? Okay, we've got Undream versus NA Falloffs here in the first upper bracket semifinals match. And then, of course, we have Nexus versus On Mythic. But give me a little bit of a recap here, Ton, about what we saw over the last 4 weeks.
Well, very dominant from one side of things in each of the group, and Undream and On Mythic both going absolutely perfect. So, I mean, it's not really too difficult to figure out who your favorites are for the finals. But we do have a bit of a mix-up with NA Falloffs, just, I don't want to say scraping through, but managing to get themselves through relatively simply. For the side of Nexus coming through as well, interesting to see that they managed to, I think, I was kind of thinking that Alex would manage to get through, but Nexus have improved week on week. So let's see how they're going to do. But they are 2 very clear favorites, possibly a third in LA Falloffs if they show up, but that's been the question mark over them the entire season. So let's figure out what they're going to do.
Yeah, I think these teams have definitely been keeping us on our toes when it comes to expected storylines, performances, teams being able to step up when they need to. So that's why we think today is going to be pretty exciting. So if you're wondering how today's going to work, we're going to be focusing on the upper bracket alone here today. So we'll be watching Undream versus NA Falloffs first, then we'll go into On Mythic versus Nexus, and then the 2 winners from both of those matches will face off in our upper bracket final to determine the first team that makes their way through to the grand finals. Anyone that loses today is still in the competition. They'll just drop down into that lower bracket, and we'll see them tomorrow to see who can stay alive in the competition. So let's start talking about match number 1, Undream versus NA Falloffs here. Brody, talk to me about these rosters.
Yeah, I think these are the 2 rosters coming into the season that we said were going to be the number 1 and number 2, whichever order they're going to be in. That is still yet to be seen. But I think they've had varying different trajectories. I mean, you already kind of talk about Undream being a top Group A and not really having much of a stress whatsoever. And that wasn't surprising, I think, comparatively to the rest of the competition. Undream were a phenomenal team. I think they're just very clearly the best team in that group. I think it wasn't just a 6-0 map record. I think every single map was pretty dominant as well. And you look at the players on this roster, that's not a surprise. Undream, absolutely phenomenal team. They have been in the past. Some of the best players out from the Mexican country. And then over towards NA Falloffs. This is a roster that's a little bit different, I think. You know, they came into the season, we were like, yeah, surely you look at the players on this roster and they should be the #1 team in the region. But at times, I think they've come into these matches either cold or frankly just super, super lax. And that has hurt them over and over again.
Yeah, I think that's something we were a little bit surprised by, Tom, because even if it was just the fact that there's just so much experience on that roster, we had expected some pretty big things out of NA Falloffs, and they were just a little bit sleepy sometimes.
Yeah, 100%. It definitely feels like, I don't know if they've necessarily been practicing as much as we would have liked to see them do, or, I mean, that's me just throwing claims out the window there. I'm not 100% sure on that, but it just feels as if this team should be producing a little bit more than what we have seen. That being said, they have kind of done the task of getting to the final, so this is where you can step your game up. I suppose it doesn't matter which way you get here, as long as you get here, right? So let's see how they're going to do, but realistically speaking, if they perform at the level that we did see over, of course, in the bracket stage, this will be a short series. Undream have looked fantastic, of course, as well, but NA Falloffs, we need to see the levels that were kind of expected if they want to have themselves a good series here.
Yeah, and we mentioned this in EU. We'll remind all of you at home as well. It's only been a week since we ended the challenge season, so there's not been a lot of time between closing that chapter and going straight here into the challenge finals. So only so many adjustments or improvements can really be made in that much time. So we'll also take a look at the picks and bans, the last piece of this puzzle here, and see what our teams have decided to go with here as far as which maps they want to play on. Brody, give me your thoughts.
Just looking across here to see kind of what the records look like for both of these teams. Again, it's kind of a difficult situation because there's such a small kind of map pool that we've seen from both of these rosters. So it's hard to tell kind of what's good, what's bad for these guys, especially because we kind of have that caveat in there that NA Falloffs maybe can kind of just show up to any given map at any time, as we saw in the back half of the series versus ARP. But I will say these are pretty standard maps for the most part, like Summit, Standoff, Raid, and Hacienda have either all been in these game modes in past seasons or have been here for quite some time in the current game mode. So I think both of these teams, having the experience that they have, should be able to play these ones pretty damn well.
Yeah, definitely a nice conservative series here to start things off. It'll just go back to the basics and see what our squads are able to do here in the first match of the day. So chat, as always, let me know your thoughts and who you think is going to be taking home match #1, because Undream and NA Falloffs is ready to go. So let's dive into it.
Thank you very much, Lauren. Excited to get into this first game, and it's a game that, you know, we've been chatting about off air, I should say, and sort of saying to ourselves, okay, well, what are we kind of going to expect here? This is either going to be Undream come screaming into this against an unprepared NA Falloffs team, and this will be over quickly, or if it's an NA Falloffs team that we, well, expected at the beginning of the season, we've got an absolutely cracking series on our hands.
Yeah, like I genuinely expected this to be the grand finals, and the fact that I think NA, well, it could still be the grand finals, it should be said. Could. But the fact that NA Falloffs are here again, I think is testament to how badly they were playing versus OnMythic. And I don't want to take too much away from OnMythic, right? I mean, we had that kind of discussion very briefly. I know you got to cast that matchup, and I actually didn't. I had to kind of watch it after the fact. And when I was watching, I was like, actually, you know what? OnMythic are playing this pretty well. NA Falloffs did have their foot off the pedal somewhat. It's also, I believe, that they didn't have Envy in that matchup. So there is a slight kind of element of what their roster looks like here going into the series. If they have Envy in the lineup, I'm not too sure. I hope that they do. That feels like it's going to be a massive success point for them, and they do, and it's for the same player as well. Band is out, Envy's in for this matchup. That's the right decision, and you know, we're going to go into this match saying the exact same thing over and over again. If NA Falloffs actually turn up, if they try their best, 10 out of 10 effort all the time, they should be fine. They should be able to be under.
Let's see how things are going to go down between these two squads. I mean, just so often the names on NA Falloffs just feels like they do still have those pop-off moments, don't they? Nearly in every single map, but is it going to be enough to carry them through yet? Undream are being a very, very solid team over the entirety of their group stage, or the entirety of that GSL format. But were they really tested as much as they would have been up against NA Falloffs are, of course, that on Mythic roster who managed to put themselves over towards the winner bracket side on the other side of things here in the final. We'll get to see them in our second game of the day. NA Follows with a fantastic start here. Over towards P1. Some really, really good time to kick things off. 10 seconds to go. Undream eventually getting some time in, but it's the kind of start you would have liked to see from NA Follows.
Yeah, and this is that map, I think we saw it in the first map of the best of 5 between NA Falloffs and ARP, and NA Falloffs did have a slow start. They had a couple of hard points where they did do relatively well, and that was towards the back half of the game, but at the point they'd woken up, it was too little, too late. So NA Falloffs having a start like this, I think is pretty promising as far as their hopes to win this map are concerned. Now they want to get control of the next hard point, and this is one of those hard points that's really important to try and flip the map in your favor. And right now, NA Falloffs not on the better side of that rotation. They're going to try and brute force their way through the hill.
See if they can find it. Tip of the spear may well be Rapallo. As Envy for company, and they've done well. They found a kill of PCS. Shin over the top as well. We'll line that one up for him, Rapallo as well. But the kills come back here for the side of Undream. They are, of course, looking to try and flip those spawns back out. NA Falloffs have managed to flip it. Rabala bringing in the War Machine, not finding a great deal for it, already getting eliminated. Fabuloso has his out on the other side, so if you're Undream, you're now trying to force your way through. We'll find a couple, make it more than a couple. There's the third. Slight spawn out there for the side of NA Falloffs as well, so it works out for the side of Undream. 10 seconds to go on P2. Haven't got rid of Jez, though, and he may well be a big problem for them now as everybody else coming up the side of Ice. Good time to bring in the equalizers. Can find a couple. Shisu doing so well as the wraparound happens towards the back side. Undream secure the spawns and secure P3.
Shisu continue as well. Will get shut down, but yeah, that was a big play from Noisy to take Jez out of that play. If Jez remains there for even a little bit longer, he influences the spawns in NA Falloff's favor, and you're all of a sudden fighting this one from the back. Undream note now inside, now utilizing operators to their advantage. Puedas not going to get as much value as you would normally like with the Death Machine, but it is going to send NA Falloffs away, and this is now the third operator invested in towards this hard point. This is a full 60 kill usually. Rapallo coming in for that first kill. Even that is disruptive here to NA Falloffs, but it isn't enough to remove them from the hill just yet, but it is going to give them a chance to perhaps get another shot at it.
The fact that Rapallo actually found a second kill off cam there as well is ludicrous before he actually just burns alive to the Purifier. Ridiculously accurate shots. Undream will still get the majority of the time. Rapallo, all of his heroics count for absolutely nothing. 15 seconds to go. Undream will get every single second. Looking to try and spawn them over towards the backside. I think Undream may be caught off guard with how much of this time NA Falloffs actually give it over. You can see everyone still checking their corners, checking the flanks. No, they've already rotated. And they are very much dug in deep. I say that as Jez will get picked off almost immediately. Fabuloso will find one. Washi was able to find one with the Annihilator. He gets taken down. So a couple of operators not necessarily doing the job for the side of NA Falloffs. And here comes the Predator Missile as well. Shisu doing massive work for the squad right now. 18 kills to his name. Feels like NA Falloffs had a very good start over towards P1. Been very flat since then.
And you've now lost those back spawns as well. So you're now fighting a literal uphill battle here if you're NA Falloffs. Envy will double up inside the hard point. Good news is that those spawns are predictable enough that NA Falloffs will know where the threat's coming from, but you're losing the gunfights anyway. Zyrax, Fabuloso, and Noisy, all of them getting involved here as Undream look to bait the back for 30 seconds, excuse me. And you can definitely do this, right? You're very happy with a 30-30 split on this hill if you're Undream. You maintain the leader's advantage of the full 60 you earn off of P2. Shisu now continues on his spree inside the hard point as well. This is a lot of time you can't afford to give away, and you hit the reload there. That's unfortunate. So NA Falloffs will be happy to take that, screw up 10 seconds. It will give them the better look out of that hard point. But right now, you are seeing Undream being super effective at breaking these hard points. NA Falloffs need to just tighten themselves up just a little bit inside these hills.
It's about a 50-point lead, so it's not insurmountable for NA Falloffs to bring this one back, of course. It's one good hold over towards P3. And all of a sudden, the game is wide open. Good kills coming in over towards P1 again. Jez and Washi, we need to see a little bit more from them with the USS 9 here for Jez. Doesn't get it done on the second. And for me, I mean, look on the other side. I don't want to, concentrate on the negatives for NA Falloffs here as far as KD goes. Shisu, 24 kills. The guy has been going crazy. And it was him over towards P3 as well with the equalizers out that was really able to find so much value. He's got them out again. Pushing over now towards P2. He wants to try and get some spawns going if he can, but Washi says, yeah, you may well have the best operator in the game, but I'll just punch you in the face, no problem whatsoever. Big shutdown for the side of NA Falloffs and some really good time over towards P1. They'll be scrappy over towards P2, but they have closed that gap.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, P1 is just such a deceptive hard point here on Summit, right? I mean, it's always associated with not getting a lot of time, but you can get a lot of it, and NA Falloffs have proven that right here, right now. Their setup on this hill has been pretty good. Their shutdown of the operators from Undream, even better. so they will still be down off the back of this hill. But right now, they have closed the deficit ever so slightly, moving in towards this next hardpoint. I know Falloffs now are going to want to get some control, but that wave of gunfights is not going to be helpful whatsoever. And NA Falloffs, once again, faced with the same quandary they had before. You've got to push through this hill, and you've got to push right into a Purifier.
Not working out. NA Falloffs, though, can find a couple more kills. Washi isn't able to find the second. It feels like there's been a big waste from a couple of these teams as far as the operators go. I mean, everybody hasn't necessarily been as efficient as they would have liked to be, but that's never the case. Jez can get the equalizers out, up and running. Again, just one kill to his name. We haven't seen necessarily anybody from NA Falloffs pop up with the operators yet. We've seen it from Undream. We haven't seen it from Falloffs. And it may well take a moment like that to get them back into this game. That lead is now back to around 50 or so for the side of Undream. Rotation over towards P3. Not looking as clean as it did last time, but 13 seconds to go. These transitional kills are going to be absolutely massive. Jez has to go big inside the point. Can find one. Rabalo is with him as well. Can they continue to find these kills? The answer is absolutely they can. Jez will find 3. Big rotation for NA Falloffs. This is your opportunity to get back into the game.
Yeah, you could already see there, I think halfway through P2 that they realized, hey, look, we've got to rotate properly here for P3, and they did exactly that. Ravalo went on a long flank with 25 seconds left on the hill, and spawns were in NA Falloff's favor. That is an error from Undream to allow NA Falloffs to make the rotation as cleanly as they do. And now they have to fight this one from the front. Fabuloso able to double up here. Jez shut down. And now Undream can fight this one from the front of the hard point, but you've got operators now for NA Falloffs. Rabalo already starting to heat up.
Just keeping them at bay. Zone control with the War Machine. That was the aim of the game here, and NA Falloffs, well, they can't quite close that gap or take a lead if they manage to hold down the rest of this time. They won't be too far away. Rabalo trying to find a little bit more, and he kind of does there. Fabuloso will go down with the War Machine, so you take those all day long. Jez has started to heat things up here as well. Now sitting at 22 kills. And that is a wonderful hold for the side of NA Falloffs, and they flipped them out at just the right time as well. This has worked out perfectly for Falloffs. Really good job. Undream now will pick up the final 5 seconds or so, but they've lost the rotation over towards P4. But remember last time we were here, Brody, they weren't able to hold it NA Falloffs, so can they do just a little bit better to try and close that gap some more? They have done over towards P3. Can you do it again at P4?
You got to start winning some of these gunfights. You cannot afford to lose the back spawns in the same way that you did last time around. And Envy keeping an eye on this doorway is a big issue. The claw, you get the hit markers there. You know that there's players through. No choice but to try and hit this one. You've got help from the teammates inside as Rabalo forces the issue. We'll be looking for more damage. Assault from all sides here from Undream. Not exactly going well, but as that kill comes through from Shisu, now the spawns should be going in their favor. You've got to be trying to play your lives around the back line.
How on earth is Rabalo able to find that? Noisy will take him down. Some good time here for the side of Undream. Anything is just a bonus at this stage. NA Falloffs had a long time to set up. You were spawning very, very far away. So the fact they're able to get in there and steal away around 15 seconds or so, you may well not get the final 20. This could be a dead even game by the time we head into a third rotation. Washi inside the point, all the kills falling Falloff's way. Really nice job from Falloffs. They were around 50 or 60 behind. Zyrax trying to get something going. Scrap time may well actually be going over towards the side of Undream with that kill feed, looking the way it does. We head into a third rotation with nothing in it between these two. Hell of a comeback from NA Falloffs over that rotation. But can you do it again and close the game out here?
That's the question. NA Falloffs will want to break in towards this time early on. Do not give the kills to Undream, but that's not the way you wanted this hardpoint to start. You've already lost 4 gunfights, and now you're starting to get splits across the map. That can be beneficial to NA Falloffs as long as they time these hits correctly. Envy is now going to have to play hero because he's lost his teammates around him. You're not finding any reinforcements as well. Envy still finding some value somehow, some way. Envy finding more kills. Will be denied. No, not even that. Number 5 for Envy. He comes through for a full squad wipe, and that's going to open the door for NA Falloffs in towards his time.
Undream are just taking their foot off the gas a little bit, and NA Falloffs are catching them very, very quickly. Fabuloso and co need to find something. Rabalo and Envy are starting to heat up, and this is where things become a little bit of a problem. You're going up against some of the best players to ever grace the NA region. And it just makes things very, very difficult when this talent is on display. Jez and Envy starting to combine well together as well. A little bit of contention over towards the end of P1 here, but NA Falloffs going to pick up the majority of the time and hold their first significant lead of map number 1. We head over towards P2. I'd imagine we'll be going over to see P3 unless NA Falloffs can have a really good time. Over towards the walkway here. Inside of the point now at Undream. You can see Washi already has his operator out, and they're all going to come in from both sides of things, but it's Washi who's heating up with the Annihilator. 2 line up. Predator Missile finds something as well, but Shisu, he was the one that popped off with the equalizers over towards P3. Is he going to be able to find anything? Absolutely nothing. NA Falloffs can win it, yeah, and may well do it.
Yeah, Predator Missile comes down from the heavens there from Raballo, forces players to run inside, and Washi is there ready to catch the rats running off the sinking ship. NA Falloffs might well just finish it here. One last set of gunfights, and Undream hitting this from all sides.
Oh, they find 3. They've done really, really well. With 24 seconds remaining over towards P2, you have to be thinking about P3 as well if you're Undream, because you cannot win it yet. Raballo has the War Machine out, and he's causing all sorts of problems. Over the top is going to be Jez. Hasn't necessarily had the best of maps. Will not find those gunfights. So all of a sudden, NA Falloffs, it's all on this rotation. They're going to be able to find it. They're going to be the first ones here. If you're Undream, do you have anything to break through? The answer is no. A small pause for both these two squads.
Wait, this is waiting
for some picks. Envy, is he going to be able to get traded? Keep an eye on the spawns. They're still staying the same way. There's going to be one player to make it through the back, and not quite going to happen. NA Falloffs, time now ticking for you. 5 seconds to go. Can they find a way through? Predators and the boys just all through the front door and all falling down. NA Falloffs, map number 1 goes their way.
Oh boy, I got nervous there for a second. Fuedas was waiting in that corner, playing his life for a very long time. He hits, and unfortunately, a player is watching. That player in the doorway's back. NA Falloffs make that one much, much closer than it needs to be. I tell you what, that is an incredible start to this series and our challenge finals here in North America Ton. What a phenomenally close hardpoint. Such a back and forth game. Both teams having hardpoints. They're able to hold the full 60s. Honestly, I thought after the first set that it was going to be Undream's game, given they held the full 60s so well on P2. They got themselves a 50 to 60 point lead that I never really felt like until that second set, until really the final hill of the second set, that they could come back from. But no, we got there. We were basically 200-200 going into the final wave of gunfights, and then I think it was Jez, or Envy, excuse me, that came through for 5 inside P1, gave a lot of time to NA Falloffs on P1. PT rotation, perfect play with a Predator Missile from Raballo, followed up with a double from Washi with the Annihilator. Team plays like that is what makes watching this roster, the former Luminosity side, which feels like a absolute eon ago now, it's what's made it so interesting to watch over the last 3 years of Call of Duty Mobile. And if they can do that consistently, it would be wonderful. But even seeing it in kind of small little scoops is fun enough.
Just a really good performance. I think, you know, it felt like they were on the back foot the majority of the game, but you could never count them out. It definitely felt like they were there. I mean, they were 50 or 60 points behind at one stage, and I know that's not, especially when you talk about Summit and you talk about P3, that it's not a great deal. You find one good rotation, that can be gone in the blink of an eye. But it definitely felt like Undream the ones dictating the game throughout the first 2 rotations. And then just towards the latter stages of that second one, that's when NA Falloffs did start to bring it back. They tied it up heading into P1 and just felt the momentum was only going in one direction. Raballo with a 50. Big plays out of him. Envy as well, right alongside of him. Pretty even slaying game across the board. Fabuloso and Puertes maybe struggling a little bit, but Shisu tried his best to stay with them. He maybe slowed down in that was... I don't want to put any pressure on him in that sense because he had a very, very good map, but at the same time, when he started to slow down, it was hard to keep up that kind of level he brought over the first couple of rotations. Then that was really where things started to slow down for Undream. Don't want to put the credit on him, but you need the rest of the team to kind of pick up the slack there. They weren't able to. It's a close game. 12 points is all it takes in map number 1 for NA Falloffs to find the win. We'll be heading, of course, into a standoff, search and destroy coming up next as well. And I kind of like this map for NA Falloffs too. We've seen it a couple of occasions from them, but Undream will be confident heading into it as well.
Yeah, standoff I don't think we've seen from either of these two teams this season, I want to say. Okay. I don't think so. At least in my notes, I've not written that they have, so that might be wrong. I'm not entirely sure, but I don't think that we've seen either of these two teams play standoff search and destroy this season, so I'm curious to see what we're going to be expecting. I think a lot of standoff search and destroy, at least in the high levels of play, I've been watching a lot of Chinese Masters recently, and it does come down to sniper presence, right? And I think the good thing about NA Falloffs, and this is something I noted in the last series versus ARP, is that they changed their roster ever so slightly to add Envy back to the lineup. And that's important because the one thing Envy gives you in search and destroy is a hell of a lot of sniper presence. Now, obviously, you've got Washi. Washi can do that for sure. Washi is a phenomenal sniper player. But adding Envy into the mixer as well is going to give these guys a lot of sniper presence on standoff. And you need it, frankly. I mean, you need that to cover lanes. You need that even to break sites in standoff search and destroy on offense. So I think that's going to give NA Falloffs a big boost into that S&D. Whether or not their team play is going to be good enough to actually take this in any meaningful fashion is a different story, because again, the narrative we're going to keep returning to with NA Falloffs is ultimately it depends how much these guys want it in the moment, because we've seen some NA Falloffs play that's been totally dreadful on Search and Destroy over the last couple of weeks, I think, especially in that matchup versus On Mythic. There was really lax plays that gave away some stupid rounds to On Mythic. So as long as they don't do that, NA Falloffs should be fine, but that's a pretty big asterisk.
Yeah, I mean, you would like to think when it comes down to playoffs, right? When it comes down to finals, I should say, sorry, that this is when they're going to step up their level. This is where we're going to see the real version of NA Falloffs. Here we go, then Search and Destroy and Standoff, and as you mentioned, it is really going to come down to those sniper rifles and what they can do, and see who's going to really have the better hand of things there. Undream, though, it's potential to come back. Disappointed with map number 1. All things considered, as mentioned, they were in the lead all the way through until that final rotation. Lose out on a few different hills, and that's all she wrote. So into the Search and Destroy, and Washi there, we talk about it pretty much off the rip, as being very prevalent with the sniper. He finds the opening blood, and they fall off 5v4.
Well, there was that opening blood that we were talking about from one of the snipers on NA Falloffs. Now Envy's looking for more. That's a big snipe one towards Fabuloso. Somebody's been watching Chinese Masters with those kind of angles. NA Falloffs finding all the kills here at the start of this round, and Undream do not look that reactive. They're sticking to their guns here with their positioning across the map. They kind of need to try and retake A control, but from Delhi, Quaidus will find one, and that's going to make things ever so slightly easier, but Shizu is totally boxed in here.
Good gunfire from Jez. Shizu, as you said, boxed in, nowhere to go. Quaidus, well, positioning might catch them off guard. Bomb will go down over towards A, though, and that makes his life, well, significantly more difficult. With a technical 1 versus 4, 1 versus 3 on the cards here, and an ace alongside of it, wouldn't be a bad way to start the Search and Destroy if you can find it. Expecting players to have extended through the back, and, well, there's just so much to check. Ravallo over the top will find him. Quaidus will fall clean. Round number 1 from NA Falloffs.
Yeah, just those opening snipes. I already called it, right? If NA Falloffs can pull those one off, Undream will be stuck in the mud. And I will say, I'll commend Undream in the 2 versus 4 there for not being overly reactive, right? They didn't actively, push for anything. They stuck to their guns, and albeit it didn't work out in the end, that's the right call to make in that situation. Already at the start of this round, you can see Undream recognize the importance of having presence on A, not giving map control to NA Falloffs, and they do exactly that. Now NA Falloffs, once again, going to have to earn it the exact same way they did previously, by getting kills with the sniper rifles.
Slow and steady start to round number 2. Nobody making a misstep, nobody able to find an angle. Plays into the hands of the defensive team, of course. And Dream do have resources spread across the map quite well. Any Falloffs looking for the picks, you can see Envy and Washi. Sniper rifle still out and trying to find some angles, trying to find some picks. This Quaidus is going to be the first one on offer, potentially. That nade doesn't hit. Quaidus now going to test out something through the middle of the map, and he may well get caught here around the corner. Few players starting to stack towards this side, and Falloffs posturing towards a back alley hit, but with 45 seconds or so left to go here, Brody, they will have to start making a move very, very shortly.
I'm curious how much util they've got left in this round, because they've thrown quite a lot already. That's a big whiff from Quaidus. It's a bit of information for NA Falloffs. I don't think they've got much whatsoever for a concentrated hit. Envy looks away at the wrong time there, so doesn't manage to take Quaidus out of the play, but the call has been made now. It's going to be a back alley hit.
It's starting to come. Quaidus is back down. If he can find anything here without dropping his life, that would be brilliant, but can't even get away. Shin will find him, but the time is ticking. 20 seconds to go here for NA Falloffs, and have they left it a little too late? Shizu can find Raballo. Bomb dropped as you hear. Zyrax will find one, but Washi, can he find a second with a pistol? He does not, but Envy is there to pick up the pieces, and all of a sudden it's Noisy left in 1 versus 2, but time is fully on his side. The bomb
has been planted.
Just about goes down. And now Noisy's life has just made that a little bit more difficult. Jez, did he see him? No, he didn't. 1v2 on the cards. Envy holding the angle. Noisy making the flank potentially will change things up. Still, this 1v1 with 30 seconds to go.
The unfortunate thing for Noisy is hit. He has no idea where Envy is. At the same time, Envy has no idea where Noisy's gone. So, 20 seconds on the clock. The onus is on Noisy to try and clear out everything. Locate Envy, just has not done it. Envy is holding on towards this angle. 10 seconds left now. They're going to find each other. Noisy goes for the drop shot for the kill. An impressive 1 versus 2 and a retake from Noisy. He will get that defuse.
Big round from Undream. One that NA Falloffs just string out as long as possible. And in the end, the trades go their way. But not when it comes down to finding Noisy. It was anything but in that 1 versus 2. A sneaky little round. And it's just one of those situations, though, as you said, it's that element of search and destroy that comes down to who's going to get the rub of the green, who's going to get a little bit of luck of which way the gunfight goes. Noisy's the one to find it. Shisu gets aggressive, finds 2, and will eventually get shut down, but he's good value for his life. For the side of Undream, Rapallo getting super aggressive. How have they not read it? Well, okay, there's 2 kills going to go Shane's way. Can he find anything else? Jez with another one, and all of a sudden, Puedes, left in a 1 versus 1 up against Jez, knows exactly where he is. Sniper by USS 9 has to hit the shots. If you're Puedes, you don't, and you find the gunfight. NA Falloffs, a fast round number 3, 2-1 lead.
That's a pretty box standard round of search and destroy right there. Both teams just blindly hitting on towards A. The coverage of the smoke adds a lot of confusion to the mess, and NA Falloffs in the end goes down to a 1 versus 1. Jez will win it. They will win the round on the whole. Different look here. This is a look back towards what we saw previously on the offensive. I think it was in round number 2 from NA Falloffs, where they played things relatively slowly. So I think we're going to see that same passiveness. And what a nade over the top from Fabuloso on towards Jez. No trophy system down to prevent it. Jez perfectly predicted, and that is a big position to lose out of the round now, because now you've kind of got to split yourselves ever so slightly more. NA Falloffs have a lot less options as to how to play this.
Yeah, other side of the tank as well. Really nice angle coming through. They find him. Now Undream can just sit tight. And Falloffs have to force the issue without numbers. Oh, they didn't have numbers, but all of a sudden Envy just finds something out of nothing. Oh, I thought the shot over the top was coming. Doesn't land, but now a little bit more presence over towards this A side. 1 player flanking in Washi. And this could be big.
I know.
Huge gunfight. They do. Nobody's holding these trigger. He's holding these trigger. He knows they're here. He knows they're nearby. Fabuloso will fall, and now all of a sudden those players over towards that A side. Fish in a barrel. Can't find anything. Noisy will fall also. This has been so wonderfully worked by NA Falloffs. Zyrax, mission impossible.
I don't know. Finds that first kill. Okay, maybe I do know. Maybe not. Maybe I don't know. Okay, maybe I do know. Washi goes down. Zyrax goes down in the end by the hands of Washi, and Washi is the player that wins that round. Holds his trigger for long enough that he is able to recognize where the last remaining player is as well, so they know what they're dealing with. And I was going to say for the longest time that, hey, maybe Noisy can hold on towards that A site. You know, he could still go big, find a couple of kills, and put the round back in favor of Undream. But as soon as those kills come through from Washi, it is donezo. NA Falloffs doing a really good job right now at picking away Undream's defense. Slight change of pace here from Undream on the defense as well. Fabuloso with a jump shot will take Washi out of the play, and Undream have a little bit more of an onus towards the middle of the map as well. Zyrax is pushed very far up here and could catch a couple of players and then fall off guard.
Back alley, I should say. May well have been the route there for Envy, but can't find anything. And then 20 to go. Jez catches Shisu napping. Second one as well. Just switches to the USS 9. It's too easy for Jez right now. 7 kills to his name. Didn't have the tidiest of hardpoints, but really has stepped things up here in the search and destroy. Oh, Puedes may well get caught here. Oh, Jez is going to be the one that gets caught. Just swaps at the wrong time. A little bit of bad timing. And we can't find the answer back, but a 3 versus 3 nonetheless. NA Falloffs still trying to work on something, but right now, Undream sitting tight.
I'll be honest, I don't like the fact that NA Falloffs don't actually do anything with the man advantage there. A little bit too open. I think they're feeling themselves ever so slightly too much right now. Now they're finally working as a trio. It's that same situation as before, though. 35 seconds on the clock. Losing time. Puedes whips the head off of Envy. Makes this even more awkward now because they've got to push right through Brown or go all the wrap around towards A. Either way, you're burning time off the clock, and well, somebody from Undream should know, but the fact they've gone all the way back here, they've turtled all the way back up towards B, they've got very little B control. Nobody's even looking at the cross from Delhi.
This is a free plant over towards A. Oh, nade's coming in, but the trophy system should deflect that. It's enough, but that will give them a good indication of where they are. Rabala trying to get aggressive with the angle. It's been a hallmark of NA Falloffs attacking round, so they have taken their time. And now two of them are kind of stuck in a bit of a corner. Shane, he will fall very, very quickly. Rabala will have to perform a miracle here. Not going to happen. Undream, lovely retake. Very patient round from them. As you said, they kind of give up all sort of control over towards A. But they wolf pack together. They collapsed very quickly. And Undream will get the round, and deservedly so.
I think just maybe the 2 versus 3 setup there from NA Force wasn't that great, albeit it's very difficult when you're facing down Puedas, who's been on fire with the snipes in this game so far. I'll say for the most part, NA Force will be happy with the fact they've managed to take away 3 offensive rounds, but if they could take a 4th, that'll be a nice little happy nugget going into your defensive efforts. That is, once again, a sniper opening battle that you lose, though, this time to Fabuloso, who has been taking out Washi for the most part, the better part, I should say, of these defensive rounds. And again, it's going to slow things up for NA Fall-Offs. But I will say, Undream have, once again, given up full 8-site control. Nobody is in towards the site. And I was going to say nobody's watching the cross. I think Puedas is kind of going back and forth from Delhi towards the back alley. But in doing so, you have already let NA Fall-Offs cross the map.
Gunfight from Shane. One back, one down. As you said, yep, they've let them get across. And that is an A plant. And Undream not where they want to be, especially if you're Puedas. Staring at a grey screen now. Envy deals with him. Makes it a 4 versus 4. Still a hard retake here for the side of Undream, especially if you're Fabuloso. You really don't have much help at all. As he's found in the middle of the map as well, that's where the reinforcements were potentially coming from, and still are. Shisu can find one. Zyrax is with him, but going on the deepest of routes and does not have time to do that. Shane is holding this one down. Zyrax is still sprinting across the map. Not going to have nearly enough time. Can find one onto Jez. Fabuloso finds one also. Rabala just has to hold it down, though. He knows where Zyrax is coming from. Push will come through. Just no time for Zyrax. He plays from Rapalo. And then they fall off. Find another.
Oh, mate. You can see the gears turning in Rabalo's head, like, I know exactly what I'm going to do here for this final kill. A little bit of showboating to close out. Their offense is there, and I'll be honest, I think that was a bit of a gimme. Undream, you gave up mid-map pressure. There's no real reason to not have Puedas watching the cross from Delhi. Gotta fix those holes in the gameplay. Want to make it into the upper bracket final. And they fall off strong in this search and destroy thus far. Now on the defense, playing strong. Jez through the middle of the map, gets cut down, and I think perhaps a little touch over-aggressive. At the very least, I think maybe caught between a few different gunfights there. Now you've got to fight your way back into this defensive round, and the way you do it is by giving up A-site control, choosing to play together on the cross.
I wonder if Undream are going to be as patient as any Fall-Offs were on their attacking side. Right now, it feels like they have been.
Well, I'll tell you what they've done right now, which is pretty patient. They left the bomb in spawn.
Oh. All in the gunfight, yeah. I was hoping to find maybe a little bit more. Doesn't. Zyrax takes down Shane. And now that positioning, they are shoved so far up. It's almost like they're in a perfect position to plant a bomb somewhere, but Shisu has to take the long walk back. The embarrassing one as well. But it probably will just confuse NA Fall-Off. So why hasn't the bomb went down? Where actually are they? The last of the, well, repositioned momentarily, but Washi gets taken down. Fabuloso ready and waiting for not one but two. Envy and Washi, two of the best snipers in North America, dealt with almost immediately. Undream looking to get around back here and should do so. One player remaining, Rapalo. That is a clean round from Undream.
And just what I want to know, does Fabuloso like directly translate to Fabulous? Because if it does, that aptly describes the plays that we're seeing from that guy right now. Brilliant snipes. And actually, I would argue, even though I think he isn't necessarily primarily the best sniper on the team, like I would say in the past it has been Puedas, he is winning a lot of opening fights for Undream right now, and NA Fall-Offs don't really know how to deal with it. This is super aggressive from NA Fall-Offs. What are you doing? Rabalo just runs straight headfirst into Undream, and albeit I think, you know, look, you've got confidence, you feel like you can win those fights. That is just putting your team in a position you don't really need to be in. You're on defense. You don't need to get aggressive like that.
Caught off guard. But ultimately a 4 versus 4. I think for Undream, a lot of good work was done towards the back alley in that previous round. And it's not going to be the case here for Noisy. Big Nade's going to go out there on Envy. Survives it though. Trophy system must have been down in his. It's now a possible different angle for the side of Undream. Fabuloso trying once again find the snipes to open up this can of worms, which is the NA Falloff's defense right now. You can see how focused over towards this B side it is, and just you do not want to run into Jez in that kind of position. Well, she will find Fabuloso though. Sniper fight goes the opposite direction in this round, and could the round go with it? Oh, he's found 2 as well off cam. Shisu left all on his own. Jez, oh, this is the horrible gunfight. Yeah, you can see which way it was going with the HSO in hand. Shisu knows exactly what's coming if he doesn't kill him very, very quickly. And that's exactly what transpired. NA Falloffs 5-3 to the good.
Yeah, they very lucky, I would say, that Washi was winning those gunfights on the cross, because if he's not there watching that cross, if he even falls, NA Falloffs put themselves so deep into the defensive spawn, that offensive spawn, that they have no mid-map presence, so that round could have gone very differently weren't it for Washi. Shout out to that guy if you're an NA Falloffs fan. He will draw first blood in this round as well, and that's going to slow things up once again for Undream. Good news for Undream, I suppose, here is they've made some improvements. They've actually picked up the bomb off spawn, so that's a phenomenal start to this round as far as improvements are concerned. Yeah, you know, I think that's something, it's kind of an entry-level requirement to win a certain destroy round.
Finding first blood is usually a good help as well. NA Falloffs been seemingly finding it quite often. Jez, can't find that this time. Shisu does get the better of him, but Roballo's there to pick up the pieces. Noisy. Oh, she misses a bullet and gets punished for it. Yeah, Zyrax is there to, well, again, pick up the pieces. Trade's kind of going back and forth, but ultimately has led to Zyrax being left all on his own. Does have the sniper available, but 3 members of NA Falloffs starting to collapse on him. Trying to find an angle, finds nothing but a bullet through the wall. NA Falloffs 6-3 to the good. 1-0 up here in the series as well. They are making slightly easier work of Undream here in the search and destroy than they did in the Hardpoint. 6-3, been a very convincing performance across the board. Nobody from Undream has really stepped up to the plate, whereas NA Falloffs have been well and truly at the races over this entire 9 rounds.
And you're already losing first blood. How many times has that happened in a search and destroy? It looks like they're trying to force the advantage as well. Undream have full site control. Their only real choice in this situation is to try and get that bomb down. Fabuloso looking for a snipe from the middle of the map, will not get it. Continuing to lose these key battles right now, and Undream will have to fend off this site without the numbers. This is going to be difficult to pull off.
Tough scenario for Undream if they want to stay in this search and destroy. But if there's any time to bring out a big clutch, it's right now. Shisu can find the first one. There's 1 of 4 dealt with. Now all of a sudden as this time starts to tick down, yeah, okay, they push out both of them over towards Washi and makes it now a 2 versus 2. They've lost control of the site. NA Falloffs have a potential to defuse, but there's going to be basically a 1 versus 2 on the site here. If you're Shen, you have to hold down the fight, but the bomb's being defused very, very quickly. And NA Falloffs will steal the round underneath Undream's literal eyes at that stage. And the game will go their way. 2-0 now to the side of NA Falloffs. Convincing performance so far. That's so much better from them.
And it's literally what I said. Going into that search and destroy, talk about the changes to the lineup for NA Falloffs, and I think just the changes away from apathy for the lineup. And I think the fact that you bring Envy onto the roster, him and I think Washi were just going ham with the snipes. I think Washi in particular, right? There was a couple of times where maybe Washi was getting a bit overzealous with the sniper rifle, but I think with the game that he was having, I don't necessarily blame him. And just constant first bloods galore. The rounds where they didn't win first bloods, I'm pretty sure were the rounds where Undream were actually doing something of note. But outside of that, that is a phenomenal search and destroy for NA Falloffs. Now, I'll say this much. Obviously, you know, they have their fortunes off the first round snipes. Their team play, for the most part, is pretty good. But there are moments in that search and destroy, again, where if they are playing anybody else, if they're playing, you know, for example, a team from China, which I know is not going to happen here, they don't get away with the overzealous stuff that they try to do. So, still an opportunity, I think, for them to be cleaner in search and destroy, but that is a marked improvement over what we saw against other teams in challenge season. Looking towards the final scoreboards then, shout out to Jez as well. I think, you know, kind of an understated player throughout that search and destroy, constantly getting up in the face of Undream, especially towards the back half with the HSO. So just great plays on the whole for NA Falloffs, and now 2-0 up in this series.
Cruising at this stage, aren't they? And this is the kind of performance up against a squad like Undream that you would expected at the beginning of the season from NA Falloffs. This is kind of where we wanted them to be, right? This is what we thought that this roster on paper could bring to the table, but we haven't really seen it up until now, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is, right, Undream is their roster that hasn't really been challenged at all, right? I mean, like through their like challenge season, they didn't. I would argue of the true groups, and it's kind of funny because it's like the second time this has happened to. I think it was Chagaboo and Coldest on like last season. It was on Hype Mobility, I think it was, and this season it's on ARP, where they end up in the more difficult of the two groups. Like, I think just the group that NA Fall-Offs are in was actually just way more difficult, right? So I think Undream, you know, they didn't really have much of a difficult time within their group. But NA Fall-Offs apparently did. Sorry?
6-0 in maps for
Yeah, 6-0 in maps. Yeah, just a phenomenal performance from them. And, you know, for NA Fall-Offs, just a proper struggle. So, yeah, I mean, Undream are now being challenged and now actually having a team to play. And again, I mean, these teams, I would say for the most part, are closely matched. But we'll see whether or not things will change here. In towards raid control we go. And really excited to see what both of these teams are able to produce here. Gotta see something special out of Undream.
the reverse sweep needs to be found if they want to find a way back into this series. But there have been opportunities, specifically in map number 1. Definitely felt like there was opportunities specifically towards the back end of the game where they could have maybe found something. It felt a bit panicky towards the end when they really did need to execute. And, well, executing is going to be important here when it does come down to raids. Let's see if Undream can hold this down in round number 1. Jez already very, very aggressive. Inside of money will find the fight and some progress over towards A on offer now for NA Fall-Offs.
NA Fall-Offs hit. Bit of a split push for both players, or both teams, excuse me. NA Fall-Offs now going to be looking over towards A. They're getting those close spawns over towards A because of the fact that nobody from Undream is towards bedroom side, so they wanted to fight this one as Puedas finds the snipes. Puedas for 4 in a row. Brilliantly played. And any Fall-Offs might be thinking twice here off the spawn about hitting towards A. Yeah, they absolutely are. Shane will be over here giving it a look, but the rest of the squad has already made their way straight towards B.
Curious if Shane can find something else. Will they find a way through? He's not going to. Puedas will find his 6th kill of the round already. Washi found 3 though, just out of absolutely nothing. Nelly found the 4th. Want to kill her in the sky, that may well cause some issue, and does so. Shiso will find Washi. And Fabuloso in the middle of the map is ready to make a move where he needs to, but right now Undream doing well. Oh, they were. Envy finding 2, lines them up. And now some progress being made over towards this B side, but only 26 seconds remaining on the clock. You need to make sure that this one gets done if you're NA Fall-Offs. Undream just happy to pin them in. I think they're happy for that time to be extended. The life advantage is with them, but for how long? Poor gunfight there by the side of Envy. Doesn't work out in his favor. 13 versus 8. A minute and 20 to get something done here for NA Fall-Offs, but not many lives to sacrifice along the way.
Yeah, they've only got one real chance at this one. No real map control to work with as well, and it would have been nice for you to find that kill against Shisu and make things a little bit easier, but now you're just having to go headfirst into a hill that you are just not that favorable on whatsoever. It's all falling apart for you as NA Fall-Offs, yeah, probably could have been cleaner off the start of that round. Maybe would have had a little bit more to work with, but the fact of the matter is they do walk away with a tick on towards A. And that's going to be something you're going to be happy with. Ultimately, yeah, you don't get the offensive round victory, but you do come away with 4 ticks in total. And that's perhaps more than you're going to give away here against Undream. So Undream, I think, are going to take a bit of a different approach off the start of this round. Just the standard, get B out of the way approach, and then have a whole 2 minutes to work on towards A. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Gunfights don't go their way. Undream not. Managed to get themselves over towards B. A little bit of presence, and oh, Shisu doesn't find anything with Equalizer, so that's a big waste. Now NA Fall-Offs can force their way up the map just a little bit. Jez gets caught out doing so. So Undream with a little bit of presence over towards this A side, and I say a little bit, there's 4 of them now streaming down poolside. Get themselves in a good position now. Noisy, aggressive on the jump up. Jez will find them though from the side of money, but still some progress being made over towards this A side. Rabalo bringing in the war machine from behind, just finds 3 in the blink of an eye and shuts down the push immediately. Investment coming through to make sure that it did happen, but investment wisely placed.
Now you're really starting to panic. If you're Undream, you were dealing with players towards the spawn as well. Washi's finally been dealt with, but NA Fall-Offs really starting to put the screws in towards this round. Investment starting to come into play. Jez and Envy now bring operators in as well. If Undream do not win this next set of gunfights, they are going to be in deep, deep doo-doo. They're choosing to kind of evade the operators here by moving over towards A, but they are still being dealt with by Rabalo regardless, who effectively is an operator at this point. And now Jez about to try and cut down these players. Does get found out by Noisy. That is a big play call, but now Undream need to follow up with some pressure towards A.
I think he got caught out. I think the equalizer's just running out as he goes around the corner there, and that really was terrible timing. Envy and Co gonna have to find a way through to get back into A. Somehow, some way, it's ticking in relatively quickly, and well, they found a way. Shane will find 2. Shane will find a 3rd, and Washi on top of it as well. Will pretty much secure this round for the side of NA Falloffs. 17 versus 8. Only 1 tick to be had. They have to stream over towards B, and they are managing to do so. Noisy and Shisu working well, so Undream still with an opportunity here. Just some time, some ticks over towards B would not be the end of the world.
Same situation here for Undream that you were in before. NA Falloffs were in the last round, right? Down to your final 5 lives. You have to play perfect from this point onward. You're dealing with pressure from both sides of the zone. And NA Falloffs will be content here to just trying to chip away at the players that Undream have on the board. That is exactly what they're doing. Yeah, if you give away gunfights, if you give away even the point, it's maybe not the end of the world. And that B capture does come through just before the final kill does. So actually for Undream, yeah, again, same thing as NA Falloffs back in round number 1. It would have been nice if you could win the offensive round, but getting that 4 ticks of progression makes them even going into round number 3. And now we're going to start to see some of these operators come into play for Undream. We saw investment from NA Falloffs. It means they're not going to have as much to work with going into towards this round. And Undream, I think they're going to want to use theirs right off the rip here to try and get some control.
Those 3 ticks towards B. The small wins lead to the big wins. That has to be the case for Undream after that round. Big investment coming through from, well, both squads to kick things off here. And, well, I don't know if many inroads have actually been made from any Falloffs on this attacking side. They do get a little bit of an opening over towards A. Trying to work something to the middle of the map, but Zyrax will shut them down almost immediately with the claw. He'll inevitably be on the flank as well. Jess will turn around and wait for that to happen, but some progress being made over towards A. Shane is here to watch the flank. Isn't going to find it. Zyrax, the claw so powerful in those kind of situations. He'll find 2. Doesn't entirely shut down this push, but Shisu might. Finds 2. Equalizes out into the spawn you go. Defense looking heavy here from both these 2 teams, and Shisu looking to punish them as quickly as he can. It's a 10 life deficit for NA Falloffs to try and catch up on, and it may well get worse than that as well. Shisu just farming them off the spawn. Shane's barely even had a look at sprinting. Never mind doing anything else, and NA Falloffs will eventually get out of it, but damage very much done already.
Yeah, this feels like a foregone conclusion at this point in the round. A 19 versus 7 is going almost insurmountable. It certainly feels improbable. They have to be perfect, and getting cut down like that is not going to help. But now there's an opportunity here. Shane is watching the cross to try and cut off any reinforcements on the way towards A. He might be about to get surprised from the left, and he will from Pueda, so somebody else is going to have to plug the hole in the gameplay. Washi does exactly that, but an opportunity at the very least here to capture A and not be that far behind in ticks is on the line. You have to watch every single point of entry. Cyrax now going to bring the Predator missile down, though, and that's going to really slow things up towards the point. You're losing the majority of the gunfights. Washi the only one to find any value, and you will get cut down. So, yeah, Undream pretty much perfect there. Operators off the rip were brilliant. I think Shisu with the equalizers was really the thing that broke the dam in the end, as NA Falloffs just totally out of their depth in the round. Undream needed a round like that to stay in this series.
It feels like every defensive round's been like that so far, though. It's been convincing, hasn't it? Nobody really able to get an attack rolling here. Which, if you remember Undream's previous attack when they were able to get something over towards the B side, it might make that all more important. Washi and Co doing well. Again, defensive side working wonderfully for either one of these squads. Washi with the snap, ridiculous shot for the second as well. It's 4 in a row, 5 in a row from Washi. Is just doing it all on his own right now. Ko is out, and a Falloffs looking to put the pain down and looking to send us to a round number 5, but it's insane from Washi.
Now, if you're talking about, oh my god, Washi's still going, by the way, he's still now going in towards the spawn. I think he's just been a total nuisance to try and take some players out that are coming off the rip. But I was going to say, if you're talking about kind of operator economy here, you want to start to be a little bit more conservative towards the back half of this round if you're NA Falloffs. You're already in the 23-14. For a round number 5, you're going to want to hold as many operators as you can. You know you're probably going to be forcing a defense, and at this point, the entire objective becomes do not give any ticks away to Undream. Can they actually do that, though? Players are pretty split on the defense here. You've only got 1 player towards A, and that is going to be Jez, who does find a fair bit of value, actually finds 2 kills, and somehow manages to get some help from the team to stay alive as well. Flanking fight from Fuedas could still an opportunity here to capture B if you're Undream, and again, guarantee a defense for round 5.
Yeah, they've got it. That should be defense now for Undream in round number 5 if we do go there, but it looks like we are. A 5 versus 15 will be something to solidify this control, but they will have the advantage heading into that round number 5. But if there's any team who can find an attack, when they really do need to. It's NA fall-offs, and as you said, it's just about trying to keep a hold of those operators. But on the other side of things, Undream are doing the exact same thing. Round 5, beckoning here. Unless Puedes was able to just do something on his own. It was ticking up very, very quickly.
Yeah.
I believe, yeah. That should be a switch over, and it is going to be. NA fall-offs, can you do what has not been done over these last 4 rounds and find an attack? It's been all defensive side. It's led us to this moment, but Undream, with those better attacks, they had the benefit of being on the defensive side in round number 5 for all the marbles.
I will say, shout out to Puedes, by the way, for that little play towards the final point. You know, getting onto towards a point forces them out of position, so they can't really cycle their operators through. There's 4 players alive. They could have waited a really long period of time before taking that player down, but Puedes get on towards that point does actually force them out into the open, so they cannot do that. Either way, in towards this one, we're already seeing early investment. NA fall-offs want to get early B control. They're going to have to fight for the trades here. This is a big 1 versus 1, and Raballo ends up losing it. And now for NA fall-offs, you need a plan B, and that might well come by way of Envy. Now they jump on the point to try and stop the clock here, or try and do some damage to players coming off the spawn.
He finds absolutely nothing. Envy already was heads-up play over towards A, wasn't he? Thinking the team had solidified B. They may well do that now, though. Seems like a bit of a commitment here from Undream over towards this side, though, and 2 players over towards A are going to lose their lives to Jez. B is gone. NA fall-offs have a little bit of map control, and Jez all of a sudden does have the equalizers out. He's starting to farm inside the kitchen, and all of a sudden this is going to be a bad problem. A big problem for Undream. Jez now flanking behind, can't find anything. Shisu, that's a big gunfight to find. And the battle lines maybe drawn a little bit better for Undream now as things were starting to look a little sticky. Shane with his operator out as well. The Tempest finding absolutely nothing. Undream just denying the from NA fall-offs. It's like the stock market this week. It's just red right now with the investment from the side of NA fall-offs. They find absolutely nothing and invest everything. And this one is now on a knife's edge. Both teams at 13 lives apiece with 1:25 to go. NA fall-offs, all the good work you did to get that map control. Absolutely decimated.
Yeah, that's 2 operators in the bin. For NA fall-off, surely not on the 3rd. That's a 3rd operator in the bin now. How many times is that going to happen? NA fall-offs investing and getting nothing for it. And there is just so much more fortune on the side of Undream here. Shisu still going. Will now be losing his equalizers, but for Undream here, the damage done. 10v9, you've got a slight man advantage. Time now starting to be taken off the clock. And NA fall-offs have to fight for map control. The opportunity they're going to take is for a potential flank, but look at the players on the new map. Both Zyrax and Puedes are there. They're watching both points of entry. Undream have a lot of player presence towards that pool side. NA fall-offs, they're taking the time. Here they go.
Push through kitchen. Jez is going to be the tip of the spear. They're going to find a second as well. They're going to claw towards this backside as well as a Washi. Which one's more effective? Let me know in the chat. Jez now starting to get aggressive, but it's a big setup over towards the pool and over towards bedroom here for the side of Undream, and it's just a 1-by-1 push that's going to be shut down by Noisy. Shane can find one back, but Puedes is there to answer the question. 7 versus 5, 15 seconds to go. If you're NA fall-offs, you've got to move, and you've got to move quickly. You've got to move with the number disadvantage. You've got to clear them out towards bedroom. You've got to clear them out from every single angle that they're watching from. Nobody on the point. 5 versus 6. Got to get onto it. Undream may well snap into life now as the progress starts to be made. 5 versus 5. You cannot lose any more lives. Shisu will find Washi. Advantage over towards the side of Undream only momentarily. Fabuloso, he's brought out the war machine and found absolutely nothing. Big gunfights going over towards the backside. Fabuloso can find something. 2 versus 3. Inside of the point you go. War machine wasted. NA fall-offs finding kills, and once again it just feels like the air of inevitability comes out when NA fall-offs start to turn up. Noisy will have to find an absolute miracle to keep them inside of this one. The gunfight's not falling his way. Time is running out, and a 3-0 on your forehead from NA fall-offs. We'll see them in the winners bracket final.
Damn. Those closing moments. I would love to see those closing moments again, just because it all falls apart so quickly for Undream. They had basically full control over the point, but I think the biggest problem for them really was if they lose a couple of kills around money window, around basketball, their only hope is that they had Shisu towards the open stairs, and as soon as he goes down, everybody from Undream filters through the exact same place, and I think that is something they did have control over and probably could have done just a little bit differently. You do not need all 4 players to be hitting from basketball side. You could have even hit a couple of players, or 1 player through money window, 1 player through elbow, just something a little bit different there, and that probably doesn't go NA fall-off's way. That is so damn unfortunate, especially considering how in towards that final round, NA Falloffs were not doing that well ultimately. We saw 3 consecutive operators that did absolutely nada. Undream, even still, managed to lose control. I think, if anything, for me, the setup was kind of the biggest issue for them. They were putting a little bit too much effort in towards poolside, allowing a flank through that worked out perfectly when the numbers were not there to deal with. So NA Falloffs, as much as I want to give them credit for playing perfectly, and they did, Undream probably could have played that just a little bit cleaner there. And they would have been looking down the barrel of a map number 4 hardpoint. But they weren't, and for what was a very close raid control, I'm expecting a pretty even game across the board here in terms of KDs, and that is more or less what we get. I don't think there's any side that particularly outslayed the other. The only player that really felt like they were behind for Undream was Noisy at 16 and 28. Even Envy, though, didn't exactly have a great game for NA Falloffs at 19 and 31. But the player I got to give a lot of love to right now is Washi. This guy's pulling out the sniper and respawns, which, I mean, let's be honest, the Tundra is in itself effectively an operator at this point. I have no idea how that thing hasn't been even slightly nerfed over the last couple of seasons. Even so, yeah, I mean, he's doing it all, mate.
I mean, a close control, but also a close hard point. I know it's a 3-0, but it was a back and forth series. Undream put up a good fight there. NA Falloffs, though, move forward and really want to solidify themselves in this competition, as we'll see that reflected here in the bracket in 3-0 fashion. I mean, Ton, this is what they were hoping for.
Yeah, this is much more like it. I think map number 1, you know, is a bit of a slow start from them. They bring it back. And is that maybe where Undream starting to crumble? They were in, I don't want to say commanding position throughout the hard point, but they were in a comfortable spot. They were quite happily leading the way. They were really the one leading the dance, so to speak. And then just a couple of hills, you give away too much, give NA Falloffs a little bit of hope. And then you get steamrolled in that final rotation, lose the search and destroy. It can happen, of course, but then to lose that control in that manner after every single round went towards the defensive side, and then you somehow lose the last one with that life advantage, with what felt like an operator advantage as well. That's one that will sting. They will, of course, have more opportunity to go through. They're going to drop into that losers bracket, but yeah, that I think it'll sting considering the positions that they were in during the game. Full credit to NA Falloffs, but Undream will feel like they feasibly could have been 2-1 up right now.
Yeah, they'll definitely be thinking about that one tonight, and hopefully not recreating that tomorrow. Like you said, they've got one more opportunity to stay alive in the competition, but now they can rest for the night and they won't have to go back at it again until we get into day number 2. Now we're going to be switching our focus onto match 2 here of our upper bracket, which will be on Mythic and Nexus. But before we get into that action, we're going to send it to a short break and let our players get themselves set up and ready for that match. So don't go anywhere. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more. Yeah, we give it all that we got. Measuring what's in our pockets, then we give it a lot. Cause we've been hustling for years, now we up at the top. And no, it's still not enough, so we ain't gonna stop. Cause that's full throttle, zoom, zoom, hop, skip, jump. Gotta eat it up, but the goal is lunch. I'm the big dude, so I never duck, duck. Just keep our head up and yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Oh yeah, give it more. Give it all you got. Now they know about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Chipped away at it and ignored the hate. And now we big Tom status and it's us for the taking. We eat, dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Give it more. Oh yeah. Give it more. Give it all you got. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Oh yeah.
Walking through the bar, all eyes on me. People picking up my energy. The music never stops. They play my song on repeat, on repeat. I'm flying till I hit the sky. The melody is getting high. You know how to free my mind, my mind. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. Baby, you make my heart shine golden, so golden. Feeling so alive, let's dance through the night. Come on, raise a glass, we're electrified. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. I'm flying till I hit the sky. The melody is getting high. You know how to free my mind, my mind. Oh, when I'm with you,
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Hopefully you made it through our very quick break there because we're getting straight into match number 2 here. We've already sent one team through and a fall-offs to the next stage of the upper bracket, and now it's time to turn our attention towards On Mythic and Nexus. Let's talk about this matchup a little bit here, Ton. Talk to me about these rosters.
I mean, on Mythic have been fantastic throughout their group. Obviously, beating NA Fall-Offs in the fashion that they did was a big statement win. And Nexus are a team who I'm semi-surprised here. I was kind of thinking it was going to be Zitlalix that made it through. So for Nexus, this, to me at least, feels like a bit of a bonus for them to get through. They won't say that. They'll say, okay, yeah, and we thought we'd get finals the entire time. But they managed to get themselves here. They have an opportunity up against a very, very solid roster on Mythic, but not one that is unbeatable. It's going to be an interesting game, but at the same time, on Mythic are going to be the favorites. Both these two teams looking to advance on. They will know both, of course, that this isn't the only game that they will go on to play. The pressure isn't necessarily there, but there is a big opportunity to get yourself to that winners bracket final for both these squads up against an NA Fall-Offs team who they will think to themselves is beatable.
Yeah, 100%. Let's just start to take a look at these picks and bans. Let's just go straight into it because I think that they are ready to go. And I know we're zooming here. I want to get your thoughts on these, Brody. We've got a Crossfire in here, Coastal in here. Talk to me.
Oh, goodness. Where do we even start with this map set? I mean, again, it's one of these situations where on Mythic are pretty much perfect, right? So there's no bad maps per se. They had a phenomenal season. So for them, they're happy with pretty much anything. Obviously, we don't know exactly what they are happy with in their scrims and such. For Nexus, maybe a little bit of a different story. They'll be happy with the Hacienda. That's proven to be a pretty good hardpoint map for them this season. Search and Destroy, I think these are okay. Coastal, they're happy with that. I think they won one of those this season. Kurahana is something I don't think we've seen them play. And then for Control, we haven't seen any Control map from Nexus apart from Raid. So Crossfire is a bit of a question mark for this one. I have to imagine that on Mythic just straight up banned Raid. We're like, nope, you're not playing that.
Yeah, honestly, this might be a quick one, but we'll see. We'll see what our teams are going to be bringing to the table here. They are ready to go, though, okay? That's why we're just getting straight into the picks. Advanced chat, let us know your thoughts. Who you think's going to be winning match number 2 and moving on to the next stage of the upper bracket portion of the competition because we're going in. We're doing it. Let's go.
Oh, admins are absolutely cracked today. I love to see it. I mean, we're flying into the games here for game number 2. I just think as well, though, for this one, Brody, you would expect on Mythic to be coming in this one nice and comfortable. Lauren, you can join in the conversation as well. I know she's still here. I didn't know if we've jumped in or not. She's still with us though. She's gone. She can't get involved in the conversation.
Get rid of her. We don't need her.
I wish I'd done the thing where it would have been the other way. We just push her away.
I really struggle with directions on broadcast. You know how because your camera's
camera left, camera right. No, don't. It's my right or my left. That's all. I'm very, very selfish.
It's all about me. It's not about anybody else. It's all about what I want.
All the way. 100%.
Absolutely.
But irrelevant. On Mythic, we'll be feeling that it's all about them in this series, won't they? I think they're coming into it. Nexus are very much the underdogs. As kind of mentioned, I didn't think they would quite make it. I thought that Zitlalix would probably pip them, but irrelevant in that, they have made it. They proved they deserve to be here. Upset potential, I would say it's fairly low here.
See, I want to say that, and I do believe that. I think it's difficult, and I think it's difficult for a couple of reasons. It's difficult because one, on Mythic played an NA Fall-Offs team that were pretty apathetic in that matchup. I think that's pretty obvious from what we saw in the back half of their series versus ARP and what we've just seen versus Undream. I think that's the first thing, right? I think it's very clear that NA Fall-Offs were not at their full potential, so how much can we take away from that series? And then the second thing is Nexus has been proven to be a pretty damn annoying team. They have tenacity. I mean, they started off the season get 3-0'd by Zitlalix. They had to reverse sweep Rebels. I think it was the ultra reverse sweep against Rebels as well to stay alive. I think they were 2-0 down in the control, if I remember correctly. And then they go on to face Zitlalix again, and this time they actually win 3-0. So they're very clearly a team that's made market improvements across the season. They've also made changes across the season as well. I believe Excellence joined the roster for that matchup versus Zitlalix the second time around, and that was a market improvement. I mean, Excellence wasn't blowing anybody out of the water, but he was offering a lot more map control, I would say, than Dicey was. Now, again, these are all questions we still need answered going into this matchup. Is Excellence going to be playing on the roster? Are on Mythic as good as they were versus NA Fall-Offs, or was that NA Fall-Offs just kind of playing terribly? It's a lot of questions that we have answers to, but I will say, as much as I expect this to be an on Mythic 3-0, I wouldn't put off the opportunity of it at least going 1 or 2 maps further than maybe we would otherwise expect. But honestly, who knows at this point? I think just the way that the Snapdragon Pro Series has gone this season, it's been a really weird one. There's been so many different surprises across both regions.
Well, let's see how it's going to play out here in our second winners bracket semi-final. On Mythic, what can you bring to the table? Well, you're expecting big things. Winners bracket final day with NA Fallout. I'm sure they'd like to run that one back again. And they will have the opportunity to get there up against Nexus. Looking over towards the team, we are seeing excellence on the roster, so it's going to be interesting to see what kind of impact he can bring. He brought a big impact last week. I mean, you know, we kind of just briefly talked about it there. Well, they got 3-0'd by Zetlolix in that first week, then 3-0'd them back with excellence on the roster. He's maybe the factor.
maybe we'll see. Excellence, as you said, is playing in the lineup here, and it is that same switch out. So Dicey not playing on the roster. Excellence, we'll see how much that actually benefits Nexus going into this matchup. But on Mythic, already at the start of this one, having a pretty good go of things. They get the majority of the time away from P1 for now. Nexus still trying to play contest and perhaps pick up some kills and get the time. They are going to do exactly that as the kill feed lights up yellow. But on Mythic now, they're back up towards rotation on Newt. They've got the players in position to cut the players coming off respawn off from the hardpoint rotation as well. They have to win these gunfights, and they have to get a lot of time off this P2 rotate.
Capture the objective.
Not a bad start from Nexus, though. More than happy to pick that time up. On Mythic on the right side of these spawns, but have to be careful. You can kind of be picked up from this top side, but T-Football's the only one who can do it. And just to find a kill and then get stunned out of his mind. On Mythic now inside of the point. 45 seconds to go here over towards P2. So I'm doing very well. Picking up kills all over the shot. I mean, there's headshots just lining up for him. The shooting range over towards P2 and Ian missing. Buldora will do well as on top of that as well to just add further kills and further fuel to the fire. This is an easy hold from On Mythic so far, but a very one-dimensional push from Nexus has to be said.
Yeah, I'm really expecting Nexus to actually try and push players around the flank, and I think the most kind of extra dimensional gameplay, I'm sure that's a better way to say that. I'm sure that the deepness to the gameplay isn't really coming from pushes around the backline. It's coming from the front, right? You're seeing players come through that mid cut and hit the kind of cut there. Beyond that, we're not really seeing anything particularly special from Nexus. Now, they do manage to break in for the last 10 seconds or so. On Mythic aren't going to invest into this time. Instead, they're going to rotate towards New. Nexus technically aren't here just yet. They are more focused on holding those back spawns, making sure players don't hit from the mid cut. Unfortunately, in giving up this kind of alleyway, giving up the street, On Mythic have basically got full control early on, and now you're starting to see the operators come into play. That's a big shutdown, though, coming up from play. Death Machine, very short-lived.
War Machine's out, though, from the side of Badu. Buldora can find two. Excellence finds something with the Sparrow as well. We'll let this one play out. Oh, that is a disaster. As Badu actually just takes down his, well, technically himself and his teammate with him. Still, although, On Mythic in control. Definitely feels like Nexus have a big presence here, though, at this moment in time. So they're just trying to hold something down. Can do. Badu killing himself again. Not necessarily ideal. As Blay will bring out the equalizers, finds a couple of kills, but gets taken down himself. Back and forth we go. And ultimately, Nexus will gain control. Some nice time on the board for them there. 15 seconds to go. It'll be a close game by the time we head over towards P4.
A big hardpoint coming out from Nexus to break what was an early rotation from On Mythic, as you said. Now basically all even Stevens going in towards the next hardpoint already. Nexus are knocking at the door here. A potential break on this rotation. Would have been nice if Excellence could have played his life for a little bit longer there. Now Mausin, who has been a big player for Nexus, needs to go huge. Will not be able to. A huge shutdown, but On Mythic already starting to get challenged here. Nexus knocking at the door. They're going to win some of the gunfights, and they're just not doing it here, Ton.
Yeah, there's a two-point attack. They really still do have the pinch, actually. Spawning towards P2 and P3, so On Mythic have got to be on a swivel. Buldora holding one side, the rest of the squad trying to lock it down on the other. Badu, though, will find everything. They find everything together. Wonderful work from the side of On Mythic. Two different angles they've got to work from once again. I mean, they are really doing a fantastic job. It cannot be understated how difficult this is to do. But now all players from Nexus spawning on one side. Can you hold down this one-dimensional push? The answer is absolutely yes, we can. T-Football's the only one who can find anything, but it's a wonderful hold from On Mythic.
Nexus, you know, you kind of spawn pretty close towards this hardpoint, right? Down that kind of ramp. You have to go a really long way for the rotation. And On Mythic, as long as they send even a couple of players over here, should be able to establish some presence early on. But it's Apham in the cut that might actually be the reason they don't. And that is exactly the case as he finds a couple of kills. Nexus now actually do get a look at this rotation. They are down by quite a large margin right now, Ton. They need a full 60 on this hardpoint to bring themselves back in towards this game. It is a big deficit you got to fight back from, and now it's all coming through the front.
It's been a rotational game so far, hasn't it? A team that's been there first and has, well, been able to set up at least. Being the team who picked up the majority of the time, which should always be the case, but sometimes the breaking ability of some of these squads and the, well, sloppy setup has resulted in something very different. It's going to be sloppy here from Nexus. It's looking that way, but it has been a really good investment here from the side of On Mythic. War Machine, Sparrow, both out and causing all sorts of problems now. Salim now just trying to hold some angles through the middle of the map. Oh, the Death Machine out as well. Should line up a couple, but only finds one as Mausin will pull out the War Machine. Badu will answer back with one of his own. The final grenade in the chamber gets the job done, but a little bit of a split was potentially on the cards there. T-Football is now finding an angle as well. Can find two and find a break of only momentarily. On Mythic are going to get the final amount of time on this first rotation and will hold a healthy lead heading into P1 again, but a potential good setup here for Nexus could get them back on the board.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I think I said right that Nexus needed to have a solid hold on that hard point to lower the deficit. If anything, it's expanded in On Mythic's favor. There's now a 60-point advantage plus going into the second set of rotations. You cannot be broken early on P1 and already starting to be isolated. Athem's the last one left alive here. What do you do? Athem actually finds a couple of kills, and that's going to give some opportunity for Nexus players to get back towards the hard point, but you're all filtering through one angle. On Mythic should be there to at the very least contest of this time ton, and now looking to get control.
Get control with 40 seconds to go as well. Athem can't do anything from the Windows side. Will probably get shut down and does. Goldora now start thinking about P2, which is coming up in 30 seconds, but that's 30 seconds that On Mythic could do with holding. Nexus trying to get in and contest. They may well be able to do so. A couple of gunfights go their way. They can do better than contest. 20 seconds may well be falling their way, but I mean, it's kind of getting to the point as a couple of gunfights do go their way though, Brody, where you need to commit to some of the scrap time. It's not necessarily out of the realm of possibility to bring this one back, but that's not time you could have given up considering you lost the P2 rotation.
Yeah, players already set up in the positions here to make sure Nexus do not flank. They are choosing to go for it this time around. They want to flip the spawns out in their favor. On Mythic have to be ready for it. Hunter-Killer drone out. Salame going to pick up one. Now looking for more. Trades in your favor here. Nexus desperately trying to flip those spawns out. As Samale spawns out to the other side of the map now, it becomes even more pivotal to take Athem out of the play, and you don't manage to do it. So now those back spawns still not solidified just yet, and I think kind of Athem's decided, all right, cool, I need to get involved in the gunfights towards the front of the kill. It's not really useful trying to go for those spawn flips, and now as he goes down, it all comes from the front. Nexus need to find these gunfights.
Oh, they're getting farmed. Goldora and co doing so well. It wasn't necessarily manipulating in their favor, but in the end it does, and it's the long-range War Machine over towards top side. Pildora is here to put the pressure on as well. Equalizers are out. Maybe feels a little overzealous this one for the side of the equalizers to come out. Fuel to the fire maybe, or just holding from the front. I mean, they're holding him down. I mean, it's for 25 seconds. They're just pushing into it. He's found multiple kills with it. I don't know. Hello? It's not like an overinvestment for me, though.
What is that spawn from Athem? Athem literally spawns up right next to, like, they basically spawned up holding hands towards the old hardpoint. Yeah, I know. Sometimes the spawns on these maps on hardpoint can be kind of wild, especially if you go towards slums. But regardless, yeah, if anything, I will say I think those equalizers are just to add insult to injury. Just make sure you get the full 60 and blow this game wide open, because you look at the scoreline now where it was comparatively before we got into that hardpoint, and it was what, a 50-point advantage, maybe a 60-point advantage, now up to 100. On Mythic in full control over this game, now in full control over this hardpoint as well. Mauser needs to try and play his life, not able to do so. It's going to be a 50-50 split towards his hardpoint. Nexus, all from the back, have to try and play their life. They just cannot get it done. Dakota finds 3, and that is so damaging. On Mythic now looking for the back 20 seconds in the final wave of gunfights.
Oh, the Death Machine is out. Everything is out from On Mythic. Salame, oh, he's just finding everyone. It's not Salame, it's Legolas by the looks of things. The Sparrow just doing so much work for them. They are well in control of this hardpoint. A couple of kills going to come through though for Nexus. They will be able to find a way through, but Dakota, Pildora combining well. They hold it down if only momentarily, and still that pressure is there. Salame will find a little bit more on Mythic, 2 seconds away. They will get the job done in convincing fashion in map number 1. Arsenal is very much theirs, and deservedly so. A brilliant performance from On Mythic to kick things off here in this series.
Yeah, I will say, I think that's kind of a what's the phrase? 6 of one, half a dozen the other? I don't know, my brain. Why can't I think of that phrase at 2 a.m. in the morning? That's really, that's such a bad performance from me, mate. Anyway, I was going to say, yeah, I think, you know, part of that, I think, was down to Nexus not being able to execute on certain strategies where they were pulling some, you know, stuff off, right? They, you know, I think, for example, when we looked at the PT rotation on both sets, they tried to flip up the spawns in their favor, and they could never really fully execute on that strategy, and it's situations like that where it's like, all right, right, look, Nexus are trying their best, but just losing out in the end to On Mythic. And then there were also situations where I think they probably could have rotated just a little bit better against On Mythic, and I think we actually saw that on the rotation towards P3, not once, but twice in that game, where you just were not putting anywhere near enough effort in to actually rotating properly, and, you know, just could be a lot better, I think, from Nexus. But there were just moments where it's like, look, this Nexus roster, if they put a little bit more work in to tighten up their gameplay, this would be a much more competitive matchup. And I think this was the moment here in this game. It was that that final P2 that we saw where it was just like, yeah, this is kind of game over at this point. On Mythic just in full control.
Yeah, just a bit one-dimensional towards the back side of things, weren't they? Unfortunately, not able to get the job done. They definitely have the ability. I mean, we talked about excellence coming in, didn't necessarily find much in that one, but Miles into football, I mean, Atham, we've seen big plays from all those players over the course of a group stage, but not able to find it here in map number 1 up against On Mythic, who look kind of like the dominant team we thought they could be in this series. We're going to be heading into a search and destroy, and they'll be feeling very comfortable about their chances of meeting up against any fall-offs again. But a wonderful performance so far. Can they continue it? You would imagine so. But for Nexus, I suppose the search and destroy is potentially a route in. We are heading over towards Coastal. Okay, relatively new, but plenty of reps for these teams on this map specifically. I'm kind of throwing it out there and presuming that, but I mean, we've seen...
I knew you were when you said it.
Yeah, I was presuming.
Do you want the answer? Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, go on, give me.
Okay. We've seen it once from Nexus, which was a 7.
There's recency bias in my mind because it was not long ago. I want to feel it was like last week, wasn't it?
It was a 7-5 over Zitlalix, and it was a weird one because I want to say it's one of those situations where, and this can happen for a lot of teams on Coastal. I don't know why. I think it's maybe because it's a new map in the mix still, so a lot of teams, even some of the top teams in both Europe and North America, are not quite perfect on this map for whatever reason. But there were moments in that search and destroy where Zitlalix were throwing. They were throwing so bad, dude. They were like not covering certain angles on the map. They were just like leaving lanes open to Nexus. And again, other side of the conversation in that Nexus, I think, very clearly had made improvements from 1-3-0, where they were on the receiving end of said 3-0, to the 3-0 that we saw from them against Zitlalix. So, yeah, I think we did see some good play from Nexus, on Coastal. How much of that is actually going to lean into this search and destroy versus On Mythic is a different story entirely, because On Mythic, I think, as they proved against NA Fall-Offs, again, asterisk on that, because NA Fall-Offs quite clearly not the same proficient roster that we saw today. Really solid team. I mean, just like really, really solid team play, capitalizing on clutches. There are definitely some clutches they should not have had versus NA Fall-Offs, namely the Indra 3K that we saw. If you remember that, the 3 versus 2, where Indra managed to retake the site in the most ridiculous fashion. Plays like that, I think On Mythic can definitely pull them off. A lot of shot players like that down if you're...
I mean, I can barely even remember what I had for breakfast. That was why we were...
What did you have for breakfast?
I actually...
You actually don't remember?
I do remember. I don't know if I want to... It was a chicken sausage wrap.
Just have some bloody cereal, mate. Come on, man.
I'm not having cereal. I'm not 12 years old. Okay. Here we are. Anyway, On Mythic getting aggressive in the middle of the map over towards A, but Nexus equally getting aggressive towards B. That nade is so well timed. Badu might actually find a couple of picks here. Blade first on the chopping block and just deletes him. And now Atham and Koken waltz on through, all still probably dizzy from the nade that hit every single one of them. But they get into the site somewhat unscathed, and they will get this bomb down.
I'm kind of surprised, actually, that they've left the site as open as they have here on Mythic. Just one player in towards B, everybody else over towards A. That is a heavy investment for very little information off the start of the round if you're on Mythic. And you got fire for a retake here, 3 versus 4, and so many different angles to check. That is a good start, though.
Trying to pick them apart from the outside, and that's the only thing with B. You can hold it tight, but it can be fish in a barrel. Nade over the top is going to have to make a difference. Doesn't really find a great deal. You got to find a way through very, very quickly. 14 seconds to go. T-Football can answer back with 1, and all of a sudden there's only 1 player left on the side of On Mythic, and that's Salami not finding enough. Nexus, on to the good. Big push towards B, but you have to give credit. It's that opening gunfight from Blade. He finds it. And it's just not a gunfight you would have thought he would have found up against. I think it was Badu over towards that side. Shotgun in hand, doesn't find anything.
Well, Nexus managing to exploit, I think, Not so great defense off the start of this round. Mythic seem to have already kind of stabilized here and made a change in the gameplay. A nade from Excellence is leaving a lot to be desired, I think. Either way, early utility through towards the B site will be caught by a trophy system, and the snipe down range is looking pretty good from Pildora. The smoke might still afford an opportunity for Nexus to fly through, but still, I think losing that first blood is not that great. What would be great is finding a free route for the middle of the map. Pildora should be the player watching this one. I don't imagine that Blay is going to get through unscathed.
Oh, there's your answer. Gets through very scathed, if anything. Player taken down. Now all of a sudden the tip of the spear from the previous round for Nexus is now dealt with, and that spear is feeling a little blunt as Aetham, Excellence, and T-Football try and find a way through over towards B. Would have to take a misstep from On Mythic to throw this one away now. HS out from Dakota. I'm not too sure if he's seen anything there. Oh, he did there though. Backs on down. Put it up with just a little bit. He has Badu for company. There's one kill. Just welcome to a horrible, horrible place with 2 HSs out from the side of On Mythic. But Aetham can find a second there. Can they find anything else? T-Football now all of a sudden makes this an achievable round. Gets aggressive. Salami should be dead to rights, but Indra there to pick up the pieces. Salami finds the other. On Mythic will just about get the round, but that was scary for a second.
Yeah, I really like that play on the whole there from Nexus, right? You don't have a man advantage. The best thing you could possibly do is just kind of full send it towards one of the sites where if you do manage to take the players out on site, it's very difficult to get back into said sites down to the fact that you kind of have to get yourselves in positions where you're going straight into pre-aims from the team inside said site. Nexus not able to pull off the latter though. They do get the kills towards the site, but just cannot win the 2 versus 2 from there on out. So, defensive round on the board here for On Mythic. Strategy once again. This time, though, on Mythic, it's not just Badu in towards the site. Dakota has joined him for the fun. They got to win these fights.
Here we go. Nexus is going to send it through the front door. Anything from Dakota here will be massive. Oh, he can't find anything again, but Badu can find one, but the trade's in Nexus' favor. Pildora was here pretty fast, but not fast enough to prevent the plant going down. The bomb is planted. Will they show an angle to Pildora? They nearly did. He's now back down by just the presence of the grenades. 3 versus 4 retake for the side of On Mythic. Not impossible. Utility will have to be good.
Salome is going to pick up the first kill here. Opportunity through the site. Mausin taking down Pildora is going to push things forward a little bit, but you got to go right about now, and I think Mausin's just keeping an eye on some angles.
It's so tough inside the site. Shotgun's inevitably out as well. You've seen Blay find one. Aetham, the second with the SMG. Nexus having a lot of luck over towards the B side here. And I don't want to say it's luck, really. It has been very good play. They've found those entry kills. On Mythic have struggled to shut them down. And the aggression is paying off. And I do wonder if a B hit will come out once again. Strat coming out here from the side of Nexus. Waiting for something to happen. Taking their time. Pildora will find Aetham, though. So that slows things down, especially through the middle of the map. But it's going to be a B hit once again. Do and Dakota do have a little bit more immediate backup this time. His Nexus now trying to find a way through, but yet to find that onus to go. But Mausen may well have just given them it there. Dakota doesn't land his first shot, lands his second. Third's not going to come on through, but Mausen finds 2 with the pistol. Finds a third with the sniper. It's his 4th of the round. Mausen now on for the ace. Salami left in a 1 versus 2, but it was once again shock and awe from Nexus towards B.
Give him the ace. Ooh, did Salami just put T-Football through the bookshelf? That is crazy. He gets a hit marker as well. Sees the foot. He's up on the cross. He's going to find it. And now it has to be the ace to clutch up. Reposition here from Salami. Going to hit this from a different angle. We'll have to check every single position here. Mausin, 1v1 on snipes.
It's an off angle as well from Mausin, but the grenade. Is it well placed by Salami? Going towards the back corner, but the information is there and guns him anyway. Salami down with the 1 versus 2. He's letting them know about it as well. It's a big round for On Mythic to get a hold of. Good shots coming through. You'll find the round. And On Mythic steady the ship. B has just been so easy for Nexus to get into, though. And On Mythic seem to be able to do very little about it. But if the clutch-ups come through like that, then you don't worry about them too much. The Nexus will feel unfortunate not to be 3-1 up.
Man, Mausen did so much for the roster there. That's so unfortunate that you're not able to win the 1 versus 1. I will say in a 2v1, probably could have played just a little bit closer together there. Ultimately, though, end up losing the round. Now I think you can tell they're kind of affected by that. They're playing this one significantly more passively. In the past, I think they've kind of relied on rushing sites and playing as a roster. And A hasn't necessarily been very successful in doing that. You draw a first blood, maybe their fortune will change. Nade over the top is going to send Salame out of position. Malzahn looking for the snipe, but actually get a tag. That's not all that helpful in the grand scheme of things, though. The smoke needs to provide enough coverage to actually get on towards A.
Still waiting for a misstep to be made. Non-Mythic are going to try their best not to make one. Nexus being very passive about their approach this time around. You can see, yeah, everyone's just trying to find the angle, trying to tempt him out. Yeah, he's going to go for it again. There's going to be somebody in this window surely going to deal with him. They've all backed down. Salami can get out scot-free, which is quite something to do when you've seen how many different lenses that could have been looking down this A alleyway. Vildora doesn't find anything over towards the middle of the map either, so this works out for On-Mythic. Time being burnt on the defensive side is absolutely fine. Nexus are going to have to kick into gear, and they have done now. Big push coming down over towards this A side. Can you find anything? Absolutely not for Blade this time around. Kills just ringing out across the map now in a 3 versus 2. Now in the favor of On-Mythic. Pildora give them that advantage. And now T-Football and Excellence are going to try and get this bomb down, but they don't have a lot of time. Oh! It's got him off the bomb site though, Brody, hasn't he? And that should be able to make the difference to Coda. He's going to be able to find the kill. We'll find the second as well through Pildora. Just about trades going the right way of On-Mythic there. I feel it's like everything just kind of burst into life for a second. Good job from On-Mythic to hold it down, but Nexus maybe taking their time too much.
Yeah, honestly, I was going to say, like, you're in a 2v3, like, the best thing you can do in that situation is just to try and get away. I think the biggest problem, though, was that Badu coming on the flank through that mid-cut prevented all of that from happening, and they weren't exactly expecting Badu to get any damage in, so he was the reason that they're not able to escape in that situation. If they do, things look entirely different, but a wonderful nade from the defense. They don't, generally speaking, seek it on Coastal. I was going to say, should slow things up. Doesn't look like that's the case, though. They're going to run right into Badu here with the KRM. Surely not a third. He won't, but even 2 is damage enough.
HSO out now from Dakota, trying to get aggressive himself. Shot over the top, not landed, but they will be back down. That feels like the first time that Nexus have even failed that B push. Been successful every single time, but now Blade and Excellence kind of caught in between a rock and a hard place. You can see the rest of On-Mythic from that A side starting to close the gap through the middle of the map. The angles are being cut off. The exits are very much being watched. Difficult round to win now for Nexus.
Yeah, you're kind of pinned in here. Player number 5 is the biggest issue. Indra watching that long flank. It's not something Nexus will necessarily expect. They're just waiting for over-aggression from On-Mythic. And honestly, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if they give it to them. The way they're positing right now, this could be a 2 versus 2 that would be detrimental. If you're going to hit this with players on the other side as well. And yeah, they're kind of backing off. We don't need to do this in this situation. Just putting ourselves in a disadvantageous position for no reason. Yeah, it's just, it would not be the best idea.
You know what COD players are like.
I do. I know what COD mobile players are like specifically, and I've seen some crazy plays over the last few weeks, mate.
It's just a COD player thing, I think. You're just like, well, we're in a 2v4. I'm pushing. Not going to work out for Blair this time around. Excellence is there for the trade. Even if he finds a second, everybody on his flank is going to cause problems. But On-Mythic, on the defensive side of things, will find 4. Nexus with 2. Not the end of the world. A 4-2 lead for On-Mythic, though. I think they'd be happy with that, considering some of the rounds that... Well, I mean, it feasibly could have been 3-3. You think of that clutch that did come through from Salame, that really could have made a big, big difference to Nexus's hopes here. But on the defensive side, you would fancy them to get a few more rounds than 2, but let's see if they can manage it.
See what they can do. Cracking the case that is the B site has been a proper enigma for a lot of teams here on Coastal. Getting some early aggressive push from the defensive players is one way to break through. Nexus aren't given that right now. They are holding steadfast. Utility in isn't doing anything. Trophy system not even really required towards the back. So Nexus doing a really good job right now, just not blinking versus On-Mythic. But the way that On-Mythic are positioned here, in towards site they go, I still think they're kind of considering A more than anything, just making a lot of noise and bluster towards B. But again, nobody from Nexus that actually has control over the A site is doing anything about it.
Maybe some smoke and mirrors going on here. Seen one nade went over from the side of On Mythic towards that A side, and a little bit of information there for Salami as well. Time is ticking. Nade over the top is going to go through as the player is actually going to manage to find a push. Excellence should be tagged up there and isn't. Nade does not land. 35 seconds. You'll have to do something pretty soon. If you're the side of On Mythic, you can see B. They are posturing. Yeah, B's going to be the option. Stoner of Smoke goes out through the middle of the map, and now they can start to make the push. It's going to be a big hit coming through. You can see already Atham and Blair are here to defend it. They're going to have to find something, Brody.
Yep, these are big first opening gunfights here towards the site.
They're playing passive.
They're going for it. Looking for the kills. Dakota will find it. Atham still towards the backline. Hasn't been dealt with. You take those trades, though. Now you're in the site, but Nexus are not giving up easily. They've thrown straight into the site for a retake. It's not happening now. Excellence, the last one left alive. I think Pildora was trying to showboat a little bit for the final kill. But that is just kind of the magic of just 5 hitting straight in towards the site. I was a little bit concerned with that initial smoke that it wasn't the best position play because there was actually a sniper in the middle of the map. I think it was Mausin that was keeping an eye on the cross. But even still, works out perfectly for On Mythic. Phenomenal team play there to just totally swarm in the site.
It almost felt like Nexus panicked when there wasn't much time and they knew the bomb could have been going down. They tried to find the push before On Mythic could maybe find that solidity in a bomb going down. But they don't. And all of a sudden, On Mythic, 2 rounds away. It's felt like there's been potential for Nexus in this search and destroy, hasn't there? There's not necessarily been the moments playing out in their favor, but then I suppose you put that down to the quality of the rosters. Are Nexus able to convert those situations? Or On Mythic able to clutch up? Well, the latter has been more so the case, hasn't it?
What is this? What is this? Salome shutting things here in challenge finals, yeah.
In between.
Sorry, say that again?
It's a big old crack in between 2 boxes, mate.
Okay. All right. Cool. Just need the first part of that sentence. If that's all right.
Okay. Cool. Yeah.
On Mythic.
We're not falling in this trap yet. We're gonna go here.
On Mythic, looking for the first blood, mate. Oh, Salome's not going to find it. That's a big one from Mausin. Actually, pretty egregious challenge on the second. Not going to matter in that much in the grand scheme of things here. On Mythic still have a wealth of options in this round. I got to imagine they're still somewhat looking at B, but now as the reposition comes through here. And this is a pretty heavy defensive investment from Nexus. Football's going to see it. Yeah, he's wrapping right back around to where you're like, oh, poop, I've just made the total wrong call here as a roster because now you've given full site control up to On Mythic.
And imagine the Appellatives would be maybe a little stronger than just oh poop. Because that bomb goes down and they had a full control of A site and they went, oh, there's a little bit of noise at B. Hook, line, and sinker. On Mythic now trying to defend this. It's a hard retake, but a 4 versus 4 nonetheless, and it is going to probably come down to trades. But Dakota in this position, oh, it's just going to cause so much damage. You would like to think Atham through the front door, can't find anything. They're getting farmed. It's just far too easy. Pildora finds 2. Blake can find 1. They're playing with him. Blake can find a second. Don't make it too easy. Badu will find another 6-2 on Mythic. Playing Nexus like a fiddle.
Yeah. And if I'm honest, I think that was quite overzealous from Nexus to full send it in towards B when you don't need to. I know that maybe in the last round, On Mythic had kind of late full sent it in towards B, right? And that was the downfall of Nexus in the end of that round. But like, you don't have the information to make such a brash play call. At least leave 1 player on the A site and hope for a potential retake from that player if you do end up losing control of B. You don't need to make that heavy an investment early on in the round. But these early snipes through the middle of the map have been quite advantageous for the player that manages to win them. Pildora, I think, has gotten the best of either Excellence or Mausin at the start of these rounds for the most part. They're not going to give it away this time. Excellence going to back away in towards B, and we're now at that stalemate that we've been in time and time again, where On Mythic are looking for some kind of freebie to get in towards these rounds. I don't know if they're going to get it.
I mean, Pildora seems to be the one that is trying to find something. Does get tagged up. So information gained for the side of Nexus, at least. Big B hit potentially coming here. Wonder if they're just trying to show face, and it definitely feels like Nexus are defending this a little more passively than On Mythic, where shots though are good. Just about in the end. Atham with the R9. Bit of a throwback, isn't it? We haven't seen much of that at all.
Not for good reason, mate. We're probably not going to see much of it anymore. The HSO in play. Either way, this round's done. No chances Indra getting anything done. And yeah, that's, I mean, that right there is a round where Nexus just play pretty fundamentally as we expect them to, right? They don't get over aggressive. They are just playing pretty standard defense. They're not giving anything away for free. Much better from Nexus. But now you've got to do that over and over and over again. You are still 1 round away from losing this Search and Destroy ton. And Omnific, I think they're a bit fed up. They're just going to full send it.
They're going for it. Indra through the front door. And we'll find plenty, and the bomb will go down, and all of a sudden Nexus are going to have to answer very, very quickly. This nade's going to cause a lot of problems for the side of Excellence. Everybody else on the side of Nexus slowly filtering over, and it will take something quite special to find something here. Dakota finds one with the nade. Blade will find one back. 4 versus 3. Next gunfight is massive. Excellence and Blade, though, starting to combine. 3 versus 3. Blade finds another. They're working well together. Still need to get rid of Indra. Blade very, very weak. He's going to go for the challenge. Has help from Aetham. This has been a clean wipe from Nexus. Dakota now left in a 1 versus 3. Finds one. The shot for the second not there. And Blade finds another. Incredible work from Blade and Excellence. It's 4 for Blade. And Nexus will find some hope here in the Search and Destroy.
And well played from Blade. Winning all those gunfights on the A site. Oh, Mythic could start that round off by just calling it. Going straight for a full send over towards A. They wanted this Search and Destroy done. They will regret that in the end. As Nexus now managing to string a couple of rounds on the bounce. On my pick.
The setup worked, right? It's just not the execution.
Yeah, sometimes that is just how things go, though, right? I mean, it's going to work, right? Nobody's watching the car. Getting onto the site isn't the problem here for Omnific. It's holding onto it. And that is once again going to have to be the problem again, as Nexus now looking for a retake. Keep an eye on that fight in the middle of the map as these fights go down towards site, because that will be important for backside control.
Yeah, we're watching that in the minimap, aren't we? Number 2 versus number 2. Blade's checking it, and Blade gets the better of him. So the flank is now into play. Nexus, do you wait for that flanking player? Oh, well, I don't think on Mythic are going to give you that choice. Dakota gets a little bit aggressive. As the Salami, we just walk straight into it, decimated in front of my very eyes. Blade can find 1 and 2 on the flank. Can he find the 30s onto the site? All of a sudden, the opportunity was there, and Dakota will shut it down. 7-4 will be the result, and on Mythic will find a 2-0 lead. But there's definitely life from Nexus in that Search and Destroy, but not quite enough. On Mythic will eventually get it over the line. I think some rude opportunities in the first half, to be honest, Brody, when it come down mostly towards their attacking side. They were able to find a bit of success over towards B, but maybe not able to hold it, and that could be the difference maker. You think that one round in particular where Salami was able to find that 1 versus 2 or maybe 1 versus 3, I'm not 100% sure, but instead of a 7-4 win, we'd currently be at 6-5, and that's a very, very different scoreline.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a couple of different looks there from Nexus where things could have gone their way. There was also that round where Mountain could have got an ace, and I mean, maybe that's the round you're referencing. I think it might be the Salome clutch, right? Where, you know, he managed to take the 1v1 against Mountain. I mean, it literally is just situations like that where Nexus, I mean, if things do go their way, they would be better off. But also, I mean, I'll say this time and time again with teams that end up losing these kind of Search and Destroys, you can also kind of change a few decisions in the Search and Destroy, and rounds would definitely go your way. Like Malzin, for example, I think we saw a snipe there through the middle of the map where he draws first blood and almost kind of immediately ego chows another player. You don't need to do that. Like, you also don't need to do that. There's also a round, I think, where I think it was towards the back half of the Search and Destroy where Nexus kind of full sent it towards B on the defense and gave up site control to Omnific, and obviously you're going to lose that round. Just small little decisions, I think, that don't go Nexus's way, and they definitely could have changed things. This would have been a much, much closer Search and Destroy. Ultimately, I mean, shout out to Blade, does pretty well at 13-8, but it's just not enough to carry our team through that.
I mean, a couple of really big rounds from him. It'd make the difference as far as the scoreline goes, but ultimately not enough of a difference. 7-4. Eventually it does fall the way of on Mythic, and now we head into a map number 3, 2-0 up, and well, kind of cruising here as we head into a crossfire as well. I mean, this is baptism of fire for the side of Nexus on this map in particular. Raid has kind of been their comfort pick, as you mentioned at the top of the show. I think this is a bit of a difficult one where it does feel as if you're outgunned a little and you go into a crossfire. If those opening breaks are not good either way, you're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, and going back to that conversation about the map picks right into this best of 5s, we haven't seen any control outside of Raid for Nexus. So, you know, I think there's two sides to that kind of thing, right? Which is like, you know, on one side, you're like, all right, well, I mean, maybe they're not that comfortable in any other map. Like, maybe they're just not good on anything else. They only want to play Raid. And the other side of that conversation is, well, maybe we just haven't seen them because it's one of those situations where they wanted to not play a map. They wanted to hold it off to Challenge Finals. We've seen that in the past. We see it actually in COD challenges quite a bit, where a team just won't play a map until get to playoffs, and it's like, oh, actually, this team's actually pretty good at that map, and It's just something they've held off from other teams. So maybe that's what we're seeing here. Maybe there is still a chance for Nexus to come back, but I think you're absolutely right. One thing you need for sure is you need the SMGs to come out firing on all cylinders, especially as you start things off on the offense. You got to be seeing Blay. You got to be seeing Atham come out here, absolutely coming out hot and winning the gunfights, making sure you get early control of A, because if that doesn't happen, this is going to be a painful crossfire control.
Nexus do get themselves across pretty much immediately, though, so good job on that front. Pildora and Badu will slow that down, but for Nexus, job number one has kind of been done. You got to cross the street without dying. That was always the case on Crossfire. S&D back in the day. Get across, please don't get sniped, please don't get sniped. It's very much the case when it comes down to control. You want to get across if you're on the attacking side over towards A. A little bit of presence, you can then work through the map from there. Playing Coast slowly starting to get some ticks over towards this A side. Excellence covering in the middle of the map as well. Nice start from Nexus here on the control.
Nexus already getting 2 ticks through. And now you say nice start. I will say, generally speaking, if you want to have a successful offensive effort on crossfire control, you do want a more convincing start than this. So it's nice, but it could be nicer is where I'm at right now for this offense for Nexus. And those smokes across the middle of the map most certainly aren't going to help. Kills from Nexus will, but you've allowed Salome to get in towards the middle of the map and cause some havoc behind enemy lines. Just over 40 seconds on the clock here. You have some control over A. Atham sat in the corner now trying to catch you off guard. Now the stack's starting to come through. This could be the A capture.
It was looking a lot nicer when I finished talking and then it turned on its head. Cursed them. Excellence is the only one who can find a kill in the flurry of gunfights. Big win from Indra. Finds another after that too. Blay was there to pick up the pieces, but everywhere else from Nexus now starting to filter over. They still haven't quite captured A, and on Mythic have closed that gap, which was, well, fairly significant for how early we were in the round as far as the lives go. Trades across the board. A will eventually go their way, so the time is extended. They have an opportunity to find something on the attack here, but Atham and Blay combining well over towards this A side, but that's not the hard part. The hard part is getting into this area of the map, especially if Salami is shooting like this with a Type 63.
Yeah, they know they cannot afford to let players through to a potential spawn trap position. That's why you've got 3 players camped inside this building and 2 players on the other side of the map to make sure the Nexus don't filter through towards the zone. But now you're starting to get kills, you're starting to get more confident, you're starting to garner more map control as the life advantage now dissipates in front of your very eyes. 7 versus 6, now make it a 6 versus 5 as trades go back in your favor. And it's not necessarily an issue of time anymore, it's an issue of lives, and Excellence is going to invest in Operator to try and get this round for Nexus. They know how important this one is early on.
Yeah, 5v5, it's anybody's game. Getting rid of Dakota is just so essential. Blay is going to manage to do that. Now 4 versus 4 with 35 seconds, this will slow right down, you would like to think. I mean, if you're Atham, you just don't want to present yourself. Don't present them the opportunity. The investment from Atham, though, of the Tempest was maybe why he was thinking about taking that gunfight. But still, the positioning here from Mythic is absolutely fine. 22 seconds. Nexus have to make a move.
More operators coming out. Nexus are heavily invested into this round. They really do want to lose it. 10 seconds remaining. Blay has to go shoot. Oh, he gets shot down. No way. Does Pildora find 2 kills there? And not just any 2 kills. Both players with the operators. Last player left alive, Mausin dead for the count, and that might be one of the most important 2 pieces we've seen the entirety of this season of the Snapdragon Pro Series. Pildora doesn't just pick off 2 kills, he picks off both players that invested operators into that round. That's 3 operators invested into, what was it, a 5 versus 6, and they still do not win it. And that's going to leave them with a pittance going in towards that round. Lovely double nade off the start, but ultimately, you are facing down a hell of a lot of utility from one thing they've got to play with.
Yeah, Badu gets through, and this is the kind of position you want for somebody to get a lot of work over towards this B side. Starting to play in the spawn, and on Mythic now. They'll smell blood in the water, but they haven't been able to find too many kills to help Badu and Salami, who have now managed to push up over towards this B side out. It's going to be a game of cat and mouse over towards this side of the map. You can see Dakota now just trying to survive as well, getting aggressive over towards Excellence. Should be able to find him and does. Atham finds 2 towards the spawn. The map is split in a weird kind of way. He's now Badu's towards the back with the war machine. Oh, and this is trouble. This is so much trouble because now you're going to have to try and run through that. It's hopeful. Shots towards the spawn, but he's finding it. Knowing they're about to come in, gets them off the respawn. Badu with a phenomenal start. But again, for all that, we've been watching Badu do really well over towards this backside. Look at their lives. It's only 1 advantage towards the side of on Mythic.
Yep.
And map control, not necessarily there. They're capturing it very, very slowly, but it's been extremely slow.
Yeah, I would say it's not even necessarily map control, it's zone control. You started out with one player, by the way, that was going to be a nuisance. Okay, Aetham does actually get found out on a potential flanking play. And now Mythic is setting everything at capturing this point. Yeah, a couple of operators coming out to play. Baddy would have won like a cleaner gunfight against Mausen there. He does actually end up decimating him. That's really unfortunate. Doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things, though. It's a slow but steady capture over A. It feels like a certain one is now Salome picking off players from the spawn. Finds a double with the Sparrow. Massive life differential now between these two teams, and Mythic can just filter straight in towards A. Salome doing so much damage right now.
Oh, the pressure from on Mythic is just the entirety of the game. Salome just running the show on his own. Excellence is able to answer the question, but 2 ticks are in at B. The third is soon to follow. Can you even get over the street? It's looking unlikely. Nexus may well be going out of this control without a whimper. On Mythic 2 to the good. And now have an opportunity, of course, on their own attacking side, or on the defensive side, I should say, again, just to close this one out. Been a wonderful performance here in the control. This one might be over before it's even started.
Smoke out.
Just could turn it on when they need to do their on Mythic. Nexus, not really much they can do right now. They are really in the doo-doo. Got to start going hard here right now, because you are really starting to feel the pressure from the likes of Badu at 15 and 10, Salome at 15 and 11. These guys are having a hell of a game right now. Getting an early A capture would certainly do it, but you just do not have the numbers. In this situation, you're trying to take on a 2 versus 3 on the site. Players coming off the spawn, and T-Football is going to invest into this, but you need to find some serious value with this death machine.
Yeah, needs a little bit of help from everybody else, because you now will find 3 kills all on his own, and Blake can now be released. Pushes through broken and now. There is an opportunity, especially if Aetham now has the Tempest out. That's why Salam is playing very, very passively here. Can find one onto play. Can't find the second. I can't find the second onto Aetham. We went off cam and somehow we found it. Sparrow is available here as well. You can see 2 operators available for the side of Nexus 2. So on Mythic may well be down in lives, but they're going to give A up. But this is where things become a lot more difficult. Dude gets gunned as well. This is much better from Nexus. If they can find an attacking round, they are well back into this control.
5-up advantage here. This is pretty big. And start to accentuate that as well. Same kind of strategy on the defense here from Mythic, making sure that nobody from Nexus makes it through that broken building. You do, you'll be at the mercy of a potential spawn trap, but now you start to really bring this one home once again. Investment from the Dakota with the claw does go all right. The dude through the middle map trying to get some map pressure here on players coming off the spawn. It's forcing them all to go through that shop side. Badu will find one for it, but again, they're running straight into the players from on Mythic. They're sat towards the point. There is some seriously kind of strategic usage of the operators here. There's always only one out at any one time. Salome now starting to bring the issue home with the Sparrow again. This is a lot of map control that you're getting off of a couple of operators from on Mythic.
Both these winners bracket semis looking like they're going a 3-0 way. On Mythic looking to join the club and join any fall-offs in that winners bracket final. And it's going to be coming up after this one, and it looks like it's only going to go one way. Play with a sniper out just to try and pick their way out of their spawn. Mausen, of course, with the war machine as well. It's going to do really good work here, actually. But do now just trying to cause issue. They know he's behind, so that's maybe the threat, right? They have to turn around. They have to worry about him. Dakota, the rest of the squad trying to hold it down over towards this front side. 35 seconds to go. 8v8, still anyone's game. Mausen through the front door will be able to find something. And is there maybe a lifeline for Nexus here?
You got one operator, Blake. Might have to bring that out sooner rather than later. Mausen, when the gunfight's up front, it's going to be a good start, but there's also operators on the other side. It's all falling apart here. Blake, his operator comes out and does absolutely naught. Nexus now down to the final 3 players. Aetham's going to find one. Dakota trades right back through. Football is keeping pressure on the point here, 2 versus 3.
Oh, Badu's still behind them. Oh, and he will seal the DLT. Football will fall to Indra. 3-0 in the control, 3-0 in the series. On Mythic dominant throughout. The search and destroy, maybe a little scrappy, but outside of that, very, very one-sided. On Mythic will meet NA fall-offs in that winners bracket final.
Never really felt like on Mythic were not in control of that control. I mean, even in that round number 2, right, where it's just like, hey, on Mythic are getting a lot of kills, but they're not actually getting any map control for it. They're just kind of messing around as soon as they probably actually heard us, to be honest with you, because they were like, yeah, all right, we're just going to go for it now. We're actually going to, invest some operators to perfection. And I think that was another differentiating factor here between on Mythic and Nexus. Almost every single time that we saw an operator out from on Mythic, maybe there was a couple of times where they didn't do anything, but for the most part, they were always finding a hell of a lot of value. Nexus never really felt like we saw that from from them. It's just perfect control play from Mythic. And, we talk about those operators even more, right? It's the fact that they don't just find value with them, they didn't overwhelmingly use them, right? They weren't just kind of throwing them at Nexus and hoping for the best. It was constantly using them in strategic fashion, constantly only ever using one at one time for map control, constantly having some kind of response to what Nexus are bringing to the table. Just brilliant play across the board. And what more can you say than this? I mean, you look at the differentiated factor in just pure slaying. Salome, Badu, all of them coming out to play, just on Mythic totally destroying Nexus in that series.
Yeah, congratulations to On Mythic after that performance. I mean, they decidedly solidified their spot in the next portion of this upper bracket. The next match really on the day. That was really, really clean gameplay there, and they've got to feel good about that. Being able to then carry that momentum into the next matchup against an NA Falloffs that came out the gate swinging as well. 2 3-0s for both of our upper bracket semifinals. For everybody at home, don't worry, both of those teams, both Undream and Nexus, will just drop down into that lower bracket, and they'll be waiting to play one more time tomorrow to see who can stay alive in this competition. And now we get to focus on NA Falloffs versus on Mythic for our upper bracket final to see which of these two squads will be making their way through to the grand finals here, Don.
Yeah, it should be an absolute corker. Of course, these two teams have history throughout their group. Of course, we'll go back through the results there to try and understand which way we think the series is going to go. I think NA Falloffs will be heading into this one with a vengeance on their mind, though. Should be an absolute corker of a winners bracket final. Always the best game.
A little bit of potential revenge here. I think I like this. I like where these storylines have taken us here today for the first day of our challenge finals. But as we wrap up match number 2, like we mentioned, we still have our third and final matchup left on the docket, and it is live. So this is going to be a slightly longer break. It'll be a good time for everybody at home to get up, stretch, get a drink, maybe grab some snacks before we settle in for match number 3 and determine which of our two teams will be making their way through to the grand finals. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome, COD fans, to what we're calling the Call of Duty Mobile Roundtable. Spoiler alert, there's no table, and if there was one, it probably wouldn't be round. On my whole shift, with me, I've got the legendary, illustrious, and relatively handsome Bobby Plays. I've also got Hippo with me, and of course, the now Indian COD Mobile sensation, Tectonic. Gents, starting with Mr. Bobby Plays, how we feeling, my guy?
I'm feeling good. I'm excited to get COD Mobile Esports action up and running. It's been a little bit of a dry spell, but there's a lot to talk about and a lot that's getting started up in the month of March, so it should be a lot of fun.
Should be a lot of fun. Gigabrain Hippo, legendary coach, all-star dresser. What are we feeling?
Yeah, no, I think, same sentiment as Bobby. Overall, I think we're just going to have an incredibly exciting season. There's so much to look forward to, and a lot of announcements that have been made about the changes that are going to happen in COD Mobile as a whole. So super excited to talk about all of this.
Tech, the one pro player here on the board. Bobby didn't qualify, so it's just you?
I mean, I didn't qualify either if we're talking about that, man.
True.
Bobby made it further than me, bro.
I tried to get Tech. I actually talked to Tech when we were streaming together, and I said, if we make it to the next stage of the competition, like, how much do I have to pay you for you to join Bobby Bucket's Dino Nuggets? But unfortunately, we never reached that point.
It's a legendary team name, by the way. It's a legendary team name. Let's just kind of kick the conversation off, because Season 6 obviously is all right in the forefront of our minds. We've got global action starting up, and with that, every year we always look at a brand new map pool, and I kind of want to start with that. Maps that are out, new maps that are in. Hippo, I kind of want to go to you first on this one. How do we feel about, let's just start with the Hardpoint map pool. How do we feel about Summit, Hacienda, Apocalypse, Arsenal, Slums?
Oh my, I think that there's a lot of, kind of old memories flooding back in. There's a lot of nostalgia in some of the previous seasons, such as, Slums coming back in. But we also see some mainstays that are, still sticking around, such as Summit and also Apocalypse from last season. So I think it's an incredibly interesting map pool, especially now that we have some iconic maps that are back in, while also having some maps that, have been notoriously known to be both strengths for certain Eastern teams and then strengths for Western teams in terms of performances across the board at major international events such as Masters and the World Championship last year. So overall, I think it's a super exciting map pool. It seems to be very, very balanced in terms of just the size of the map pool as a whole. Pretty relatively stable across the board with a couple exceptions just here and there. So I think but I think there are the nuances of the map that every team is going to want to explore to see, what is going to be their strengths and weaknesses across the board. So it'll be super fun to see how the hardpoints pan out.
How about you guys? Bobby, Tech, hardpoint map pool, what are we feeling?
Go ahead, Tech.
I hate Summit, man. I will die on this hill, bro. I'm an AR playing Summit. Why? Why is this in the map pool? Look, Summit has some of the worst spawns, in my opinion, until they came out with this new map pool. Because the Arsenal spawns and the Slum spawns, they have no consistency whatsoever. So I enjoy the maps, but I'm looking forward to the spawns points kind of getting reworked. But yeah, I removed Summit.
I know from what I've heard, obviously I play the game, but Arsenal Hardpoint is not in ranked, and we never really scrimmed it whenever we were getting ready for SPS. So Arsenal, it was just like a permaban for us because from what we had heard, the spawns were definitely still an issue there. So hopefully we do get a little bit of a rework before the main portion of the season comes up. But I enjoyed the rest of them. I wish we would have gotten to play Slums more because I feel like that's a really underrated hardpoint map. I know the spawns can get wonky at some points, but for the most part, that's one that I really enjoy the flow of. So overall, I like it. I'm glad that they added Hacienda back in as well. That's one that I think was definitely missing for last season, and is just such a good. Actually, was Hacienda in the last season?
It was.
It was? Okay. Maybe we just didn't get to see it quite as much, but Hacienda is definitely one that I guess maybe because I don't ever play it in rank, going back to that was definitely a lot of fun to play.
Fair. Search and Destroy is the interesting one, I think, this year for the map pool because Tunisia, staple. Firing range, staple. Standoff, staple. Kurohana returns. Coastal gets added, and I know that Coastal has been a staple of the Eastern Hemisphere and a lot of their events, but now we're going to see it globally. Any thoughts about Coastal being added into the map pool for the first time in the Western space?
You can wallbang.
I think Coastal's really good. Oh, go ahead, Take.
You can just wallbang everything on that map, bro. It's unreal.
Fair enough.
It's a good map. I like it.
I like it as a map. I think the flow of it's good. I think it is very balanced on both sides, and never really felt like it was super one-sided on offense or defense. So I really like the flow of it. I wish we would have seen maybe a couple more changes because I think it was only one map that really got changed for the Search and Destroy map pool, but I think Coastal was a good addition as far as what the possible options were.
Kippo?
I think with Coastal, it's definitely a good map. I think even though on the competitive side, we've seen a lot of Eastern teams get to play it, it has been in the ranked pool for quite a bit of time now for Search and Destroy. So I think that, players who have played S&D in ranked are going to be somewhat familiar to this. So I don't think we can necessarily count out the Western Hemisphere altogether in terms of familiarity. But at the very least, this does make it so that now the East has a map, at the very least in the early season, where they're going to have a distinct advantage over the West. But the overall design of the map, I agree, is fairly balanced. My personal take is that it's slightly leaning towards defense, but I think it is one of the more balanced maps overall, for sure.
I think that, looking at the map pool, the one that I always kind of selfishly root for is Express to be involved. Yeah. It's an absolute classic. I know that there is some cheese that comes with it, but I love the map. So a little interested to not see it be a part of the year this year. And then Control, Raid, Takeoff, we know those. Crossfire. Just out of nowhere. What do we feel about Crossfire? Bobby, you got a smirk on your face as wide as Texas.
We very intentionally did not play Crossfire either, just because I haven't heard good things about it. I think it suffers from a lot of the problems that we had with last year's Control map additions. And really, I think the biggest thing that needs to be addressed with the addition of Control maps is the tweaking of spawns before they make their way into the competitive map pool. I think part of the reason that 2 years ago it worked as well as it did is because we did actually get some changes to the spawn points for Standoff, And for Raid, not as much for Crossroads, but still less spawn trap heavy than the addition of Seaside and Arsenal. And from what I've seen, it is a lot of the same issue with Crossfire as well. Well, Crossfire just in general across the community is not like what I would consider a beloved map, because it's kind of toxic for the majority of game modes. So that's one that I anticipate we probably won't see a whole lot in the competitive season.
Hippo, thoughts from a strategic standpoint?
Yeah, I think that Crossfire is a map that has been notorious. Like, I've seen the East actually play this at some point with regards to Control specifically, if I recall correctly. I know that the Chinese teams played it before, and I know at the same time that in the early seasons of CDM, if I recall correctly, like the very beginning. And, it was used in Search and Destroy, and there's a lot of nostalgia from back then. But as a Control map, it's just very awkward because of the fact that there are some very distinctly strong choke points that exist in the map that allow for some really, really disgusting spawn traps to happen. It's honestly worse than Seaside that's just my humble take when it comes to spawn trapping ability. Like, if you're just able to get a control of certain places in the map, then you're kind of golden. You're just taking out like 10 lives just independently from that. So
Tech, have you felt those things from the player perspective? Do you feel like there's just natural spots that just become almost impassable?
I'm gonna be honest. This map was in the map pool the 1 year I lost the regionals, so it's not looking good this year, But like, actually playing the map, I feel like this map for Control in particular is actually really good. The only thing that is bad, in my opinion, is obviously the spawns, because if someone, let's say if everyone was to push A, someone just leaks through the deli side, they get in your spawn, like, you're gonna spawn in front of them no matter what. There's no like split spawns that'll put you inside of a building or something for some sort of cover, like no matter what. I feel like Control needs a rework for spawns in particular. But the map itself, I feel like it's pretty well balanced. You could understand where everyone's going. You have to use utilities and maximize it to the most in order to get to where you want to go. It's not something where you just brain dead run through and like it's gonna work.
That's totally fair.
I think at the very least with this map, like, there's going to be a lot of complaints about the map because of the fact that people are getting spawn trapped all the time due to the design of the spawn itself. However, what I think is really good about this map, and the one upside that I personally like over Seaside, and honestly over most of the maps in this pool, is that it really tests the fundamentals and basics on both on individual level in terms of a player, because there's so many spots that you have to constantly be checking. So many corners, so many places you can get sniped from. And so you have to be constantly looking for all of these, making sure that you use your utilities at the right points and at the right places, that you throw your smokes, etc., at the right spots. But then the second thing is, as a team, just having just the basic good macro of Control, just being able to make sure that you cover your lanes. You don't get too heavily focused on one side, because if you do, then you can allow for a leak to happen that allows for these really bad spawn traps to happen. So
now, this is kind of an off-the-wall topic of conversation to follow up on this, but I think it's intriguing, so why not just throw it out there, see what you guys have to say. Over the last handful of years, I think we all have come to grips with having only 3 maps in Control. There typically is always one that we love, there's always one that we typically hate, and it often kind of leads to conversations about the integrity of the game mode as a whole. Now, if we were to go back into the history of like competitive Call of Duty, Capture the Flag has always been kind of a massive staple of like old school CODs. How do you think a game mode like Capture the Flag would maybe do better, do worse, not maybe do anything different in terms of being a potential third competitive mode instead of Control? Bobby?
I think the chaotic nature of COD Mobile would make it tougher for Capture the Flag, just because you have 5v5, you have operators, you have so many different types of utility. I feel like that would be a difficult one to add in. And then on top of that, there's not necessarily like another game mode outside Capture the Flag that there's a good point of comparison. So from the perspective of the casual fan base, that it would take a lot more time for them to understand as compared to Control. It's basically like a combination of like Dom and TDM, that type of thing. From a competitive aspect, I don't think it would be I don't think it would be unenjoyable to watch. I think it would just be a very big jump for both the players and the viewers to actually understand it well and understand it from a competitive standpoint.
Interesting. Follow-up thoughts? Agree, disagree, boys?
Techie, you have some thoughts first?
The more that I'm just like thinking about it, the more it's kind of just like, how would this work in a 5v5 environment? Because most of, you know, CODs is 4v4. Just thinking of it, and also like how spawns have always been throughout like CODM so far. You're just gonna group spawn on whatever you're supposed to. So if like you have to spawn by the flag, how is an enemy team, you know, supposed to get the flag if all 5 are spawning on it anyways? It's like, how would that work? How would that be adjusted? And you could also, like, since it is 5v5, you put someone in the back of the spawn, you never have to worry about the flag. You know, it's just like leave the other 4 to kind of handle the rest. You know, it's like I don't feel like the whole team would be naturally involved into it like how a control is. So I mean, I'd be interested to see how it would work, but I don't think it would be as good for competitive as control currently.
Yeah, I think off that sentiment, I want to say I'm playing the devil's advocate, but I'm also not. I think it really depends on the map pool to a certain extent. For one, because I think that there are certain maps that I think would force the players to be a little bit more there would be a bit more engagements due to the fact that the maps are naturally small. To be fair, like every single one of these maps that we have in the game are not technically built for a 5v5 environment. They're technically speaking, historically built for a 4v4 environment. However, you know, there are certain maps where I think, you know, the chaos and also the size of it makes it so that we are forced to have engagements, even if someone's just sitting back, just defending the flag, right? Such as, you know, Summit, namely, for example, that would potentially make it so that we have to have this happen. So I think on the flip side as well, the chaotic nature of COD-M, whether it be because of the fact that there's additional players on both sides in particular, and also operators, makes it so that I think it'll be a very unique and much more enjoyable and kind of flashy, you know, and really cool to watch. Granted, from a casual perspective, I totally agree with the sentiment that it might be difficult for casual people to be able to relate to the game mode, but I think that is somewhat to a degree dependent also on whether or not this will be a game mode that's actually released in the rank modes, and or at least for some kind of casual play. Because one of the big, I think, qualms that we kind of have as a whole, I think everybody would agree, is control is a bit in and out as a ranked mode, and it was very late in terms of its introduction into the pool in the first place, which made it so it's kind of hard for people to even connect with the game mode despite the distinct similarities that it had, right? So I think if they were to do this, it would take time to build up the player base to be like, hey, this is what capture the flag is. Of course, old COD maniacs, you know, would all be, you know, very, very much, you know, they would recognize this and be like, oh crap, this is pretty cool. But, you know, everybody else, I think, you know, who are coming into COD Mobile as their first COD title, I think they would need that kind of nudge, you know, to be like, hey, this is capture the flag.
We also like just got control added as a permanent rank mode like a month ago, so I'm kind of like, okay, yeah. We like finally have an opportunity for the player base to actually understand how this works and everything else. So I'm very content to keep control and let them keep refining the mode. Hopefully the addition of it as a permanent mode into rank could also give them some more motivation to adjust the spawns a little bit more for those maps that are in the competitive mode, and give them some more data to work with just to better understand how to make it flow better specifically for COD Mobile.
It's a really good point. It's just really interesting to hear all three of you guys say that control is easier to understand, because in the traditional COD sense, everyone's like, control is way more difficult to understand than capture the flag. But I think the chaos of 5v5, I think you guys are absolutely right. I know that conversation has been one we've had kind of casually over the last handful of years, and it just, with the certain maps and how many players are on the field, it can get a little messy. One more kind of final question on the map pool before we can kind of swip away from this. And this is something that I personally feel pretty strongly about. But we're now getting into like year 3 of forcing only individual maps to be played for specific modes. And I think at times we've had certain maps be labeled with a certain mode, and it doesn't really feel right. Whereas we have maps like Raid, which feels great on every single mode. Do you guys feel one way or the other about how a map can only be played in one particular mode? Or do you feel more towards the side of allow there to be 7 total maps and you can play them across any different mode instead of having, you know, what we have now, which is 13 individual map mode combinations?
Heck, you're the player. I'll let you go first.
Okay. For me personally, I enjoyed that they have different maps for each mode. And I only say this because I also watch a lot of the CDL and everything else, and they have it similar to where it's like, you know, you have multiple maps. They all kind of go to each mode, but then you get something like, even up in the grand final yesterday, Vault. It's like, yep. I enjoy the, like, you have to actually practice other maps and you can't just be so limited to one, where it's like, if you look at Surge, they were really good at Protocol, but you ban Protocol and then, you know, it's not really in their ballpark anymore. So I enjoyed that CODM has like that versatility to it.
Okay.
I do also think that CODM has a lot more good competitive maps to work with than the CDL does as well. So I think the idea of having like 7 maps in there allows for a little bit more specialization, I guess, just because teams wouldn't necessarily be able to like, and maybe you would adjust the ban system based on that as well. But you have teams that.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
All right, everyone, thanks for hanging with us. Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where we are now prepped and ready to head into match number 3, our upper bracket final of the day between NA Falloffs and On Mythic, the match that will be determining which of these 2 teams is heading into our grand finals tomorrow, and who will be officially one of the 2 best in the region and fighting for that title at the end of all of this. Chat, thanks so much for hanging out. Let's start talking about him, Brody. Let's dive straight in, okay? NA Falloffs, On Mythic. Pick some mans up on the screen. Let's go.
Yeah, this is a matchup we have seen before. I actually want to quickly check comparatively to the map set that we saw in the last matchup, what ones we are seeing here. Yeah, so going back to that matchup, what was it, the upper bracket final? Yeah, I'm trying to find it on my sheet. Yeah, so it is the Slums. It was a 250 to 246 last time around. That is back in this series, or later in this series if we need it. And the Crossfire, as you said as well, that was a clean 3-0 from On Mythic. Going back to those maps, Slums, I think, was a really weird one. I think on the whole, NA Falloffs made a ton of mistakes in the series versus On Mythic that we didn't see them make in their first series today. We didn't see them make in the latter half series versus ARP. Don't think we're going to see them here in this series. So I think really the question for me is, with those repeat maps and with the new maps coming into this best of 5, how do On Mythic handle a NA Falloffs roster that aren't doing silly stuff all the time?
All right. Well, chat, let us know your thoughts as well. Will it be NA Falloffs, the first squad through to the grand finals, or will it be On Mythic because our players are ready to go? So, Ton, give us your thoughts as we load into the final match of the day.
Well, my thoughts are very similar to Brody's, is the sense of, are we going to be seeing the same maps play out the same kind of way? Are those mistakes going to be there for the side of NA Falloffs? I think it's hard to say, but we're going to be loading in just a second, and we're going to find out the answer to those questions very, very shortly. But I think as well, for On Mythic coming off the back of that 3-0, Brody, is going to give them a lot of confidence. Not just the 3-0 up against their previous opponents that they just went up against, but also against on NA Falloffs when they went up against each other. Yes, okay, there was mistakes made, but realistically speaking, they still deserved that win.
Yeah, they did, and that goes back to the conversation we were having before, where it's just like On Mythic were quite clearly like they were doing well. Like, it wasn't like On Mythic just kind of fumbled their way into a 3-0. Like, they were playing phenomenally well. Like, they were the ones constantly in an advantageous position. You know, they were deserved of the performance. And like individually, I think we've seen pretty consistent performances from the likes of players on Mythics, like Badu, who's been playing out of his mind, like constantly dropping 50 bombs. He did it a couple of times in that series versus NA Falloffs. Indra has also been doing it. He's been a clutch factor in Search and Destroy. Like, I think just generally On Mythic have deserved it. But again, like, it is just a totally different ball game here in this best of 5. Like, I don't know. We'll see what's going to happen here. I think that On Mythic is still going to give them a run for their money, but I do think it's going to be tougher this time around.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if do we have to push Lauren away again this time? I don't know.
No, we got it. Wait, no. It's this way.
Yeah, you see it. I run the ship. Nobody questions that otherwise. Okay, well, look, who's going to run the show though in this one? NA Falloff's taking on Mythic. It's going to really be an interesting one. I think this is the kind of game we expected, right? We did expect this to be the case. There was part of me I was thinking Undream may be able to match NA Falloffs if they come in with like the same angle. But there was a tweet from Vague just in between some of these games that NA Falloffs they're not even scrimming, they're just coming on.
Yeah.
So I think, is that entirely true? I bet you they've done a little bit of practice. Surely they've been thinking about things, or they're just that good, Brody. I don't know.
I've been trying to like roundabout say it because I learned this last week. I was seeing in the chat, like I think a lot of people in chat were flaming NA Falloffs are being fall-offs, and Vague had to come in the chat and be like, guys, they're not scrimming, like they're coming into these series cold. And like I think that's testament to just how mechanically how good NA Falloffs are. Like these are former world champions on this team, right? Like that shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. It's just I think the lack of game time sometimes they can be caught unaware, and I think that has been shown. I mean, like we literally saw that in the series versus ARP, right, where they came out really cold, and then midway through the search and destroy, they just turned it on and almost immediately decimated them in pretty much every single situation. So the question continues to become, what kind of NA Falloffs are we going to get here in this matchup versus on Mythic this time around? And I'm expecting a competitive match on it.
Hardpoint contested.
I think we're not too bad of a start here over towards P1. P2 coming up in 20 seconds or so, and it has been a hard-fought battle through the middle of the map that on Mythic will just about come out on top of. Kill feed looking nice for them as well as we head into the second rotation. Over towards P2. I say it time and time again, the map is flipped from when I'm casting not a standard Call of Duty. We also have this map in the map pool currently on Black Ops 6, and it is infuriating every week. I'm looking down, I'm like, where's P2? Oh yeah, it's there again, isn't it? It's completely fit. But
wait, is it flipped?
Oh yeah, it is flipped. Yeah, it's the other way around. Swear to God. It's in the top right corner in standard Call of Duty in the minimap on the bottom left corner. Confuses me every week on Mythic.
Blowing my mind right now.
Yeah, I am. I know. It blew my mind when it happened. And it Falloffs blowing on Mythic's mind. The fact that they've actually managed to find a way through here. Jez and Co trying to hold things down. Well played. We'll find the gunfights. And for all on Mythic, we're looking like they're going to be the team who are here ready first and finding some points at P2. It ultimately is NA Falloffs.
Now Mythic trying to fight their way through the front here. Nobody watching that side door. Dakota able to just vault through and do some damage, and it isn't going to end up trades here in favor of On Mythic. They're not quite cleared the hard point just yet. NA Falloffs will continue to hit this from the back line. This is very far from secure. Salome always gets another look at a gunfight there. He probably shouldn't do, but in the end, it's okay because NA Falloffs will overwhelm for the back 15 seconds. And again, I think just early doors here, it's early doors mistakes. NA Falloff not watching all their points of ingress in towards the hard point, and On Mythic will take advantage of that, but not able to win the gunfight. So don't get the better look out of that hard point on the whole. We go towards Fence's hard point, and this is a hill that generally speaking is always a bit mixy, but we've seen teams get a lot better at getting full 60s from this hard point. See if On Mythic can do it here.
I think it ultimately will come down to if investment comes through from either one of these two teams and who can use them better. Envy and Rabala bringing in both the big guns to kick things up. Rabala finding absolutely nothing on Mythic, holding this down very well, astutely, to say the least. Bildora now with equalizers as well. This is going to be a hard push from the side of NA Falloff, so one that they, wouldn't have had to make had they won a couple of gunfights. Rabala should be dead to rights here as well. Through the smoke from Bildora, nicely done. Dakota finding something as well. Much better investment for the side of On Mythic, and they're going to have a lead because of it.
On Mythic doing a really good job at keeping an eye on every single point of entry towards this hard point. Also, the operator utilization has been pretty solid so far, but you've got to be careful about individual players from NA Falloffs, because anybody can go off at any given time. Envy was trying to do that there on a potential flanking route in towards the hill, but the coverage from On Mythic has been stellar. I said it going into the hard point. This is one of those hills that, generally speaking, is expected to be mixy. As long as you can read the spawns correctly, which is very difficult to do on fences, you can convert for a full 60, and On Mythic basically did that there. Now a solid lead as we go in towards Rock Hardpoint, and this is one of those hills where a full 60 is sometimes expected, with the way in which you can definitely predict the spawns. Whether or not On Mythic will give a very look is a different story. Dakota needs to find some values. That's exactly that for the first, but probably wanted to go a little bit better, I think, on the actual kills with the teammates. Timing wasn't great.
Yeah, Jez pulling out the equalizers and only finding the one kill for it as well. The rest of the team will pick up the pieces though. Envy's able to find 2. Fildora just doing, I mean, sensationally, not just to contest, but to find a kill as well. Badu is then allowed through the front door. Indra is here to help out as well. Salami can now get the Sparrow out, finds a couple to his name. Has to be careful not to hit the pillar. Doesn't want to kill himself, and Washi will find him anyway. And Falloff's just about holding on here over towards P4.
And they're having to fight this from multiple different fronts at the moment. One player inside Garage is being a bit of a nuisance. They will be dealt with by Washi, so now it becomes kind of a one-dimensional attack here, and that is like the readability of the spawns that I was talking about, right? Where, you know, those spawns are so locked in towards Palace sometimes, or towards Docks, excuse me, that you can really, really tell exactly where you're going to be hit from over and over again. And Falloffs will take advantage of that. And as we go into the second set here, Ton, this is pretty much exactly what happened last time around between these two teams on Hardpoint. A dead even game, not much to split the two teams, albeit the setting is different this time around. I'm getting the exact same vibes where Mythic are playing out of their minds right now. This is solid Hardpoint from them.
Really solid. Keeping things nice and close here between themselves and NA Falloffs as we head into another rotation. 20 seconds already gone over towards P1, and it's a potentially really good time for the side of Falloffs. 4 dead momentarily. And I don't mind investment at P1, you know, if you can find that first initial opening, there is some really good time on offer. And you wouldn't really think it. It's bang in the middle of the map, can be shot from about 13 million different angles, but the Fountain offers some hellish cover if you need it. Oh, not cover from Salami, though. There's 3 or 4 kills falling his way in the matter of a second. On Mythic now inside of the point and soaking up that time themselves as the rotation over towards P2 becomes at the forefront of everyone's mind.
Thank God I'll not let players through here. Raballo being a nuisance already into the time. Raballo finds 3. How enough has that happened? That looked like a hard point in which it should have been on my fix, and now they've got to fight for the scraps. Badu goes down. And all of a sudden, it's one player towards the back line that has to go huge. Pildora cannot produce. Raballo's 3-piece completely flips out the spawns in favor of NA Falloffs. And now you can fight this one from the front. It's going to be operators galore. Raballo and Washi with the War Machine and Annihilator respectfully. You've got to get past them.
Yeah, Badu and Indra may well be the ones who are the catalyst to get through, but right now, those operators are just making it impossible. Washi and Raballo found so much with them. And now may well be the investment coming over on the other side of things. On Mythic have 4 ready to go. And at what stage do you think this is worth sending them in there? Because right now, none have been pulled out. The kills all going the way of NA Falloffs on top of it as well. Was that an opportunity for On Mythic to bring out the big guns? And they just didn't pull the trigger.
Hardpoint contested.
Mythic just not in a good position whatsoever. That's going to be a moment we'll probably come back to at the end of this series. If it is going to be an NA Falloffs victory, because that's a full 60 that they managed to take away from On Mythic. Not great from them whatsoever. We go into the next hard point though. 5 operators ready to go from On Mythic, and they were a big reason why On Mythic were able to get full 60 on this hill last time around. They've got the setup ready. Now they've got to get the kills.
They need those kills because those 60 seconds that they are behind. Well, if they have the same kind of rotation over towards fences as they did last time, can very much be caught up to, but Salami can find 2, but Jez answers back with 2 of his own. Indra now, the death machine is out. And raining down over in towards Tin. This is going to cause all sorts of havoc, but Shane trying to find something over on the top side. Indra still going. Indra just still spraying away, but NA Falloffs not getting bad trades on the other side of things here as well. Pildora, big gunfight win in the middle of the map. NA Falloffs will find a way through via Tin. On Mythic very much still here though.
On Mythic still knocking at the door here at this hard point. You will take a 50-50 split at this point. It would have been nice if you can get a full 60, but this is how fences is supposed to be. As long as the lead doesn't get worse for you, you are perfectly fine with the way this hard point has gone so far. Back 15 still worth fighting for. Indra looking for the scraps, having to face down 3 different players from NA Falloffs, just trying to waste some time. And you do exactly that. Like, yeah, you lose that back 10 seconds, but you will be the first team to touch over by the new hard point. Currently 50 points down or so going into this next tilt ton. And an opportunity once again to close the advantage. Washi gets found out. That's a solid trade if you're on Mythic.
You need to make sure these trades count though. Dude's doing so well. Can he find a third here as well? Not going to line up for Raballo. How does he snap onto not just the second, but the third? Raballo, you got to be kidding me. The rest of Falloffs now here to try and cause some problems off the back of what he was able to do. But NA Falloffs just seem to be finding moments, don't they? It's not necessarily that On Mythic are having a bad game of Hardpoint here. They're playing it pretty well, but it just feels as if on NA Falloffs are finding those small moments. That moment, though, from Raballo counts really for very, very little. On Mythic are able to answer back. 25 seconds still up for offer here, Brody. And On Mythic in a good position to get this time. Couple of kills coming in from NA Falloffs, just finding 3. Needs the rest of the team to help them out here. Was contested, Falloffs back in.
You can't get him this time. You have to go for it. This is 10 seconds that will split the difference when it comes down to the closing moments of a Hassi and a Hardpoint. That's why you're seeing Jez invest the equalizers here. Won't actually get that much for it. So for Mythic to take that out of the play, they'll be happy with, but they haven't actually done that much in terms of getting control of the Hardpoint. They go into the third and final set of rotations here, Ton. 60 points disadvantage. If you want to get a wealth of time off P1, you need to do it right here, right now. Getting control of the top side would be a solid start. Nobody there just yet. Flanking play from Salame with the Sparrow will find 1 kill, but nobody into the time just yet. Any fall-offs being so damn annoying right now.
On Mythic need to get away through, and that might well be it. 3 kills fall their way, make it the 4th. Time now potentially on offer. 35 seconds remaining here at P1. They are currently surrounded, though. You expect the kills to fall in for NA fall-offs. They do momentarily. They do get one fortunate one and one very freeing one. Envy's able to answer back with one, but 2 with another. Make it 3 in a row to just try and get on Mythic some good time here. And they're not on the bad side of the map here for P2 either. 20 seconds to go, though. In every single second that NA fall-offs are able to get here, though, is an absolute dagger. How Salami found that second gunfight onto Shane. We're now heading over towards a P2 where On Mythic are able to pick up a decent amount of scrap time, or at least stop NA fall-offs from picking it up. And now going to have this rotation over towards P2, but the pressure is going to be there almost immediately. Any fall-offs are going to be around 30 seconds away. On Mythic need a big hold here, but if they can find it, they are well and truly back into this game.
Just do not let Raballo get another 3-piece. Watch the potential flanking play kit will get cut down. On Mythic doing a good job at watching every single point of entry towards the hard point here for the moment. Raballo now in, though. Surely not again. Will get cut down. Back spawns, though, from any fall-offs. They're going to be knocking at the door.
Oh, this is a big war machine. The dude can just basically zone them all off. Indra with the war machine out here as well. Sorry, it's the death machine, the war machine. All the machines are out for the side of On Mythic. It needs to be machine-like if they want to try and find their way back into this game, because they are still currently 40 seconds behind. But with all this time that's available at P2 and all these kills that are going their way, big investment coming in from On Mythic, but they're making it count.
Out of the missile. It's good. Good for 1. You know where all that pressure's coming from as well. This 20 seconds, if you're any full-offs, you can get this up. This is a heavy investment from On Mythic to try and keep them at bay. Honestly, not necessarily a fan of all of this to try and catch players off on the rotation, because you still have to follow up with gunfights here. You still have to do something. Perhaps Pildora can do so. Runs out of time with the equalizers, but will get it done with the USS-9. Now looking for more of the Hunter Killer drones here on Mythic. They are in control of the new hard point. They are back into this game.
They were 60 seconds behind. It is now down to 10. We've seen a similar story for NA fall-offs in their first series of the day, but the shoe was very much on the other foot. Kills now on the other side of things as well, though. Dakota's starting to find a couple more. He's found 3 inside of the point. He's done so well. Jez gets himself inside. Is he able to do anything with it? No, not quite. Pildora shuts him down. It's going to be a 2-point attack from the side of NA fall-offs as On Mythic are about to take the lead, but there's nobody left alive. Washi and Raballo working well. NA fall-offs in control.
Yeah, the problem here, though, of course, you did use all of your utility on rotation towards this hill. You could have done with 1 or 2 of those Predator missiles, and now the kill's starting to come through from NA fall-offs. You have nothing to break through but just your pure gunnies. Is that enough?
Jez has the operator out. The equalizers are up and running, and they are roaring out the map right now. Pildora, can he find anything? No, he can't. Jez is there. Shane is there. Everybody from NA fall-offs is starting to kick into gear now with 10 seconds to go on this hill. They're in complete control. It's electricity across the map from Shane with the Tempest out. That kill feed looks one way, in one way only. NA fall-offs close out map number 1 in convincing fashion in the end. Got a little scary through the mid. On Mythic Nelly brought it back, but they close it out. The operator usage, we kind of talked about it when we were at P2. From On Mythic, it was solid to get that time, but it was those transitional ones where we've seen a lot of the Predator missiles coming through. You could have done with them there. Very good point.
Yeah, that I think is the thing that kills them in that game, straight up. Obviously, it doesn't guarantee you control of the final hard point, right? But it certainly, I think, gives you more of a chance at hitting the hard point. Even having 1 Predator missile in that situation, 1 operator in that situation, and you probably do a lot more damage. But I think they kind of just spaff it all up the wall between rotation, and you can't make plays like that against a roster like NA fall-offs there. They will punish you for it. Speaking of punishing you for it, NA fall-offs, halfway through that game, a couple of key moments where actually I think it kind of won them for it. Raballo's 3-piece on P2 rotation, that was a big reason why On Mythic then lost a 460 on that second set inside the garage hardpoint. I think we just saw it there from Raballo. Then we move over towards a Fences hardpoint, where we don't see On Mythic have the same fortune they did in the first set, followed up by a rock hardpoint, in which we again see the majority of the time go the way of NA Fall-Offs. I think those 3 kills back-to-back were super duper damaging and kind of forced On Mythic to kind of throw everything they could out that penultimate hill, that P2 rotation. And again, I would have loved to have seen On Mythic just show a little bit more restraint in their utilities usage on that final hard point, because one more Predator missile, one more Operator, and they would have definitely been in the conversation.
Felt like they maybe got a little excited. If a comeback was potentially on the cards, it was the first time they'd been in the lead since, well, the first rotation of hills. It had been all NA Fall-Offs until that stage. But now we head into a search and destroy with NA Fall-Offs in the lead, and there will be no 3-0 for the side of On Mythic. Fall-Offs will absolutely be looking for the revenge tour here. Standoff going to be coming up here as well. Should be an interesting one too, but the Crossfire is going to be a question mark for me. We'll see how that one's going to go. On Mythic will be feeling confident heading into that one. 3-0'd Fall-Offs in their previous series when they did go up against each other on that map specifically. But if I remember rightly, it was a good few weeks ago now, bro. There was definitely some moments where On Mythic just clutched up though. They brought equalizers in, found a spawn trap out of something. It wasn't necessarily clear cut 3-0. But it was still 3-0, right? So you still take some confidence heading into that third map. But they've got the second one to worry about just before that.
Yeah, the thing I'll say about On Mythic is during that 3-0, right, is again, it's difficult because you don't want to take anything away from them. It's like fundamentally they play perfectly sound, right? Like they were doing everything they needed to do, but I don't think they were doing anything particularly special out of the do. I think dropped 50 on the Slums hardpoint. That was like really noticeably it. Outside of that, the reason that they were able to edge those games out was because NA Fall-Offs were messing up, and they were definitely messing up in Search and Destroy. They gave away so many different life advantage, so many different rounds of map control, right, where they just should not have done. And they seem to have kind of patched up those issues. Another thing they've done, and I mentioned it going into the last standoff Search and Destroy that we saw earlier on today, is they've added another sniper to the lineup. Envy being here is a proper nuisance for anybody to be on the other side, because having that sniper presence from both Envy and Washi, especially on a map like standoff, is very frustrating. And that's why that first blood from Salame is everything. Washi down for the count now. That's a lot of first blood advantage that you'd otherwise have in NA Fall-Offs favor off the map.
It was a 7-3 victory on standoff for NA Fall-Offs beforehand. This first round already becomes a little bit more difficult. I don't think On Mythic are going to offer themselves up quite as easily as Undream did previously. Eldora and Co don't want to be more aggressive, but Envy has the angle. As those sniper players that you say cause a lot of issues. Eldora taken down. Jez will find Indra, and it's not just 2 snipers, it's 3. Washi had his out dead to rights. Jez cannot find anything. It's all about the snipers right now. 3 versus 3.
And they fall off trying to find a way back into this round. Technically have a 3 versus 2 on site. Salame is very far removed from this situation. Depends whether they check this one. They're definitely going for it here. A lot of noise being made from Rebalo in the play. Envy's going to capitalize on that. Envy slips for the second as well. That's disgusting from Envy. Now, Salame was far removed from this situation. They know where he is too.
Should have seen the face I just made when Envy hit that shot. Just big vibes. Salame now needs to find something, well, of similar caliber. If he wants this round to go On Mythic's way. He was the one that found the first blood. He'll need to find another 3 if he wants the round. Trying to take his time, but realistically speaking, he needs to find a couple of picks very, very quickly. Yeah, going to be pushed through the middle of the map. The rest of the team now going to collapse on him as well. Shane is there, and he will pick up the pieces. NA Fall-Offs, round number 1, goes their way.
Yeah, just beautiful play from Envy. And to be honest with you, I think from On Mythic there on the defense, probably could have been a little bit tighter. Having Salame is so far away from the plate, when you don't really know what NA Fall-Offs are up to, probably could have played that just a little bit better there. NA Fall-Offs, fair play to Envy to capitalize on the moment though. Now on towards this round, you're looking for first blood once again. This is heavy investment towards the defense from On Mythic on A. I'm about to face full force of Rebalo though.
Envy, Washi, that combination. Working in tandem here as Jez will find another. Everybody pitching in here for the side of NA Fall-Offs. Can Rebalo and Shane secure the team ace? Don't think they're going to get an opportunity. Jez and Co starting to push forward. Jez will be able to find one. And this should be a round over towards NA Fall-Offs again. On Mythic just not able to respond to these snipers so far. They have been a massive issue. It doesn't matter who's got it out. You're dead to rights. Jez will find another. That may well be 3 in the round from him. He had a cracking map number 1. Didn't necessarily have the best start to the previous series, Jez, but he led the way when we were over on Hacienda. He's leading the way here for NA Fall-Offs as well with 4 kills, 2-0.
And just solid start right now from NA Full Offs again. Want to see better team play and search and destroy from them from what we saw in challenge season. Seems like they have again fixed a lot of their issues. First bloods are everything, and they will lose it again. Tell you what, Omnifig are doing a very least a good job at muting Washi early on in these rounds. And they're taking map control for it as well. Dakota being inside Grandma's, or top round, excuse me, is a bit of an issue. Envy will go on the hunt for that player. They know they got to take Dakota out before they can make any kind of move forward here. And Dakota finds a second gunfight. Things even more awkward now.
Dakota now gets a sniper, gets out. Jez was able to answer back, making it more attainable here for the side of Fall Offs. Kadu find this kill, though. Badu has done wonderfully to find Jez before falling. Shea now in an awkward spot. Yeah, you knew that kill was coming. Raballo now left in a 1 versus 3. Looks like On Mythic are eventually going to get themselves on the board. And that's all really down to Dakota. Raballo, though, can find one onto Indra. Makes this interesting. Nearly lines them up. Dakota gets up with a slither of health, and now all of a sudden this 1 versus 3 from Raballo. A real possibility that this one gets pulled off. Dakota with the sniper out. Raballo probably knows that he has that. Will he get aggressive or will he sit passively? Knew the shotgun was in play as well, but this will be some 1v3 from Raballo if he pulls it off.
Yeah, Raballo's going to have to back away. He's going to hit the wraparound mid. Dakota's going to know it.
Has he read it? The timing. Oh, the timing just doesn't work out. He moves away. Caught timing at its worst, but it's best for NA Fall-Offs. 1 versus 3 from Raballo. The damage was done with the 2 kills that he found through the mid-map. And is that now a dagger to On Mythic? Fall-Off Street, the good.
I can't believe what we've just seen. Raballo might as well have just broken the spirits of On Mythic in the standoff search and destroy. Play like that is not fun to deal with. There's just breadsticks across the board right now, apart from Salome on Mythic. Somebody needs to step up for this roster. It's aggression once again towards A for NA Fall-Offs. The first bloods have been so damning, and On Mythic, they just don't want to deal with it. Straight in towards it, trying to bait these guys out. It works perfectly.
Do will find one. Oh, everybody else starting to fall by the wayside. We've seen a clutch in the previous round for Envy. I think this one is maybe a step too far. I almost have respect for Washi with these 1 kills, just sprinting in there with the pistol. He's just like, yeah, you know what? I'll have his all. No problem. Turns out it was a bit of a problem. Good defensive work from the side of On Mythic. A stabilizing round will fall their way. Pildora sticks a rubber stamp onto that one. Well, Mythic now, as mentioned, get themselves on the board after 3 rounds that just fall off away, especially the previous one. But nice for them to get themselves on the board, especially on this defensive side. You want to be able to find something. 3-1 to the good for Fall-Offs now. Is there any different angle, or is it just a case of finding angles with these snipers, which has been so effective for them so far?
I mean, to be fair, it's like I've said multiple times here, right? On Mythic are doing a good job at getting Washi out of these early rounds. Washi has been not effective whatsoever. And it's because the first bloods have been going On Mythic's way. I think they've just really failed to capitalize on that. Apart from that last round. And that was only down to a bit of team play where player in towards the A site baited offensive players from NA Fall-Offs right into 3 players that were there for the kill. First blood once again by way of Pildora. On Mythic here. Now with the man advantage, NA Fall-Offs got to try and find a way to split the defense, and this back alley snipe is going to be everything. If you can take Washi out, even more difficult for NA Fall-Offs now.
Yeah, Washi hasn't had the best time of things. Eldora finding his value in this round, though. Struggling to get things going, but that could be a big one. Washi on the flank with the sniper. Jez just found a collat. Oh, we don't see it. It's through Delhi, and it's just lining up every single time for the side of NA Fall-Offs. Indra can answer back, though. 3 versus 3, just ringing shots out over towards Grandma's. But still, not an easy round for NA Fall-Offs to try and find. There is still another trophy system over towards that site as well, so Badu is safe for now. Shots ringing now, but he's just going to hold tight here. Shane starting to ring shots over towards Indra as well. Is Badu going to be tempted to pop up? Yes, he is, but it's Raballo who he finds. Cannot get rid of Jez. Dakota here, big 1v1, wins it. That's a massive moment as now Shane about to be pinched by 2 different players. Indra can't find the shots, and with 8 seconds to go, this round should be on Mythic's, barring a disaster class from on Mythic. But after what could have been a really tilting moment where Jez finds that collateral over towards the Delhi side, on Mythic still produced the round win.
Yeah, big kill coming out there from Dakota inside box. If he falls, that is a round for NA Falloffs for sure. He finds it. NA Falloffs, I think, finally starting to not really ice up off the back of losing these first bloods. On Mythic really capitalizing here. That's what you love to see. NA Falloffs, this is a different look from them in response as well. Through the middle of the map, looks like they want a B push to begin with. They now know what kind of presence to expect inside Delhi and towards the back alley as well. So they're starting to get a read for what the defense looks like here from On Mythic. If they can find that first blood, I've got to imagine that the collapse on towards B will follow. But it is just so damn frustrating when On Mythic really aren't giving them anything to work with.
Yeah, you can see Washi is skating about in top round, but I mean, it's hard to find anything, isn't it, when On Mythic are just showing you nothing. Well and truly keeping their cards close to their chest. Utility coming out from both sides, though. Olaf's not quite running out of time yet. Still 1 full minute. Try and find a pick and make your move. Do On Mythic get twitchy? It's the one thing you can't do when Envy is lurking in the middle of the map and he's got a Tundra in his hands. Salami is tempted to do it, but this time is running out. Jez will find Pildora, and that might well be the straw that breaks the camel's back. We're starting to make the push over towards A now. Salami can answer back with 1, but with 35 seconds to go, and Falloffs do still need to make a move, but they have the advantage.
And that first blood now has forced On Mythic out of favorable positions into, well, unfavorable ones. Even more kills now starting to come through as well. Everyone being isolated. Washi will double up. Just down to Salami now. He will find one. Bomb down in the middle of the map here. Yeah, that's the biggest issue. And NA Falloff's going to have to go on the hunt for this final kill.
15 seconds Salami could do with just getting the hell out of dodge. 10 seconds. You're under threat of having to find him. They will get it back to the... Did they get it? They didn't get there in time. No, I didn't think they did. That is a... That's a fumble if I've ever seen one from Falloffs. You've got to commit to something. They don't commit to either and hand the round to On Mythic on a plate. Salami clutches the 1v4 without lifting a finger. Or the 1v2.
Well played, 1 versus 2 for Salami. Did the math in his head. Recognized that that bomb wasn't going down, so just played his life perfectly. NA Falloffs now on the defense. Let's see how aggressive they've gotten. They lost 3 rounds on the bounce here towards the back half of their offensive efforts. So I think they want to make a soaring impression off the start of this one. There's no stronger than getting some early gunfights in your favor. Dakota gets an early shot in, but it does not connect enough for a frag. But that is information. Is it information enough to actually do anything with it? Because I don't think you know where Jez is up top. You might have a feeling, especially since there was a player in the middle of the map that somebody might be top round, but still. Doesn't change the way that On Mythic are playing this one. They're still playing for a first spot before moving forward.
Posturing from Falloffs, it's a little bit more aggressive than On Mythic's defensive setup, but it's still not offering up a lot towards the opposition. Jez in that position just completely shuts down that side of the map. Washi may well get things going a little more here on the attacking side, but is answered back by Pildora. Dakota's starting to make a way forward here as well. He may well fall into the clutches of Raballo. Is Jez still above him though? Am I tripping? How has Dakota got here? Jez will find one in Indra, but he finds him inside of the site. The bomb is now down as well, and Jez has eyes on. So On Mythic can try and get it back. He ain't going to get there, though. Dakota will get taken down. NA Falloffs have got all the information they need.
Yeah, I was going to say from the very start of this round, it felt like Jez was going to be the issue. And continues to be so now. Pardew left up 1 versus 3. Not on your Nelly, mate. Jez, early on in that round, a position that On Mythic never quite snuffed out. And I think by the time they realized what Jez was up to, it was too little too late. Time had already been fallen out of the round, and you had no map position to work with, not to mention the bomb that was sat right on the dogs of Jez. So NA Falloffs, I said they wanted to make a strong impression on the defense to start off. They're doing exactly that. Adaptations here from On Mythic. They do not want to get those players in towards bottom brown in the same way they let them in before. That's why you're seeing Dakota push so heavily in through elbow. NA Falloffs, though, have not done that. They're playing this one ever so slightly more passively.
On Mythic commandeering the middle of the map there, haven't they? Just pure brute force, get your way in, and then all of a sudden Jez can't find himself in those positions. That caused them so much havoc in our previous rounds. He's thinking about it, though, but they're waiting. Is the trap set? Does he see the gun? Yeah, he does. Oh, the shot doesn't hit. He is able to finish off the first one with the help of Washi and Envy. But he will fall to Dakota. Well, this is 3 in favor of NA fall-offs, but it's not written in stone just yet.
Man advantage for NA fall-offs is going to be awkward here for Mythic. The way you do generally respond in these situations to kind of full send it towards one of the sites, because the defensive team is rarely going to have themselves stacked on towards one of the sites here. Raballo might be able to give himself away for free. Won't do it. Washi will, though. Snipe from middle of the map is good from Pildora now, and here comes that hit that I was talking about. It's all just one player. Envy on the site. You have a lot to do.
You can even find one here. The big bonus for the team. Can he find anything? Shots ringing out. Not going to be able to find much. Raballo was there to help, and he's already dead as well. This is going to be a round over towards our Mythic. Shane in a 1 versus 3 now. Would have to pull off a massive clutch. Oh, if he could have got him off the bomb, there was potential. The angle not presenting himself on Mythic. Not going to take any risks yet. Shane does indeed have the gunning, and you just do not want to present him with that opportunity.
Well, still young talent here. This would be a phenomenal 1 versus 3. Pildora is not going to give enough of himself away, though. This should be a round. Surely not. Shane is being given a lot of space to work with right now.
They're playing with him.
He's sliding. Yeah, they're playing for him. I mean, he will walk away with a kill on towards Pildora. That's something at the very least. But yeah, and it's kind of like I said in a way, right? I mean, on Mythic, the thing is, in a situation like that, even with a man disadvantage, the way that the standoff sites are kind of so far away from one another, you can just kind of hit one of the sites and effectively find yourselves in a 3 versus 2. On Mythic, I think finding the kill by way of Pildora made that an even easier call to make. So, NA fall-offs now, 4-4. First blood lost in this round, but aggression from Jez might even things up.
Indra finding Envy. It's feeling like potentially on Mythic could take their first lead, but Jez finds 2. And Barlow, big answer back there, 2 versus 2. Felt like he needed to find that kill and does. And Shane on a big flank already. I just don't think on Mythic are going to read this early with how tense this round is potentially being. That bomb is going to go down. And they've got to look a couple of different directions here. I think Raballo may well wait for Shane to find himself a position before he does finally pull the trigger. Pildora may well be about to get caught out here. Does he read this correctly? He's waiting for Shane. Takes his moment. Shane wants to make the move, but it's Raballo through the middle of the map as well. Shane can find the first one. They know exactly where he is. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Shane trying to find Badu, who's just escaped. 15 seconds.
Gotta go. You don't have time for the wrap. He's going to check it. No. Badu takes the shot, and that is all the information Badu needs in this situation. He's just going to back the hell off. Audio cue out now from Shane, going for the kill, and Badu will go for the check, and will close things out. And that little move from Shane there, I think is the thing that loses him that 1 versus 1. A little double think. Is he going to hit round the wrap through the middle of the map? And Badu is not playing that complex of a play in that situation. He is just playing close to the bomb. 2 rounds of the bounce now from Mythic as we go back and forth in this search and destroy.
Feels like one of the first times they've had the lead in this series so far. Envy all on his own and dealt with. It's just raw horsepower for on Mythic towards this A side time and time again. NA fall-offs trying to fight it from the back foot. Washi gets aggressive. Not going to be able to do anything about this bomb plant, especially if he's dead to Salame. Really well played. Can get aggressive. Predicted Shane and finds the gunfight. Jez now left with 14 kills, wondering why he needs to pull off a 1 versus 4 to stop on Mythic going 6-4 up.
Jez dead to rights. Not much you could do there, especially with the HSO. The HSO is nice up close and personal, but there are a lot of long ranges on standoff that you got to check for, and Jez was just not ready for those fights. So I think now going to start to switch out to the USS 9 for these rounds. Needs to get more involved in these gunfights. On Mythic have been on a roll the last few rounds. Their momentum in their favor. Just one more offense and they're going to do it, and they are playing slower, and it's a brilliant read onto what NA fall-offs were going to do. They knew they were going to kind of barrel straight towards A, but they're not really finding much for it. This passive round from on Mythic hasn't really benefited all that much.
It's passive, but look at where Badu is as well, though, right? Pushed up all the way towards that B side. So NA fall-offs, for all they have a lot of presence over towards A. B is tentative to say the least. It's an awkward spot to plant in anyway, but still, I think you'd rather have a little bit more presence towards that middle of the map. They've given that up more so for concentrating on what has been successful for Mythic the last few rounds, and that has been A. Mythic are not going to be able to have their own way in this round, at least anyway. NA fall-offs looking to solidify things here. Big gunfight going to go down. Indra will be backed up. Envy will do exactly the same.
I'm really stressed for Jez right now. Jez is the entire linchpin of this play for NO fall-offs. He has to hold on to the deli positioning. All he needs to do is peek out. He's not dealing with any snipers as well from on Mythic. It's unlikely that Badu at that range is going to get the kill with the HSO. So Jez is still everything on the defense of this B site. Of course, NB keeping control of the back alley is also important. On Mythic, a lot of irons in the fire right now. Player number 4 over by A. Also could blow everything wide open. Salome picking up that kill on towards Washi. Might well be the go button. 25 seconds. You got to go.
Got to make something happen. They may well have the number advantage, but at this moment in time, time ain't on their side. They need to make a move somewhere. And right now, NA fall-off, so he's starting to move it again. Not quite Salame, and they'll can find another kill on the Shane. This bomb is going down. It will be a 5 versus 3. It's all just turned on its head for NA fall-offs on Mythic. Start to turn it on. It's going to have to be Raballo for the 1 versus 4.
The bomb has been planted.
Oh, just got it in time. Just got it in time. I was thinking he had it for sure, but well, just about. Now Raballo in a really, really tough scenario. And I think NA fall-offs will be thinking back to that round. That made it 3 apiece. Raballo is not going to get a freebie. That could have been an opportunity in this round because he's red pilled Aura. He's looking for the second, not going to find it on Mythic. Tie the series up 7-4 in the search and destroy. And we very much have a series on our hands. After the first few rounds, Brody, honestly, I thought that NA fall-offs are just running away with it. But on Mythic are here to play. Map number 2 goes their way.
Yeah, that is 7 rounds in a row, by the way, right?
Wow,
I think it might be maybe 1 in between. Maybe 1 actually. No, it was 3 rounds from NA fall-offs, 3 rounds from on Mythic, then we had that 1-1, and then it was 3 rounds on the bounce from on Mythic. That's actually what it was. I was forgetting about the 4th round that NA fall-offs managed to grab at the start of the offense. Regardless, though, yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. I think for the first 2 rounds, NA fall-offs were kind of dancing rings around on Mythic, right? Everything that they were doing was pretty much perfect. Just, again, solid team play from them. Just late rounds, I think, adaptations from NA fall-offs are perfect. And I think, crucially, they were the ones dictating the pace of the rounds, right? They were the ones constantly getting themselves in positions to be a nuisance to on Mythic. As soon as that stopped, I think as soon as they played passively in a way, they played a lot more reactive to what on Mythic were doing, I think they kind of lost the advantage in those rounds. Yeah. And I think there's nothing more emblematic than that final round, right? Where for the longest time, they were just kind of holding position around Delhi, holding position around that back alley. And it's such a tentative hold that it's very, very easy for on Mythic to break, especially as they kind of, again, had Salome being a nuisance over by the A site as well. Like, on Mythic, just reading NA fall-offs so perfectly, playing around it so perfectly. Just great team play. And that shows out in the final stat lines as well. Nobody is having this mystical game where, absolutely going off. Their phone's on superheat mode. Just everyone's doing their part in the search and destroy, and on Mythic just playing really well. I mean, we saw that last time around, doing it again here.
I think if somebody was really giving it their role on that map, it was Jez. I think, what was it, 15 kills to his name, and he's kind of asking, how have we lost that 7-4 when I have 15 kills? Well, the answer was a really good game plan from the side of on Mythic, especially on the attacking side. That was really nice to see. We're going to see a crossfire control, though, coming up. And just a reminder from the previous time that these two played, it was a 3-0 scoreline overall in the series for on Mythic. Of course, that's not going to happen this time around, but a 3-0 win on control on crossfire was something that fell their way. A couple of clutch moments did result in that scoreline. But is that going to be the case here again? Or are NA fall-offs going to be able to turn this one around? Because right now, on Mythic are on the charge. A really good search and destroy win after a close map number 1. It's anybody's game still.
Yeah, worth saying, last time around, I think it was round number 1 was a 14v8. I still call it a kind of a slip-up from NA fall-offs. I know a lot of people disagree with me, but they had a massive life advantage and map control, and they fumbled it in round number 1, and then round number 2 and 3 were just solid spawn traps from on Mythic. And I imagine we're going to get a much closer affair this time around. But you know what I always say, on the offense, you do kind of want to get A out of the way first and foremost. It's been a bit of a weird situation here for NA fall-offs. I think they've kind of split their offenses a little bit too much. It's not been as solid. Pildora absolutely slaps Washi away from B. Now they're going to have to settle for an A push. That's not even happening because Dakota's holding on to it. Oh my goodness, Dakota. He is the guardian of this A site right now.
The HSO, more like a Tundra in his hand at this moment in time. The range on that one. Salami in the middle of the map is able to find 1 and 2 Robalo. Jez is the only one who can answer the call here. And I don't mind this split coming through from fall-offs in the sense of, okay, if you can get a bit of control over towards B, you can present an issue. Eventually, they are going to be able to get something going over towards this side. Envy now has a little bit of company from Jez, and A is being worked on. Washi can find something through the middle of the map as well. And A fall-offs finally at the races here in the control. Lives very, very tight. That's fine for NA fall-offs, but also okay for on Mythic. Great angle from Salami. Can he find anything else as well? Not quite. Able to shut down that A push momentarily, but it should get locked in by on Mythic. And a minute of added time is on its way.
Really didn't want that. If you're on Mythic, I think you were kind of gambling on the fact that you do hold on towards A because you've not got that massive of a life advantage thus far. Envy's got streaks as well.
Hostile predator missile.
He's going to bring the Predator missile in. And this isn't just great for kills, right? It's not just going to send on Mythic inside. It gives you information. It is a slow Predator missile. It's going to garner a lot of map control for NA fall-offs. And here we go. They've got to start acting on it. Jez and Envy need to follow up with these kills towards a spawn trap.
That's got to be the angle now. So difficult though. Salami has been so good in this series. But Jez can find 2. That's going to open up a door potentially, because now on Mythic really have to concentrate on the push. That's going to inevitably come through Butcher. Jez is thinking about a push here through Broken Side as well, though. Or she will find 1. Just trying to pick them apart here. The lives still in the advantage up on Mythic, even with those few kills that go the way of any fall-offs. Operators starting to become a thing now where they may start to get called in. Indra already called his in. Salami, though, is the one who's doing the work. Big kills coming through. He shut down a huge push towards that side. Finds 3. And is that the round with it?
Gotta imagine that should be. Salome finding those kills is pretty much everything now. Indra's investment of the Death Machine is really just the icing on the cake at this point. Last couple of kills starting to come through. Envy, 10 seconds left. There's not really even time to pull off some insane clutch. It's not going to happen. Dakota will be the one to formalize it. And yeah, it was Salome there towards the end, picking off those last 3 players. There was definitely potential for a spawn trap for NA fall-offs. I just don't think they ever really had any chance to do so. But they definitely did try there. They managed to get A at the very least. And so I will say it's not the end of the world to lose that round. It will be if you lose this one.
Made on Mythic work for it, which is all you want to do. And there was some investment towards that backside just to make sure they could secure it. Jez actually invested his equalizers to kick things off here. Finds 1 and then falls. Still 2 operators on the table for NA fall-offs if they choose to call them in at any stage here. But on Mythic doing the same thing. We've seen an investment from Badu there. Doesn't really find a great deal with it, but a lot of pressure coming in from the side of on Mythic. Over towards, well, this B side at this moment in time. Dakota is just about going to get taken down by Jez. Backup was there if needed. Rabala will fall. Still on Mythic. Tantalizingly pushing over towards B whilst working on A as well.
Now, Mythic should be able to get control of A here, especially if Salome is finding some kills and creating some space for the Sparrow, but will get shut down. I think NA fall-offs might have just fully given up on this A zone. They don't really care too much as long as they're in a position to deal with any potential players rotating away from it. So A is now gone. Washi now potentially trying to get himself in a position here for a spawn trap. But again, it's that question we always go back to. If you're going to get yourself in a position for a spawn trap, you have to get the kill to do so. Washi trying to do exactly that and will only be able to find 1. So now you're in a position where you're dealing with threat coming from Broken Side. On Mythic, still an issue.
Oh, big kill. Rabala bringing out the War Machine. And it's caused issue. Salami will fall also. Just trying to shut down the push that's inevitably going to come through this side, but not going to find a great deal else. Was able to stave them off though, and that is important because I think if they had managed to find a push through Broken on Mythic, that could have been the catalyst for something a lot worse for NA fall-offs to deal with. Defense looking like it is just about going to hold out, but it takes 1 decent push. Jez is going to find 1 on Dakota. It's only Badu can really answer back. Still got presence over towards the A side, but they've struggled to get over towards B.
Mythic have just not done much at all. They have 3 operators ready to go. And honestly, at this point, I would definitely be bringing one of those out to try and get out of the situation. As that 2-piece comes through for Shane, I don't necessarily know if that's really worth doing anymore. You want to have a solid start towards your next round. You're starting to lose more and more gunfights across the board here. 40 seconds on the clock is yet another issue you've got to consider. You have nothing in terms of headway towards either of these two control zones. That push has to come now, sooner rather than later, and that's the first couple of kills.
Oh, Washi with a collapse alongside of it. That's just going to probably shut it down, isn't it? Fildora, yeah, he's the only one who can answer back. Shane and Washi combining well, and that should just stick a pin in that round. Dakota can find a kill over towards this B side, but it'll take something from here for the 3 versus 9 to play out. The smoke play is what gets them through the front door. Piltora, brilliant shots coming through. He can find a second, but he's the only one who finds anything. And 1 versus 7 not going to happen. And a fall-offs. Really good defensive hold. They will just about get that. Similar rounds in a certain kind of way. It's coming down to a last-second push that the attacking team has to make and is finding difficult because that's crossfire control.
I will say from what we've seen so far from both of these teams, it's been pretty standard, right? I mean, NA Fall-Offs have gotten the closest of the two to getting an offense going, but this is pretty much par for the course. A is the site that normally goes. B is significantly more difficult to take control of. Neither team have been able to pull that off. Bit of a unique look, I think, here from Mythic on the defense so far, making sure that they've got control of B. Indra now getting himself in a position for a potential spawn trap. These players are right locked in here.
Washi, how has he found the second? Oh, and how has he found the third? Is that going to be what breaks open the defense from Mythic? Jess is now pulling out the equalizer as well. Has to get some really good value. The spawn trap potentially on offer if you can get aggressive. Or she gets taken down. Jess is not going to find anything. Dakota ready and waiting. Rapallo, Envy have combined well. Rapallo will find a second out of nothing. There are just moments where NA Fall-Offs are making this a lot more difficult for on Mythic, and that is more moments like that. Washi, Shane, everybody combining well. Pedora is the only one who can answer back in what feels like a massive flurry of gunfights that went the way of NA Fall-Offs. They should be falling their way. They may well be a tester for this, but I think, honestly, NA Fall-Offs haven't necessarily got as much map control as I would have considered they might. Considering the kills that came through. They did get a hold of A, but not much else.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that NA Fall-Offs are struggling with so far. You can kind of see it from the start of the round, right, where they put a lot of effort into trying to get B control. They didn't actually do anything in terms of getting those kills in towards B. They didn't get any control. They've kind of had to settle for A. That will be the game plan. Obviously, try and get control of B, but it's whether or not you want to hit it through Broken or you want to hit it directly through that front side. Couple of different options on the board here. Either way, kills now starting to go in your favor, and now you're knocking at the front door. Indra has a lot to do.
Has to back on down, repositions. Flame has been a constant thorn in the side, but he's been pulled out and dealt with. Duke can find one, he's the only one who does, but then combines well with Indra. Both of them doing a good enough job, but the Tempest down from Shane, yeah, it's good for 3. 6 versus 5 in the favor of NA Fall-Offs here on their attacking side. Pildora has to pull this out. They don't want to lose this defensive round, and that's why the Annihilator's out, Brody. I don't mind this call.
Yeah, it's a really good play from Pildora here, but can you find any bang of it? No, the shots are not that good whatsoever. At least find one. Yeah, there it is. Washi down for the count, but now you go down. You're in a 3 versus 5. This is a tentative hold here, and if anything, to be honest with you, I know you don't want to lose this round, but at the very least, if you are going to lose it, do it by lives. Do not do it by ticks.
I don't know if they're going to be offered that opportunity. Because NA Fall-Offs are going to have to find a push somewhere. And on Mythic will have to respond. Dakota does have his operator available. They're doing a good spot. Jez will get taken down. 3 versus 3. You have to make the move now if you're NA Fall-Offs. Dakota has called the claw out, expecting to push that. It hasn't yet come. And all of a sudden, he's just backing them down. He's going to get aggressive here with the claw. He can only find one. 2 versus 2. Raballo and Shane. Working together, Salami and Badua here. 9 seconds. Got to get inside the point, but Salami once again so accurate. 1 versus 1. Shane, can he find 1 versus 2? He can. Badu will fall. It's an attacking round for NA Fall-Offs, and that's a massive moment in this series.
Shane, the newest addition to this roster. The guy that everyone kind of had question marks about. He's been around the block here in Call of Duty Mobile, but has never had a chance like this. And he is popping off right now. 19 and 12. Might not be the highest fragging player on the roster, but in terms of KD, he is. And that is a big 1 versus 2 to clutch up when required. NA Fall-Offs now just 1 defensive hold away from taking this control on a 2-1 series advantage. First wave of gunfights going in your favor as well. It's a slow and steady progress on A though. Indra is about as far pushed back as possible here. Wants to get the fights to come to him. And they also going to have to do that if they want to hold on this point, but it's going to be a 2-for-1 Chal. Surely Indra doesn't survive this, and he doesn't. You take those trades. This is fine if you're NA Fall-Offs. You're in a really solid position, but you just cannot continue to deal with the threats. On Mythic are being super duper annoying right now, refusing to fall.
Keep an eye on the economy of operators, which is now starting to come out. Envy finds absolutely nothing with his claw, though. And on Mythic, this should be a gun. Yeah, you get aggressive as well if you're a Ballo, looking for a couple of more kills to solidify this defense. And you find very little, as does Jez. So now you're pinned back just a little bit, but not a lot of presence over towards B just yet from on Mythic, and that is the only thing that NA Falloffs have in their favor right now. Gunfight's not going their way. Envy gets caught out, so there you go. Pildora, a little bit of presence over towards B, and the spawn trap potentially being set up here as well. Jez might have to preemptively pull these equalizers out just to get out of his spawn.
5 life advantage between these two teams now. On Mythic, solid position. Dakota, a problem you're going to have to deal with sooner rather than later. First tick through here, Ton. The kill's starting to come through as well. On Mythic might well close it out here.
Might well be the round. While she's trying to find the hipfire kills with the sniper, it's not happening whatsoever. NA Falloffs have been reduced to 5 lives, so all the good work you do to win that attacking round is wiped out in an instant. On Mythic have a lot of operators available as well, and NA Falloffs have just been battered across Crossfire in that round. And we do switch sides. It is going to be NA Falloffs on the attacking side of things here. And I mean, for on Mythic, that is a brilliant round to find, but NA Falloffs, flimsy to say the least.
Yeah, and I will say the good thing for on Mythic here, you already mentioned kind of the operators that they've got ready to go, and they're going to bring them all out at the start of this round. It's the fact they've got streaks too. They've got a Predator missile. They've got a lot of get out of jail free cards to use if NA Falloffs get map control here, but they can use one right off the rip. They want to use them for total dominance, for total spawn control, and here comes those static spawns.
Oh, they've just turned them around, haven't they? They've turned this game on its head. The spawns, the kills, all going the way of on Mythic right now. NA Falloffs within 30 seconds are being reduced by 12. Salami and Co now have, well, just not maybe added to those 12 because they've got so much map presence. The Do Ninja can be dealt with though. Salami can find one, the second not quite there, but the rest of the team doing their job. There's a 10 life difference to kick off round number 5. And NA Falloffs, yeah, it's just been a tough one to deal with, especially with no operators available. Big investment for on Mythic has brought them to this stage. When do NA Falloffs get their chance to maybe invest what operators they do have?
At this point, I think that chance might have passed you.
Yep.
On Mythic did exactly what they needed to do at the start of this round to assert their dominance. It's a 10 life disadvantage now. This is not something you easily come back from. It would cause a real fumble from on Mythic. They'd have to really mess this up to lose this round now. I mean, 23 seconds. Somebody needs to go huge from NA Falloffs. I just don't know if it's going to happen. Pildora's lining them up, and he's knocking them down. Pildora for 3. NA Falloffs down to the last 2 players' time. This is done.
And this is what can happen on Crossfire Control. You lose a couple of opening gunfights, things get scary. Washi is a very talented man, but a 1 versus 17, I just do not think it's happening. Welcome to the Shadow Realm, my friend, on Mythic. 3-2 and take a lead in the series for the first time there. They find the Search and Destroy, they find the Control, and they're heading into map number 4 in the lead here, Brody. And deservedly so, they did well, but I think if you're NA Falloffs, you have a 2-1 lead and you're on the defense on Crossfire Control. You'd like to think you have the opportunity to close it out, and they never even got close.
I just can't believe what we just saw. Round number 3, I thought it was done. NA Falloffs, they win that offense. I'm like, yep, cool. All you're going to do is win your next defense, and you're perfectly fine. But those back 2 rounds from on Mythic were pretty much perfect. The team play to win that round number 4. Of course, there were individual plays as well, but I just think, you know, the map control on the whole from on Mythic is a big reason why, you know, we came to kind of love them in their last series versus NA Falloffs. This is a roster that you can never quite underestimate. They continue to surprise in situations where they really shouldn't be. And if anything, I think it's kind of a redemption story from the end of the Hardpoint. You go back to the first Hardpoint, right? And what was the thing we criticized them for? They lost that Hardpoint because they threw everything at the wrong time at their opposition, and they end up losing the control for it. This time, in a situation where they probably could have just used 1 or 2 of their operators, maybe they bring the Predator missile down to win the end of that round number 4 offense and guarantee a round number 5. They're like, nope, we're going to hold on to them, and instead we lose them all at the start of the next round to get a massive life advantage and basically guarantee a round 5 victory. It does definitely feel like redemption in the best possible way for on Mythic. They are now 2-1 up in the series for that phenomenal play.
Well, here we are on Mythic, as mentioned. 2-1 to the good now. Really good performance there in the Crossfire Control, which is the first map, I believe, of the ones that we did play in the previous series up against these two. And it's the first map that goes the same way as it did in that previous series. We have another one coming up, and that's why I mentioned it. Slum's Hardpoint is going to be the next one on the block for both these two teams. And it was also an on-mythic map last time these two teams went out. But it was an on-mythic map by 4 singular points on Slum's Hardpoint, Brody. So we're expecting another close affair.
Yeah, and again, like, it goes back to that conversation point of, like, when we first watched NA Forlos play this map, they were fumbling by quite a large margin. Again, they were doing that on top of on-mythic playing as a team, rotating properly as a team, like, not really doing anything fundamentally wrong, slaying as a team. Like, the on-mythic were doing everything right, but at the same time, they were capitalizing on errors from NA Forlos that weren't really present in the first hardpoint of this series. So for me, NA Forlos, all you got to do is correct those errors, make sure you rotate properly, make sure that you play well as a team on breaks, like play 2-for-1 trades, you know, play bait and switches, because we know you're capable of it. It's just actually pulling it off. So 2-1 down in the series, ton. They do have to pull off a redemption here. They have to do what they couldn't do last time around. It's got to be a Slum's Hardpoint victory.
Let's see if they can find it. And they fall off. Just want to force that map number 5. Search and destroy, I believe, on Tunisia to close things out. Ugh. You might as well give it to me now. It's already 4 a.m. over here in the UK. Send us to 5. Send it. Let's see if we can get there, though. On Mythic will want to very much avoid any sort of late game here in this one. Washington find 3 in the opening couple of breaks. And they fall off trying, of course, to keep a hold of these P2 spawns if they can, but want to do it the right way. And that's finding some time over towards P1, and those flurry of kills may just allow them to do so.
And in Full-Offs winning the vast majority of the gunfights right now, keeping an eye on every single point of entry towards this hard point. But if anything, I think, you know, you lose this last 20 seconds, that's not the end of the world. Making sure you rotate properly towards new, I mean, that is. And unfortunately, already, they're starting to lose control of the spawns here. It's a 3 versus 5 on rotation. Unless those players coming off the spawn can do enough damage here. If you're a Ballo, if you're Envy, you've got to go huge. Now it's just the latter of those 2 players. Can you actually survive here? Done a good job, I think, on the minimap to try and play his life now. It's going to allow any fall-offs in towards the hard point.
Good amount of time could be on offer. It's always a bit of a tipping scale, isn't it? This spawn towards the back, is it good, is it bad? Well, you need to figure it out. You need to find the kills for it to be at least good for your side. Fildora and just the whole on Mythic side trying to find a way out of the back spawn. NA Fall-Offs having to deal with a pinch on top of it. Ultimately, it looks like on Mythic are just about going to be the ones who benefit from that. They will find a way through. And here comes the first operator of the game right now. Purdue finding a few here. Now with the War Machine doing so well across the entire map at this moment in time. 25 seconds to go here for on Mythic. Over towards P2 and NA Fall-Offs. Not where they want to be.
Yeah, it's an awkward period of time, right? 20 seconds left. You can't really afford to just give this away for free, but at the same time, you don't want to feed on Mythic. And I think they've kind of split the difference between those two things. Of like, yeah, we'll send a couple of players and then we'll just give up for it for the rotation. So this is the right call. Now, this hard point, these next 2 hard points are not quite as secure 120 as they were back in the old golden days of Black Ops 2. These spawns are super duper janky. Even with players towards back, the back position, I've forgotten the full name of it, Fountain is the word I'm looking for. Even in the players in the back Fountain position, it doesn't necessarily guarantee that a player from On Mythic won't spawn there. So something you need to keep in mind is On Mythic to push the front of this hard point, kills not going their way, and well, would you look at that, there's the spawns.
Something to keep an eye out on. Hard one for the casters to keep an eye on. Send the prize to us, never mind the players. Indra, can you find anything here? It's going to be the kills falling NA Fall-Off's way. 3 operators available on their side, 4 for the side of On Mythic now, and everything's starting to be called in. There's very much a war of attrition between these two teams when it does come down towards P3. Who can just find that little bit of an advantage and make it count. Jess can only find 1 for his equalizer. He would have loved to find a little bit more, but NA Fall-Offs finding the points yet. Managed to fight in from the back foot somewhat. On Mythic with the back spawns and P4 coming up in 8 seconds. It's going to benefit them, you would believe so at least anyway. 1 player had infiltrated the back lines, that was Jez. He is now dealt with. Spawns towards the backside and the middle of the map here for NA Fall-Offs. On Mythic with a pinch to deal with.
Now, honestly, I think that's okay if you're NA Fall-Offs. What's not okay is losing the rotation towards this hill, because this hard point is really difficult to break into. Go through these kind of small doorways. It's so easy to get ran down, and the amount of operators on side here for On Mythic, especially the equalizers, it's tough to break through. Pildora can just run through all of these players with the equalizers. It's so damn easy. That's the first 20 seconds in, and the Pildora is not done with these equalizers yet.
Feels like On Mythic have been the ones who have found a little more value out of their operators. They're still inside the point, and they're still keeping things alive, and just a 4-kill feed falls the way of any fall-offs out of nothing. I'm not too sure if it was spawns or if it was kill. I'm not even sure.
So I think it was the War Machine from Indra. It like landed right in front of Washi and it didn't kill him. I don't understand how that happened. I'd have to watch that back to see, but I think he was expecting that kill to go his way, and then you lose front hill control. It kind of all collapses from there. So if that War Machine pellet lands, NA Fall-Offs don't get control of the hardpoint. The fact that they do there is kind of frustrating for On Mythic. That definitely should have been a full 60, especially for the investment they made. What was that, Death Machine? Equalizers, then of course that ill-fated War Machine as well. On Mythic sent everything at that hill. The fact they don't get everything for it is going to be frustrating. Any Fall-Offs end that hill and the first set of rotations hit on with a 20-point advantage. We go into Newt, and any Fall-Offs, they're fighting tooth and nail for it.
A small moment, but big consequences. Could that make a difference in the grand scheme of things over the entirety of the map? We'll find out as things tick on. As it goes, it is not necessarily a comfortable lead for the side of Fall-Offs, but looking to make it that way. Salami can find Jez. Jez had his equalizers out there, by the way. And Salami has just impressed me so much throughout this series, throughout today. And has continued to do so. On Mythic finding some good time here over towards P1. Raballo's the only one who can answer the question. Washi is there with him though, and they do well to get through. Dakota's still here, but eventually NA Fall-Offs will start to get a bit of a clear through. Pinstripe kill feed. It's going to result in NA Fall-Offs getting some good time over towards P1, but P2 wasn't too bad for On Mythic last time out, and they'd like to try and do a little bit better than they did. Can they find some good time here? Spawn's still in their favor as far as the ones over towards the backside. Envy Raballo, though, combining well. And now they have them pinned in these back spawns. Not necessarily the best spot now.
Yeah, this is going to force investment coming out from Salome. Will utilize the Sparrow to good effect, at least initially, but now we've seen fight back from NA Fall-Offs. They definitely want to keep On Mythic in these spawns. An opportunity to really turn the tides in this game well back in their favor. And again, the investment from NA Fall-Offs is palpable. They know they need to get control of this hardpoint. Wraparound coming through, and neither Pildora or Badu are able to deliver anything for it from the roster. They are just stuck in these spawns, just being totally blended right now by NA Fall-Offs.
Fall-Offs want to see this map number 5. Good shots coming through across the entire board. Pildora, Dakota trying to find a way back through, but this is the wrong end of the sword. This is the blade that really can damage you the other way. If On Mythic get these close spawns, yeah, you think they could be good, but scenarios like this is not where you want to be, especially in 10 seconds time with P3 popping. Good opportunity now for NA Fall-Offs to get some decent time, at least at the start of this hill, before the spawns get a little bit crazy. As we go over towards P3 now, it's the first decent lead we've really seen from either one of these two teams. NA Fall-Offs sitting around 50 or so. Salami trying to find a way through. Just as the first on the chopping block. Dakota will find one through the middle of the map, and now keep an eye on the spawns as things start to get a little bit crazy over towards P3. But the kill's still there for NA Fall-Offs.
First blood to everything. NA Fall-Offs got a solid amount of time off this hill last time around. They'll want to do it again. Back spawn's good here for On Mythic. Curious to see what the investment looks like. It's Indra through the front of the hill. You wanted a little bit more than that. Shane going to bring that Predator missile down, but that won't do that much in the grand scheme of things. It takes one player down, but those back spawns going to run out On Mythic to hit this hill over and over and over again, and they're going to try again.
Can they find a way through? Jez is there with the equalizers though, and that's the first time we've seen Jez really start to pop off with them, and boy does he pop off. Finds 4, but immediately On Mythic are back here again in numbers. The close spawns coming through for them. NA Fall-Offs though still with about an 80-point lead, and it's a nice one to have, especially heading into a P4 that looks more and more likely it's going to go your way. Big gunfight will go that way, and it is Jez who finds it. NA Fall-Offs first ones here. Looking to get some time, which is going to pop in 5 seconds time. They want to see a map number 5, Brody, and it's looking more and more likely as time goes on.
Yeah, just that lead that's been built up over the last few hard points. On Mythic trying their best to come back through it, but they're just not able to do so. Last time around, despite heavy investment here, they couldn't get the full 60 they wanted. If they do this time, it would be everything. Raballo from the backline, though, means now that Pildora here has to go huge with these equalizers, has to find some frags.
He's found something. It's a breakthrough for On Mythic, who just need this time. It's crucial they find it. If NA Fall-Offs can even find half of this, it just puts them so much closer heading into a P1 and P2 where things can be mixy. It's not a position you want to be in, but On Mythic's still in control. Operator just not quite landing. It must have been right in front of Shane. Badu again struggling with the War Machine, and well, it's hit right over towards the middle of the map, and Is that going to make a difference now as NA Falloffs trying to find a way through? Seemingly so. Envy will find 2 there with the claw. Is he going to find a third? Doesn't need to. It's Rabalo who can pick it up. Dora was able to find something, but NA Falloffs snatch away a few seconds as we head back over towards P1. But on Mythic have closed that gap. It was around 90. It's still sitting there around 60.
Yeah, we go back to the first hardpoint we saw between these two teams on Slums, and on Mythic, I think they'd managed to get control of Garage on both sets of rotations. Last time around, they're just not having the same fortune here. NA Falloffs have been super duper annoying. They're finding 2 or 3 pieces that on Mythic just haven't really had much of a response for. So this lead just continues to grow in favor of NA Falloffs. They can smell a game 5. They can smell a 5v finish for you and Night Hunt. It looks like they might well get it here. They are getting a lot of time off this hill.
30 seconds to go. And the Falloffs can't just about win it here. Not with that contestation though. On Mythic are definitely going to send this to another hill at least. Investment coming through from the side of NA Falloffs. Kills starting to ring through for them as well. Trades are just about there for on Mythic at this moment in time, and more than trades, they're going to find the kills. This is 14, 13, 12 crucial seconds for on Mythic to try and get a hold of. The rotation is, well, momentarily there as well, but NA Falloffs will find a push through the middle of the map, but haven't found the time, but they have found a rotation. Now they head over towards these back spawns. On Mythic do not necessarily have the numbers here. They're going to have to clutch up.
Can they do it? On Mythic looking for the kills. Investment, is it going to be there? Indra not really hitting the shots with the death machine. That's unfortunate, and now you're going to see the same situation again unless Badu goes big, and he does for a couple of kills, but Washi fights right back with the Annihilator hit ton, and now back spawns in for NA Falloffs. They've got to fight for hill control.
Oh, fights back and then some. It's 5 for Washi. And that might well secure it. The Hunter Killer comes in. It's a 6th kill in a matter of seconds. Envy is there to pick up the pieces. NA Falloffs looking more likely as time goes on. Jez now with equalizers out, and map 5 is surely beckoning now. We're 5 seconds away. Pildora will pull his out. He will find 3, but Jez just trying to hold this down. He's all on his own. It's all it will take. Map number 5 is on its way here in the winners bracket final. What a corker of a series this has been. We will go the distance.
Yeah, just great play, I think, in the middle game from NA Falloffs. Outside of, I think it was a stretch of 3 hard points from NA Falloffs. That was a super duper close game where on Mythic were constantly trying to trade time, constantly contesting against NA Falloffs. But yeah, I think it was kind of in the mid game there where it was I think there's a rotation, I want to say, over towards P3 on the second set, where it was a lot of time that went the way of NA Falloffs. They take a solid 30 to 40 seconds away on P4. And then they rotate back towards P1 and get a lot of time off that hard point as well. I don't think they ever really came back from that disadvantage did on Mythic, and I kind of mentioned it in the game as well. I think the last time we saw these two teams play Sun's hard point, yeah, there were a lot more mistakes from NA Falloff, but also I think significantly, you look back to where on Mythic were getting that time, and it was on Garage hard point. You know, instead of getting 60s like they did last time around, this time they were trading for 30 to 30 inside the hard point, if that. And I think that kind of differentiating factor there was just so difficult. I don't think on Mythic really had much of a game plan outside of that. Also worth saying, just in pure slaying terms, you know, we look at Badu as a player that's been popping off at times. We look at the likes of Salome or Indra. Those guys are, yeah, they're doing all right, but these are not like the generational games I think that we saw from them in the past, where, you know, those kind of performances really did carry on Mythic to the victory.
Well, there you go. Game 4 will all the way over NA Falloffs, and that's the first time they've gotten the map back in the sense of that the series that we played previously throughout the challenge bracket play, or the group play I should say, that map went over towards on Mythic. It was only a 4-point game, but that was a lot more convincing from Falloffs. Their Hardpoint has definitely looked a level beyond of what we did see previously in other weeks. But we now head over towards a coastal, and I have no idea what to expect here, Brody. We're heading into this map number 5. It's more of a defensively heavy map. It's not necessarily as a blurred line as standoff can be as far as which way you want to lean as far as the round advantage goes. It is a more clear, so very similar to Tunisia defensive holding map, you would like to think, at least for these two teams. But is it going to transpire that way with the way that the series is broke down? I haven't got a clue.
Yeah, so the thing I'll say is we've seen this once from NA Falloffs, and that was a 7-2 victory over Stylum. That's Stylum, so like, can you even really take anything away from that? No, is the short answer to that. I don't know, dude. Honestly, I feel like this is just going to come down to those search and destroy fundamentals, of which NA Falloffs, I mean, they showed pretty proficiently in the earlier search and destroy. Just when it came down to it in the back half of said search and destroy, they started to lose those fundamentals. So we'll see. NA Falloffs versus Omnific, folks. One more map to decide who will be in the grand finals in tomorrow's NA Challenge Season Finals for Season 6. See whether NA Falloffs have the spice to start this search and destroy off strong. Early shots out on towards A did not go that well. And that's a lot of information to get if you're on Mythic of the early round, right? You know that at the very least early on, they intended to hit A.
Washi looking for an angle. I just wonder if the sniping presence here on Coastal, is that going to play into Washi's hand? He likes to be aggressive. He's very twitchy with it. He's not a sit and hold angle guy, is he? 3 players left on the NA Falloff side. The advantage is there for on Mythic. So over the top. And potential to want to go for this for Salame is just so high. Choosing to bite his tongue. He'll hold back. Raballo just not in a good spot, but in a spot to maybe make a move if he needs to. Still the advantage there for the side of on Mythic, but Envy has found a way through. Somehow, some way, Pildora will be there to trade. Now Shane can start to get aggressive alongside of Raballo, who's just ran down the stairs and said thank you very much. 2 versus 2.
That was a hell of a call from Raballo. Even this is even better. Surely not. That is an ego challenge and a half. Pildora gets absolutely spun on. Now the 1 versus 1. Raballo to take it all. He will do exactly that. And Raballo single-handedly wins that round for NA Falloffs. He finds the first couple of frags to kind of immediately chow the players there down low is so egregious. I just don't think Omnific ever expected it. And then to, of course, get the second and the third as well. Raballo's all-star right now for NA Falloffs.
Big round to find after the advantage felt like it was there for on Mythic throughout the majority of that round. Now tempting themselves with a push over towards B. Envy tagged up through the smoke, but will survive. Now B is the temptation. Dakota did have a little check at that, but he may well root to that mistake. Badu already weak. Dakota, can he be traded? Yes, he can. B now wide open for the side of NA Falloffs, and they are enjoying themselves here on Coastal so far. I'm about to say soaking up some sun, but they're getting drunk inside of the cellar right now. The bomb is going to go down. And on Mythic are invited to the party.
And that first blood's not helpful on the retake. Now you have to kind of be a little bit more egregious if you're the last couple of players. Indra able to find one, but I can't imagine NA Falloffs are going to be slow on the reaction, and they just are not in that situation. And you're really starting to feel NA Falloffs now playing well as a roster, hitting things at the same time. On Mythic getting overwhelmed in that round. Just phenomenal team play from NA Falloffs, and this is what we were talking about. It's what we saw early doors in the standoff search and destroy, and this is my worry right now. NA Falloffs kind of ran out of gas after the first 3 rounds. If you're an NA Falloffs fan, you're hoping the same thing doesn't happen again, but that first blood indicates it probably.
Raballo can find it. On Mythic are in danger of being blown out with the water here in the search and destroy, but again, you remind us well, Brody. Map number 2 kind of started in a similar vein. It was NA Falloffs all the way until it wasn't. Mythic then come and answer back with 6 rounds out of 7. Jazz Shane combining. Well, it's just an easy, clean round for NA Falloffs, offering nothing to on Mythic. 3-0 up on the attacking side here, by the way. On Mythic struggling.
Defend the objective.
Just NA Falloffs right now doing a really good job on these first bloods. On Mythic have to throw something different at them. They are. Look at player number 5. Indra pushed all the way forward here. NA Falloffs are getting aggressive. So Indra might catch some bad timing on this play. Salome picking up that first blood is huge. If you're Salome, you need to go huge, and you do exactly that. This round has fallen apart for NA Falloffs on the offense. They're now stuck between players and on Mythic.
But I think the movement that is made by Indra there through the mid alley just gives you so much information, and the fact that he has no information, right? They're not here. They must be pushing down A Street if they're not at B. And Salame is there to just deal with everything they send their way. Feels like on Mythic maybe take a couple of rounds sometimes to find out exactly what's going on from the side of Falloffs, but they figured it out there. And can they now build on that? 3-1 lead for the side of Falloffs, still in a very good position considering this is the attacking side, but on Mythic, a crucial round to find and a clean one at that.
Defend the objectives.
Yeah, just really good plays from on Mythic. Indra didn't even really do that much in the end. He's going to do the exact same thing. Gonna take the exact same route. It's gonna happen the exact same way. Salome draws first blood once again. Surely not another one. Salome this time around will not get away with the same egregious plays. Pildora also being hunted down here. Turn. This has been a phenomenal round. Indra now gonna have to back the hell up. They didn't even get to see where he was last time around. I got a feeling that might help him out here.
Oh, it may well do. Jez is trying to check it. Jez has got a good idea though, hasn't he? He'll find the kill on Indra. This should be the round now with it as well. Jez reading them all. Dakota now left with the HS. Owen trying to do something with it. Not going to happen. NA Falloffs 4-1 to the good. Headed to this map number 5, and NA Falloffs are wanting to get out of it as soon as they can.
Alrighty. NA Falloffs. Looking solid here on these offenses. Good reaction there from the exact same setup from Omnific. This time Omnific changing things up ever so slightly. Indra isn't going as far forward, wants to back up Salome onto site. And NA Falloffs have also changed their tune in this round. I think things just a little bit more thinly spread. Washi will see Dakota over the top. That first blood from Omnific will change the way NA Falloffs are playing this ever so slightly. They're going to get more aggressive here. Again, it's the reaction, right? You're down a man. Try and isolate your push a little bit more, and Washi could find some brilliant timing. I mean, yeah, it's being watched by Badu, but technically speaking, Washi would have the better gunfight. Better weapon for this gunfight, I should say, if he chooses to take it.
That's a risky push past the boxes in the middle of the map, though, isn't it? Will Washi want to take that risk here? Final attacking round. And you're right, though, NA Falloffs at this stage could do with just isolating one site. And B is the easier one to do with less numbers. Less ways to watch. And much less players to deal with now because Washi has found Badu. B may well be on the cards. You can see the bomb carrier. Number 1 is Rabalo. He's thinking about a push over towards this side. Jez is now starting to tempt him into doing so because he's walked into the site, but still pushing over towards A. They're putting gunfire in a couple of different angles. And now all of a sudden, if you're on Mythic, you have to think, do you stick or twist? Do we know where they exactly coming from here? They haven't got a clue.
Indra still feels like the key to this play, though. Oh, okay, that is horrendous timing. And he didn't even know because of the silencer on the Tundra. Washi surely not able to convert for a second. That's despicable. Dakota will trade out. But now you know where these players are. Salome could still blow this play wide open, and he does exactly that. Yeah, time is the biggest issue here in this situation. Just will not bring it to a 1 versus 1.
Yeah, there's no chance. That's the round over towards on Mythic because any Falloffs just dilly-dally. Just not going to get here in time. Will not find him. And there have been rounds like that before where NA Falloffs, they're doing the right things, but they are just taking so long to do it. And I actually believe that it was the similar round. It might have been round number 6 again last time. I could be talking out of my rear end there, Birdie, but irrelevant of that. NA Falloffs throwing rounds away. They had the advantage on a couple of different occasions in a couple of different ways that, and are not able to make it count. 4-2 up nonetheless. They'll be happy with that half. But it very well could have been 5-1.
I think the situation is slightly different here, down to the fact that it's not 3-3 going into the half right. It's 4-2 in favor of NA Falloffs. They have a larger advantage. And now even more so as Washi is getting super duper aggressive here. First blood's down to him in these rounds. He's on the hunt for more as well. Dakota, no chance, takes one to the knee. Surely not another one for Washi. No, not going to win that next fight versus Birdie. But the damage is done. Washi through the middle of the map now. It's completely blown this round wide open. Indra, have fun with this one, bud.
1 versus 4. Is it possible from that scenario? Nearly was. Jez finds a way through, and it's the left cross that knocks Indra off his feet and into the next round with a 3-round deficit to try and make up if you're on Mythic. It's a long way to go just to get kind of smoked in map number 5, right? That's what NA Falloffs are doing to them right now. Defensive hold so far. It's been good. Push towards B. An aggressive one at that. May well be the option. Pildora just reconnecting here. So on Mythic, not able to quite do as they please. Indra watching the spawn and gets gunned by Envy. And that could be a crucial kill in the grand scheme of this series. The dude can find Jez, which will even the odds, but the problem, you've got the bomb carrier and the bomb in absolute no man's land, and NA Falloffs can kind of start to play around that.
Yeah, this is the problem with having the bomb carrier so isolated away from the rest of the team, because you're now got to run not just towards the bomb, but also towards players from NA Falloffs. They are there for it. And Shane and Envy just aren't missing at this point in time. Shane will get traded out. Envy also goes down as well. So they do bring this down to a 2 versus 2, but that's what, like 40 seconds on the clock wasted? Or Mythic have to go and retrieve this bomb. I will say, though, in a 2 versus 2, Mythic, technically speaking, have the advantage because NA Falloffs still have to have presence on both of these sites. I think they made the call, though. Raballo's like, right, I'm just going to come help you out. No real reason to play separate in this situation. Washi, watching down long, should make the call, and then Raballo should come to help him out.
Did he say anything there? Well, from the movement of Raballo, and well, the movement of Washi, the answer is absolutely not. They've given it up. They've decided to commit. With 23 seconds to go, the lack of information may well be the information you need. If you're NA Falloffs, that grenade, is it good? It is not. Doesn't hit anybody, and now it's going to have to be a 2v2 retake. This round felt like one that NA Falloffs really couldn't lose. Washi's going to go through on his own because he knows he can do things just like that. Duke can find Washi and Raballo now. Has the information. Do with the shotgun, no, it's a difficult gunfight. That's why he's keeping them at pace. He's keeping them at distance if he can. But Badu is just playing this one so well. Raballo is going to go for the chal here. It's going to have to come down to
no way!
Oh, it's the gunfight that doesn't fall his way. Raballo with a 1v2.
I almost feel like, I mean, did he run out of bullets?
Just maybe felt
if
that
he ran out of bullets.
Catching him off guard, maybe?
I don't know. If you ran out of bullets, fair play. But I kind of almost feel like you have a better shot with the Odin there if you didn't. I have to watch that again to see if he actually ran out of bullets. That's the reason why he changes, but I don't think that he did. I think he just opted to go for it. Not the right call there, to be honest with you, in that moment. But you know what? He's the pro player. I'm not. NA Falloff's looking good here, winning all these open engagements. Jez will have to back the hell up. You're happy with a 4 versus 3, but it's that same situation again. Mythic taking a trade, taking control of the site. If that nade lands, though, that'll be more awkward.
Yeah, Salami now very, very weak. Do they know this? Pildora, is he escaping it? Well, Salami isn't. Another grenade heads their way. Pildora will fly around the corner and try and even the odds a little bit further in on Mythic's favor. Another big gunfight from Pildora. Washi will find one under Badu. Now all of a sudden Pildora needs to pull off basically an ace for the round to go on Mythic's way. 1v1 gunfight momentarily. The other's on his way. Washi will be there to clean up in NA Falloffs. A 1 round away from a grand final.
Just well played from NA Falloffs. And Mythic did everything right. You know, ultimately, they do manage to get into the site. They recognize that, hey, look, we've got a man disadvantage. The best thing we can do is force NA Falloffs into position. But some well-placed nades, I think, kind of blow that up. The first one makes Salome weak. The second one takes him out of the round. And the last couple of players, I'm on Mythic, just cannot win those gunfights. So I know Falloffs, as you said, just 1 round away. On Mythic forcing the exact same position once again. Raballo trying to drive some time for the rest of the roster, and he's done exactly that.
Yeah, he's given them time to get over, and these gunfights, they have to go their way. If you're on
alive,
how on earth is he still alive? He was only alive momentarily. He actually found a kill. Pildora was able to answer back. Envy will find another, and it's a 3 versus 2. Make it a 3 versus 1. Badu, he needs to find something. The Falloffs looking destined for a grand final unless Badu can find the 1 versus 3, and he may well do it. There is life in on Mythic yet. Thanks to Badu, it's a 1v3 to keep them in the game.
The Badu man is back, and he's coming for you. 1 versus 3.
Defend the objectives.
Keeps them in it. Absolutely no way. Phenomenal clutch. And it's going to be the same look. I mean, why not? Why change it at this point? NA Falloffs have got the same defensive setup. It's Raballo in towards the site. Util over the top. Jez goes down, and you know where Raballo is.
Yeah, Raballo, same job. Stay alive as long as he possibly can. He will be hunted, though. If he can find anything, that would be massive. He does not. Washi, though, has found plenty. Make it a 3 versus 3 now. That bomb has to be recovered, and you have to go over the cross, and they've got it locked down. Shane can find another. Next gunfight is massive. Pildora can find it. 2 versus 2 now. All over explodes under the bomb site, and once again, it's a 1 versus 1 with Badu to try and find Washi. Goes for the challenge. Can he clutch up again? Yes, he can. He is indomitable right now, Badu. The 1v1's all falling his way. That might be 3 in a row.
Badu is doing bits right now for on Mythic. There is no way he forces an overtime. Absolutely no chance. Oh, utility over the top has been better for Mythic. This time around, not going to produce anything, but it is a different look for Mythic here. They're going towards A. Any Falloffs have read this though.
Are they ready for this? They just need to get rid of Badu and they should be all right. Dakota's the first to fall. Shane is here. The Odin is out and ringing around A. Pildora can find Washi. Big Chal will come through again. Badu is finding clutch moments. Jez needs to kind of get in there, but this moment in time, they're not in a position to plant. NA Falloffs keeping them at bay, but look at that flanking player. Looks like Salame is going to be there from behind. Pildora, though, looking to just try and force this overtime all on its own. It's 3 out of nothing. And on Mythic find so many rounds that they just absolutely shouldn't, and we head to overtime.
What is going on, Ton? What's going on? Oh, El Mythic, how many times are you going to clutch up? NA Falloff. What do you got for us? First blood looking pretty good. They are being decisive here. Indra is cooking up something special, though. It's a nade. It lands, but it doesn't take the players down. Doesn't even connect, as a matter of fact. You're drawing all of these first bloods. Mythic now isolated away from the site. There's surely no way Badu can clutch up again.
There's just no way. He's found 3 1v1s to keep them in the game, and then they dominate in round number 12. But now for NA Falloffs. Insane position to be in here to find an attacking round. Washi is going to whip the first shot. Dakota will find an entry. He will find a second as well, but Rabalo and Evie will combine in NA Falloffs. Will find an attacking round in overtime. And a very quick one at that. 7-6.
The Falloffs are so decisive. I will say, on Mythic, I think very much relying on clutches. NA Falloffs, they look much better on their offensive so far. Just one more round. That's all they need. NA Falloffs here, dealing with the exact same push that they just did. Now it's going to be the other side here on Mythic, looking for the first bloods. They get traded out here, Ton. Now they're going to get the bomb down.
Jez with a big nade. Slam will get taken down.
I can play as well.
Oh, Shane will find another. And is this the moment for NA Falloffs? Badu is still alive, so anything is potentially possible. Dakota will fall. Badu, he can't catch that one. NA Falloffs, they make hard work of it, but they will be grand final destined. They will find the win in map number 5. It takes overtime to get there, but they will defeat their opponents and they will send themselves to the grand final.
Man, I can't believe that went to overtime. That should have been done like 4 or 5 rounds ago, Ton.
Should have been done 20 minutes ago. I have no idea. Full credit to on Mythic and mostly to Badu. There was a 1v3 and 2 1v1s he won when NA Falloffs were on match point. To send them over to overtime like that, if on Mythic had won it, I don't know where specifically they're based, but build a statue outside of whatever facility, stadium, anything, office, anywhere. Build a tiny one for their desk if they win that, of Badu. But they didn't, so don't do that.
Oh boy. Well, Badu certainly kept them in it, but it didn't matter in the end as, well, I said it, I think, you know, it does just look like NA Falloffs are slightly more convincing on their offenses, right? I think we saw that through the first round. I think they finished the half, what, 4-2, I want to say, right? And obviously, you know, we see the same kind of effort there from...
This was insane, by the way.
Yeah, this is dumb. And honestly, I think it's just the fact that they play that so individually that he gets away with that. Shane probably could have been a little bit quicker there on the trade, but still, yeah, I mean, on Mythic relying on clutches, I will say, just fundamentally speaking, NA Falloffs did look like the better team.
Yeah, of course.
There in that final search and destroy as well. So really well played. Obviously, it means that the KD is going to be accentuated down to the fact that we did go to overtime, but shout out to Washi, man. I mean, we don't get a first blood stat here with these scoreboards, but I think if we did, he would probably have the majority of them for the roster.
Badu and Pildora are doing what they can. Indra and Salami will maybe not want to look back on that coastal, but Lauren, it took all 5 maps between these two teams. We get that map number 5, but ultimately, NA Falloffs make it through.
What a series. I was not prepared for that. I did not see it going that way. That was a well-fought battle on behalf of both those teams. And honestly, if I'm the teams in the lower bracket, knowing that eventually I have to face off against Mythic after seeing that performance, I would be a little bit concerned. But NA Falloffs, clinch that first spot into the grand finals out of the upper bracket, which, just as a reminder for everyone at home, means they will have that one map advantage as well when we get to the grand finals. And tomorrow we will turn our attention down towards that lower bracket, see who comes out victorious between Undream and Nexus, and then that winner will face off against the On Mythic that we just watched in this last match to determine the second and last team in grand finals. That should be a fun day tomorrow after what we saw NA bring to the table here today, Brody.
Yeah, I mean, this has just been a crazy day of North America. I think, to be fair, I will say this has gone, for the most part, how I expected it to go. The only difference being I didn't expect it to go all the way to a Game 5 between NA Falloffs and On Mythic. Again, I'm underestimating On Mythic. I didn't expect them to kind of hold them that close. And it's worth saying that could have been a 3-0. Like, had they done just a little bit better on the hard point, that would have been a 3-0 to On Mythic, and we would have been looking at NA Falloffs in the lower bracket. My probably biggest disappointment on the day was Undream not playing anywhere near as well as they did during their group. Again, maybe a bit deceptive because their group wasn't anywhere near as difficult as Group B, but yeah, definitely I think the biggest disappointment on the day, and they've got to prove themselves tomorrow in the lower bracket. But that's what it's for. You get a second chance, you get to go again.
Absolutely. And hopefully all of our teams are going to get some good rest, because tomorrow's not going to get any easier for them. It's going to be another action-packed day of Call of Duty Mobile. And of course, it also means we'll be crowning a champion for our challenge season. So if you guys are unable to make it, or you just want to check back on anything we've got coming, or that has happened in the past, or that we've got coming up, follow us on social media, X, Insta, and Facebook. That way you won't miss a single update that we've got coming your way in relation to the SPS. Or you can just join our Discord at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. Hang out with us, our community members, talk all things Call of Duty Mobile, and of course, continue getting all of your updates. But that is the end of day one of our challenge finals here in North America. What a phenomenal performance, and congratulations to NA Falls for being the first team to get one of those grand final spots. Everything will conclude tomorrow on day 2 of the challenge finals, so make sure you tune back in to see how all of it plays out. As always, a huge thank you to Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL for helping us make this whole thing possible, and thank you to all of you at home for hanging out and watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
feel it in my bones. I've been waiting for this moment. All my life I've been waiting. Ain't nothing gonna hold me down. Ain't nothing gonna stop me now. 'Cause I was born for this moment. I was born for this moment. Everybody said I was crazy for believing. Told me to give up, there ain't no shame in me losing. But they're wrong. Oh, but they're wrong. Oh, I came to win 'cause I know it's my time. Giving too much, now I ain't going back. So give me the green light. Give me the green light. 'Cause I'll stand and fight. So give me the green light. The green light. I will stand and fight. 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 Everybody said I was crazy for believing. Told me to give up, there ain't no shame in me losing. But they're wrong. Oh, but they're wrong. Oh, but they're wrong. I came to win 'cause I know it's my time. Giving too much, now I ain't going back. So give me the green light. Give me the green light. 'Cause I'll stand and fight. So give me the green light. The green light. I will stand and fight. 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 Give me the green light.
You got me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do. You got me saying words I've never said. You got me powerless on the edge of your bed. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do, say that we're done. Let's do, say that let's do, say that we're done. Let's do, I'm powerless to you. I'm powerless to you.